And he also conducted trips within the country in Goa. The Enforcement Directorate will now probe into netas and celebrities who use Chikoti services or who were roped in by Chikoti Praveen Kumar to try and push this entire casino Gotala. Nora Fateh, Mallika Shreyarawat, Amisha Patel, Govinda have all endorsed or attended events that have been hosted, and payments to them are also now currently under the scanner. In terms of the source of this money and how the payments were made are also under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. Chikoti Kumar is facing charges of running an open brazen hawala racket. Chikoti Kumar has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate for questioning. We will try and get you more details. Swastika Das joins us live. Ashish Merishi will also be joining us on this story. But the pictures are shocking and startling. And Swastika, as I come across to you, it's not one, two, but reports suggest at least 16 netas are involved. And it's a scores of celebrities who are also involved.
Well, Anand, on the netas being involved in this, yes, ED has some leads on that front. In fact, several MLAs from both the Telugu states, Telangana as well as Andhra Pradesh, are under ED's lens. But at this point in time, as far as the investigation is concerned, they are largely focused on trying to understand the money trail of Praveen Chikoti and Madhav Reddy. Remember, these two are casino dealers to begin with. They are often known in the powerful political circuit as well as celebrity circuit of conducting big parties, and in fact some of these parties were held 14, 15, 16, 17. It was a four-day gala event. One big party was thrown under the name of Big Daddy in Nepal. We are also learning that punters were being flown in from Indonesia and Thailand as well. At this particular party, crores of money were exchanged and tokens were given to the casino players, and after that there were huge financial transactions. When they came back and used that money in India, it was illegally encashed. Remember, gambling is illegal in India, and Praveen Chikoti and Madhav Reddy at this point in time have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, is what we are picking up on Monday, where they will be questioned about the hawala transactions. Now, the other angle of the story is of the participants. You asked about the MLAs.
Yeah. Yes, please complete.
So yeah, you asked about the MLAs. In addition to that, there are some celebrity names also that have come to light. At this point in time, it's important to highlight that these are not suspects. Amisha Patel, Nora Fateh, they are not suspects, but they did take part in the casino events that took place in Nepal. In fact, they were entertainers, is what we are picking up. But what the ED is understanding is the money trail. The payment that was given to them, was it hawala or was it any other kind of form? There is also an angle of cryptocurrency that has come to light, but all of that is still under the purview of investigation, Anand.
Right. So the angle of cryptocurrency, Swastika, I'm going to request you to share more details on this cryptocurrency angle. There are more information coming in, but I have Mr. Krishnasagar Rao of the BJP with us on the phone line at this point. Mr. Krishnasagar Rao, big casino scandal that is unfolding. The Enforcement Directorate, is it just the tip of the iceberg? We're given to understand many netas are involved, MLAs are involved, there are celebrities involved. Who is this person, Chikoti Praveen Kumar?
See, it is unfortunate that such a massive international scam was going on in the name of entertainment, and it is under the purview of PMLA and FCRA violations. But the state government didn't seem to know nothing. And it is exhibiting very clearly that a lot of ministers and MLAs of the ruling government are involved in this. One of the ministers' sticker was in one of the confidants of Praveen's car was found, and all this is actually happening for many years now, and they couldn't just, the local police couldn't figure anything out. It is the ED which had to connect the dots, and today we have such a massive scam of international level.
Well, but there are many netas involved, we are given to understand, and that there was a hawala racket that's now being probed. Who is getting so much of money, and why is it that the fact is that the epicenter seems to be that region, the Telugu states?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's a shame that both the Telugu states seem to be involved in this very clearly, and there are a lot of names of MLAs from the ruling party of Andhra Pradesh and ruling party of the Telangana are active players in this, and it is very evident the institutionalized corruption in Telugu states is actually being exposed right now, and mostly it is the politicians who are involved, and they seem to be wanting very high-end entertainment, which they cannot find in India anymore.
Well, is this also a way of perhaps routing and rerouting money, and is there a criminal angle to it? All of that, well, perhaps is part of the investigation, but right now there are celebrities who have openly come out and endorsed these parties and these entire casino bashes, etc. And but the payments to them are under the scanner at this point in time. And there were multiple operations that were run. Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao, will come back to you and try and get more reactions, as because it's a developing story here at CNN News 18. Going big with this story. It's just happening here on The Nation at 5. I've got Ashish Merishi, who's made a dash with all of the information right into the newsroom. So Ashish, tell us, what is this whole story all about? Who's this guy, Chikoti Praveen Kumar, and what was his modus operandi? What is it that the ED is actually investigating now?
So the enforcement director got a tip-off that huge amount of people, and the number is huge, around 200 people in each chunk were going out of India. They have details and evidence of at least 7 such trips where people, huge number of people, a charter plane is hired, and then they're taken to neighboring countries like Sri Lanka, Nepal and other countries where gambling is allowed. Now, interestingly, what is the violation here? So gambling in these areas, even if you go to Nepal, you can gamble and it's not a crime. But here, what is happening is, say, in case you want to go and gamble, you pay 5 lakh rupees in cash here, take tokens of 5 lakh rupees, and there, it's say in Nepal or in Sri Lanka, you can use those coupons for, or tokens for playing, for gambling.
So you're technically, physically not taking cash with you, you're taking tokens.
You're taking tokens. So in case you win, say, another 5 lakh rupees and the payment has to be made in cash, the payment of 10 lakh rupees will be given to you by Chikoti Praveen Kumar in India for 10 lakh rupees. So it's basically a foreign exchange violation because the money is changing form. It is in the form of Indian rupee, which is given in India. The tokens are being used as a foreign currency abroad, and then the money is given in cash in India in Indian currency. So this is what the modus operandi was. But the big question is,
was that the only modus operandi?
Modus operandi. There are various other ways of doing it. Now, interestingly, you've seen people like Amisha Patel, Malika Sherawat, people like Noora Fatehi, all big names of Bollywood, and from people from Tollywood as well. They have endorsed this event. And in fact, they have been paid in crores. So the enforcement directorate is basically looking at from where his funding was coming from, because this is huge amount of payments that were going to these people in crores, not in lakhs. It was happening in crores before endorsement. In fact, in one of the birthday parties, Malika Sherawat was invited for an event, and crores were paid to her as well. So here, basically, the enforcement directorate is looking. They want to look at beyond the FEMA violations. They want to look at whether more people are involved into this scam, where was he generating this kind of money, and if laundering is involved into this.
Laundering is involved. Ashish, just stay with me. We've just got more information. We've got our guests, Ravi Rai and GVR Shastri, joining us, but we've got more information, and these are startling visuals. We've got visuals of this casino dealer, Praveen Chikoti's birthday bash, and this birthday party is also under the lens. And Swastika Das getting us the information that nearly 5 crore rupees were spent only on this birthday bash. Those are the videos. Only 5 crore rupees were spent. Money via hawala route through profits earned in Nepal, Indonesia and Thailand. The ED is also seeing how payments were made to these celebrities who performed at these parties thrown by Praveen Chikoti and another person, that is Madhav Reddy. The visuals, look at the indulgence. These are exotic reptiles which are there. There are other animals which are there. Is there a violation of the Wildlife Protection Act also? And where did these animals come from? Those are other questions. 5 crores for a birthday bash. Who's this person? This is Sukesh Chandrasekhar into tenfold. Is it the case? What's the whole story? I'm just going to bring in Swastika again. Swastika, 5 crore for a birthday bash. How did it not get anybody's scrutiny? Who's this person? Did he enjoy political patronage?
Well, Anand, this birthday bash is certainly under the ED's radar right now because the ED, 5 crores is massive amount, and ED is now seeing how the celebrations were taking place. In fact, the party, we are also learning that the money or guests were being flown in from to Nepal, from Indonesia and Thailand, as well as from India as well. We are also learning that several politicians and celebrities allegedly also attended Praveen's birthday party. He's also said to have invited some celebrities who performed at his party, and we are learning that perhaps some of the celebrities who've been already, whose videos are out, Amisha Patel, Malika Sherawat, all their photos are with Praveen. It is given to understand that perhaps they were invited to the party, but at this point in time, really the ED is very tight-lipped, and all of this is under the purview of investigation. Very quickly, I also want to add on information that the private jets or the charter flight, as my colleague Ashish Mehershi was pointing out, 7 trips were made. In fact, all of these flights, the organizer, who goes by the name Sampat Kumar, is also being questioned at this point in time. We are learning that there are searches being conducted at his house as well. Now, why is this important? Because number one, to organize these chartered flights, you need prior permission. All of this is registered. Now, whether there was any flouting of norms, which in this case clearly is, because who paid for those chartered flights? Where did that money come from? All of this is something that the ED is questioning, and I would like to quickly reiterate that Praveen and Madhav Reddy, the two main accused in this case, accused of hawala transactions, have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. They've been coming, they will be appearing before the ED most likely on Monday to answer these questions.
Do we know where they are right now? Praveen Chikoti and also Madhav Reddy, where are they? Do we know where they are?
Hyderabad. They are in Hyderabad. In fact, Anand, yesterday Praveen Chikoti also spoke to the media, saying that what he has done is not illegal. He can produce all the documents before the Enforcement Directorate. He's also challenged to come up with all transcript. Now, Madhav Reddy house, he was also in fact raided by the officials here. So search operations are being conducted. Chikoti's farmhouse was also searched. Chikoti lives a little in the outskirts of Hyderabad, and Madhav Reddy is very much in Hyderabad. Now, all of their properties are being raided. So basically, ever since the story came to light, since the last 24 hours, more than 8 locations were searched in both Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, all the properties owned by Madhav Reddy and Chikoti.
Right. So they are saying right now Praveen Chikoti is in Hyderabad. They are ready to cooperate. They are saying they've done nothing wrong. They've done nothing illegal. You just heard what Swastika said is that there is a person by the name of Sampat Kumar who organized all these chartered flights. Where did the money come from to organize these chartered flights is one question. But 200 people being ferried just to go and gamble at the casinos, or is there much more to it?
So
with this hawala angle,
I must say that if you see, if 200 people are ferried to a casino in, say, Nepal or in Indonesia or in Thailand or in Sri Lanka, there is nothing wrong in it.
Correct.
But payments in cash in India, taking tokens, or you can say, coupons, gambling with that coupons or tokens, and then coming back and taking cash, or whatever the arrangement happens, it happens in cash. That is a violation under Income Tax Act as well as under FEMA. In case if the money has been used to convert black money into white money, then again there is another violation, which is basically violation of Prevention of Money Laundering Act.
Right.
Now, I was speaking to my sources in the Enforcement Directorate. They tell me that Chikoti as well as Madhav Reddy, they both have been summoned for Monday.
So that's the big news right now. So they've been summoned for Monday. Let's put that out. Yeah.
So they have been summoned on Monday. Interestingly, there were 4 hawala operators who were basically being used to send money into these countries. All these 4 hawala operators were raided yesterday, and now they have also been summoned for Monday. So all these people, in totality, 8 locations were raided, 2 belonging to Chikoti Praveen Kumar, 2 belonging to Madhav Reddy, and 4 other locations belong to the hawala operators. Now, if hawala operators are being used for transferring money from one location to another,
Yeah.
then obviously there is something wrong somewhere. You know, it's like not one transaction or 2 transactions. It's like, if we say that at least 200 people are being ferried in one plane, in
Right.
one charter plane, so we can expect at least 1400 transactions.
Correct.
So these 1400 transactions will obviously be under the investigation now. And let me tell you, the Enforcement Directorate is basically saying that they can't give out the names because investigation has just started.
Right.
It's going to, in days to come, it's going to be big names who are going to be summoned into this,
Wow.
which include MLAs and MPs from down south, from Telangana, majorly from Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. So people who are occupying senior positions are going to face some embarrassment in days to come because
So-
they are using hawala route for transactions which belong to gambling.
So not picture abhi baki hai, but ye game abhi baki hai, because we're talking about this entire casino scandal and there are more netas who are going to be summoned. Ravi Rai is with us, and we also have, stay with me Ashish, we also have GVR Shastri with us at this point. GVR Shastri, who are these MLAs? How do they have so much of cash, and what is it that they are doing with this money? And how is it there is nobody else that they know? The Enforcement Directorate is now looking at it, 16 MLAs and so many more celebrities.
See, Anand, if you look at Sri Lanka is the main hub of this entire casino, and Goa is there. And because of the COVID, Goa is not able to attract that much of crowd. And there are certain restriction, and even though that ED is having a close lens on these particular locations of Goa, and people, these Chikoti is a very good. He's a partner in Goa, one of the Goa casino. So, and he's been politically patronized by the a powerful family of Hyderabad and political power family. And that daughter, that's what we are hearing. The daughter is supporting to these people, and because of the MLAs, and so many MLAs, it's not Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra, Telangana, even Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh. There are all 6, 7 states MLAs are involved into it, and it is at the total turnover in Sri Lanka. It is around 80,000 crores. So out of 80,000 crores, you can see 60 to 70% is generating from India only. So you can see that
There are also Chinese gamblers who come there. Yeah.
yeah, yes. But there are reports that during the month of January there was a big casino is happened in Andhra, a place called Gudivada. And there the opposition party had made a halla and after that there is nothing is happened. The government is not come out with a clarity whether it is done or not. They said we are appointing a DSP cadre inquiry officer to do it. It seems to be he is having a political patronage, and he is acquired a 5-star property in Nepal, and he's taken out a lease on the basis of lease, a 5-star property which is nearer to Bagdogra as well as Kathmandu, and distance to Kathmandu. But he was maintaining that he spent so much of money, 30-40 crores to install the entire this casinos equipments and everything, and he loves the gambling. That's what he is claiming in the social media. So he himself. But what is my thing is the amount of money is collected inside the country in a cash, and that cash they have given 100 rupees or 50 rupees half note. If they collect 5 lakhs, they'll get a 50 rupees half note. If they collect 10 lakhs, they'll get a 100 rupees half note. The remains half note with them. So once they show there, they'll get the 10 lakhs rupees equivalent money. That may
Right.
be in the currency
So
of Nepal.
that we have to see. And is that money then being routed somewhere else? That's another question. I'm just
Yeah,
going to go across to Swastika. One sec, GVR, and I'll bring in Ashish also before I bring in Ravi Rai also. Swastika, where are they fully cooperating? Is there any limitation on their travel? Is the ED making sure, or are they still not under arrest? Because the ED has just called them for summoning. is there far more to it than meets the eye? Can this go beyond just gambling and hawala being used for gambling?
Well, Anand, to answer your first question, are they cooperating? Yes, because the ED, since the last 24 hours, has raided nearly 7 locations in both Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, in Hyderabad as well, majority of the locations where the searches were in fact have been fruitful according to the ED. And as far as Praveen Chikoti is concerned, he himself came out and spoke to the media saying he's going to fully cooperate with the investigation because he's confident that they're going to find nothing out of it. He says that gambling is not illegal in Nepal, Thailand, Sri Lanka, as well as Indonesia, and all the countries there that he took part and through those parties. But when questioned about the hawala transaction, as my colleague Ashish Mehershi was explaining, that in cashing that illegal money in India is gambling, he says that all of those questions will be answered before ED. He has also promised to come up with the detailed statements which the ED has already has access to. Now, the other part of your question is whether this investigation is likely to become bigger. Yes, because with every single day more and more details are coming out. Right now the focus is on how the chartered flights were paid for, what is the role of the celebrities who have been whose videos have surfaced in fact. So multiple angles coming to light here at this point in time. Main angle is the money trail which the ED is looking at, and that is why Praveen and Madhav have been summoned on Monday here in Hyderabad.
Right. Thank you for your inputs, Swastika. So they've been summoned in on Monday in Hyderabad. So is there going to be a watch that they don't vamoose, they don't make the run for it? Because you are saying that there will be others who will also be called. Can this be bigger? Is there the possibility that this was just a front? Casino bahana tha aur kuch karana tha, kind of thing.
Too early to comment, Anand, because investigation is a field where one should not jump the gun. So here, as of now, the investigation is happening under FEMA, that is Foreign Exchange Management Act. It's a violation of FEMA. So whether laundering is involved into this or not, whether crime money was being used to gamble, then it becomes a bigger event. Even for the enforcement directorate.
Or a possibility that money was perhaps being moved out of India, black money was being moved out of India and perhaps rerouted via some other source, converted and turned into white and brought back into India.
Big possibility, no doubt, because since the money is going out of India, you are gambling, there is a chance that whatever you win, you might show it only in the books that it's a win, and then that the money is brought back as an investment into India. There is a bright chance, there is no doubt. But then it's like jumping the gun if you say that laundering is involved. But it's investigation is in its initial days. Only yesterday the searches happened, and 8 locations were raided yesterday, and all of them people who have been involved into this investigation, who have been raided yesterday, they have been summoned for Monday. So Madhav Reddy, Chikoti Praveen Kumar and 4 hawala operators. There are 6 people who have been summoned for Monday. Let's see how things move.
4 hawala operators.
Yeah.
Why do we need 4 hawala operators if it was just gambling? That question will park because there are many layers to this, ladies and gentlemen, and the information will come as the questioning proceeds. Ashish, thank you for your inputs. I've got Ravi Rai also with us. Ravi ji, namaste and thank you for your patience. My question is, if there are those who are endorsing something like this, would they not know how they are being paid? Because those payments are also now under scrutiny, and those run into crores. We're given to understand at least 20 to 30 different celebrities are involved. Some of the big names we've seen.
Yeah, Anand, I'm sure when the money transactions have been done, I mean, there is a pattern, there is a design that is set, and this is the amount that is going, and this is the way that we are going to pay you, and this is the way the things are going to be. So it is not that, and I think all of us are adults, all of us know things are right in place. So I personally feel it is not that we do not know if we are a part of the whole scam, which is now a scam, and that we do not know what we are getting into. We are quite aware what we are getting into, and today's these are the times when we have the lawyers with us, we have our managers with us who can always tell us to do this or not to do this, this can lead us into trouble, and this can, but I think the actors or the politicians or whosoever is involved in this is definitely a part of this huge scam. Now, the whole thing, Anand, is that if it only falls into the purview of FEMA, then these people will not have a huge penalty, because FEMA at the most would be a 300% of the money caught or money involved. But if it is money laundering, and if it is the hawala, then the ED has the rights to punish them severely, But having said that, Anand, I mean, these things don't come as a surprise today, because just a few days back we saw Jacqueline Fernandez with some, and what you're
Yeah.
talking about, these reptiles, and so we saw a cat was gifted to her, which was worth 9 lakhs, and not that these people do not know, they know it, and why they are doing it is a bigger question. Why do you want to do this? Is a bigger
But,
question.
but there could also be the fact that as long as I am getting my money and why should and I am declaring the money that I have got, I am not hiding. If I am hiding the money that I have got, then there is fault on my end also. But the source of the money, if I quote a price as a celebrity and I'm getting paid that money and it is coming into my account and I'm not hiding it and I'm paying my taxes for it, should I be held accountable or responsible? Yes, if I'm aware or I'm collecting only portion of that money as declared amount and there is another portion of the money which is undeclared amount, so clearly there is illegality involved there, and I'm also aware that there is some argy-bargy going on and there is something wrong. We'll continue to keep close tabs on the story. GVR Shastri and Rajiv Raji, thank you very much for joining us on this very exclusive news break on very short notice. But we've got more news coming through. This was from the Telugu states, Andhra and Telangana. We stay within the south, but going into God's own country in Kerala, where big admission of a Jamiyat ideologue who says, and he's openly said, that he sabotaged Indian government cables and communication to try and ensure that the image of the Jamaat-e-Islami or the Jamaat-e-Islami is preserved. And he said that he also pushed an anti-RSS propaganda. So if he destroyed cables that talked about and exposed the truth of the Jamaat-e-Islami, he then pushed these cables which were about the RSS and its activities. And this was when he was an attaché or in the employ with the responsibilities for India in Qatar. Now, this is Jamaat backer very clearly has openly admitted this betrayal with Bharat. Disclosure from the Jamaat-e-Islami ideologue Abdur Rahman saying destroyed Indian government letters explaining the Jamaat ban, destroyed government letters on Jamaat ban meant for the Qatari media, destroyed government letters while serving in the Qatar embassy. The letters explaining RSS ban were actually delivered to the Qatar media. Burned the government letters on Jamaat to protect the image of the outfit and the perception about this outfit. Listen in to what Abdur Rahman had to say.
വരുന്ന ഡിപ്ലോമാറ്റിക് ബാഗിൽ ജമാഅത്ത് ഇസ്ലാമി എന്തുകൊണ്ട് നിരോധിച്ചു എന്ന ലഘുലേഖ, RSSനെ എന്തുകൊണ്ട് നിരോധിച്ചു എന്ന് ആ ലഘുലേഖയൊപ്പം തന്നെ വരും. എൻ്റെ ജോലിയിൽ ഒന്ന്, രാവിലെ 10 മണിക്ക് എംബസിയിൽ വരുന്ന അംബാസഡർ ഹിസ് എക്സലൻസി ആരിഫ് കബറയിലാണ് അന്നത്തെ അംബാസഡർ. വിളിച്ചെന്നെ എന്നോട് പറയും, ഇതൊക്കെ ഓരോ പത്രസ്ഥാപനങ്ങളിലും ഓഫീസുകളിലും എത്തിക്കണം. RSSനെ എന്തുകൊണ്ട് നിരോധിച്ചു എന്നുള്ളത് എത്തിക്കാൻ പ്രയാസമൊന്നുമില്ല. പക്ഷെ ജമാഅത്തെ ഇസ്ലാമിയെ എന്തുകൊണ്ട് നിരോധിച്ചു എന്ന പച്ചക്കള്ളം അച്ചടിച്ചത് നിത്യേന ഈ പറയുന്ന ഓഫീസുകളിൽ എത്തിക്കേണ്ട ജോലി കൂടി എനിക്കുണ്ട്. മനസ്സാക്ഷിയിൽ നല്ല സംഘടന നടന്ന നിമിഷങ്ങളായിരുന്നു. എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാൻ എന്ത് ചെയ്യുന്നു വെച്ചാൽ RSSനെ നിരോധിച്ചു എന്നുള്ള കാര്യമൊക്കെ അയക്കും, ജമാഅത്തെ ഇസ്ലാമിയെ എന്തുകൊണ്ട് നിരോധിച്ചു എന്നുള്ള കാര്യമൊക്കെ കൂട്ടിവെക്കും, അവസാനം അതിനൊരു തീപ്പെട്ടിക്കുള്ളി ചെലവാക്കും. ഇതാണ് ചെയ്തത്. രാജ്യദ്രോഹമാണോ രാജ്യസ്നേഹമാണോ എന്നോട് ചോദിച്ചിട്ട് കാര്യമില്ല. എൻ്റെ ഉത്തമനുസരിച്ച് ചെയ്യേണ്ടതാണ് ചെയ്തത്.
Manu Bharat is joining us live from Kannur. Manu Bharat, biggest admission here by Abdur Rahman. One, he carried prejudice and there was a propaganda that was deliberate. Two, it was a disservice because he violated government principles. Three, what stands out is this underlying patented hatred for the RSS.
Yeah, yes, this revelations have shocked the entire state. Madhyamam Group editor and a Jamaati Islami ideologue has come out with a he's admitted that 2 years ago he made a speech, and in that speech he has stated that he used to burn all those pamphlets sent by the country to Qatar, which was expected to be circulated among the Qatar media. There was popular discontentment in the Arab world against the banning of Jamaat-e-Islami in India, and it was the act of the government of India to inform the people why, in the Arab world, why the organization was banned in the country. So the ambassador himself used to, if I quote from what O. Abdurrahman has said, the ambassador himself used to tell Abdurrahman to circulate these to various officers, these pamphlets to various officers and to media houses. And Abdurrahman states he was happy, he was enthusiastic to circulate the reason for ban of RSS, but when it came to that pamphlets that explained the reasons for banning of Jamaat-e-Islami, he was having great pain in his mind and he could not do it. And he used to gather them and burn them. The word he was using is that he used to spare a matchstick to deal with those pamphlets, which means he has literally banned them and burned them. So this was this act has been treated as a sectarian, as a partisan act, which should be looked.
No, absolutely, and this is what is stark. This is done during the time of the emergency, and this person has carried on. Does he carry on that agenda even today? And is there a deliberate bias which is prevalent there? And what does this stem from? What does this bias stem from? Does it stem from a deep-rooted, bigoted point of view? That is also another big question. Many questions that have to be answered by Mr. Abdur Rahman after that admission. Manu Bharat, thank you for your inputs. We're going to take a very short break. Stay with us.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi's upcoming visit to Taiwan. China has warned of severe repercussions should Pelosi visit Taiwan. Russia has cut gas through a major pipeline to Europe. Russia's Gazprom has cut gas flowing from Nord Stream 1 down to just 20%. Russia blames this on technical problems on the halving of the gas amount that Germany requires. Germany, in turn, has called this a political move to sow uncertainty and spike prices. Now, the fear is that Russia could completely cut off gas to Europe. Russia is trying to bolster its storage levels for the upcoming winter. Meanwhile, Russian forces launched a massive missile strike on Ukraine's Kiev and Chernihiv regions, which have not been targeted in weeks. Russia attacked the Kiev region with 6 missiles launched from the Black Sea. Smoke was seen billowing across the sky north of Kiev shortly after the attack. 4-time world champion Sebastian Vettel will retire from Formula One at the end of this season. The German, who made his debut with BMW Sauber in 2007 in the US Grand Prix, announced this news on his newly created Instagram account. Vettel won all 4 of his championships with Red Bull between 2010 and 2013. For the first time ever, India is playing host to the Chess Olympiad. The 44th edition is being held in Chennai.
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, superstar Rajnikant and 5-time world chess champion Vishwanathan Anand were all present for the opening ceremony. From musical performances to dance performances and even sand sculpting. Rich Tamil culture, heritage, traditions and sports were on display at the grand event. Vishwanathan Anand handed over the Chess Olympiad torch to M.K. Stalin. The Chess Olympiad was inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi, who dressed in a traditional white veshti with a chessboard design.
A beautiful moment. It is a chess powerhouse for India. It has produced many of India's chess grandmasters.
Players from 187 countries will take part in the world's biggest team chess championship.
Chilling CCTV footage shows the moments before BJP Yuva Morcha worker Praveen Nettaru was killed. In fact, the bike which the attackers were on waited for 40 minutes before approaching Praveen's shop. At exactly 8:33, the bike is seen moving towards Praveen's shop, and in exactly 7 minutes, people are seen running towards the shop. Cops believe that the attack could have happened between 8:38 p.m. and 8:40 p.m. Meanwhile, 2 people have been arrested in connection with Praveen's murder. Zakir and Shafiq were arrested in Kasargod in Kerala in a joint operation between the Kerala and Karnataka police. They've been remanded to 14 days judicial custody. According to the police, one of the suspects is said to have ties with the Popular Front of India, the PFI. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai had to cancel events to mark 1 year of his government and visited Praveen's family. He called it an act of terror and vowed strict action against those who were behind the chilling murder. But angry locals surrounded the Chief Minister and demanded justice for Praveen.
Pro-Hindu organizations are up in arms when the CM Basavaraj Bommai along with the other minister had come to visit the family members. In the visuals you can see how the people have all gathered out, the protesters have gathered out here and also been asking about the security that they are demanding to the CM Basavaraj Bommai. So that's the dramatic visuals that we're getting to see from the place here in the Dakshin Kannada district, which is considered to be the most sensitive district. So these are the dramatic scenes that we are getting to see from this place where the whole murder took place in the Putturu.
Meanwhile, the army has been roped in to carry out rescue and relief work in flood-hit Rajasthan.
Low-lying areas in Jodhpur have been waterlogged for the last 3 days. With hundreds marooned due to waist-deep water, teams of NDRF and army have been rescuing people from their flooded homes and relocating them to safety.
जल भराव का स्तर लगातार बढ़ता जा रहा है। सेना यहाँ पर पहुंची है, रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है लोगों को यहाँ पर।
With roads turning into rivers, the army is using boats to reach those stuck in flood waters or cut off.
खाने पीने का सामान, दूध, जो भी नेसेसरी चीजें हैं, वो लेके आ रहे हैं।
The administration used mud pumps to drain the water out, but there is no adequate drainage system to route this water out.
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal missed the deadline for accepting the invitation to Singapore on the 20th of July, resulting in the automatic cancellation of his invitation. Kejriwal wrote to the MEA for approval of his visit on the 21st, a day after the Singapore deadline reportedly expired. But the Aam Aadmi Party has accused the LG of sitting on the file for 1.5 months and returned it on the 21st of July. Exactly a year after a judge was run over in Jharkhand, a special CBI court in Ranchi has convicted both of the accused of murder. The quantum of punishment will be announced next week. Additional Sessions Judge Uttam Anand was run over by an
Back on the nation at 5 with the spotlight turned towards Bengal, where it's Partha, Paisa, Sona or Car. Is it all a cut money karobar? That's the big question. Partha Chatterjee has broken his silence for the first time since not just the arrest, but the unearthing of huge stacks of cash from his aide Arpita Mukherjee's residences, multiple residences. He is speaking, while speaking exclusively with CNN News 18, he has alleged that he is a victim of a conspiracy. He's also questioned the party's move to sack him and said that it will affect the investigation. On the other hand, big revelations by Arpita, who was jointly questioned with Partha yesterday, who broke down before the Enforcement Directorate on seeing the pictures of the cash recovered from her residence. She actually alleged that it has Partha's men who had access to the flat. She didn't even know, she had no access to those rooms, and she didn't even know that there was so much cash that was stashed away there. And she said all the while Partha Chatterjee, who was present at that time, when she was breaking down and she made these allegations, he kept quiet, he didn't say anything. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has discovered a list of 10 luxury flats owned by Arpita in Kolkata. 4 of her cars have gone missing from another of her residences. They were allegedly parked there, but they've now gone missing. The ED has also discovered a real estate company registered under Arpita's Belagaria flat. The ED is trying to ascertain whether this was a shell company through which money was laundered.
অর্পিতা অর্পিতা কি বলবে অর্পিতা অর্পিতা কি বলবে
Arpita Mukherjee just dancing and singing in the video not so long ago in her social media posts, etc. Today sitting on a wheelchair and crying. Pratim Ranjan Bose, Abhijit Majumdar. Does this stop here? Because the BJP's Dilip Ghosh has said that they have chopped off the hands to save the body. That's the parallel that he is trying to draw with the Trinamool Congress. Partha Chatterjee saying, Pratim Ranjan Bose, that the timing of the sacking could impact the investigation. Will they all start singing like a canary now?
Of course, there will be some rumbling is going on. As you know, there is one section of the party is using these as a handle to downsize or size up a section in which Partho belongs. So there will be that we can't rule that out, that rumbling. Where that goes is to be seen, and that much of that will depend on two factors. One is to what extent these investigations reach a conclusive stage. In the past, with regard to Sarda, Narda, things didn't progress adequately. And second is the political leadership in the opposition. I mean, these two will determine that where, to how loud will these rumblings be.
Right. Cut money. That comes back to me, Abhijit Majumdar. But what is this conspiracy? Is somebody deliberately throwing Partha Chatterjee under the bus?
There could be, Anand, because there are so many questions that it's very difficult to sort of put a finger on exactly what is happening. First of all, there have been over 6 major scams since the TMC has come to power. 6 very, very big scams: Sarda, Rose Valley, Narada, Coal, SSC, and there are several other syndicates, cow smuggling, etc., etc. So, all these thousands of crores. Rose Valley scam is estimated at 40,000 crores. Where our coal scam, for instance, people are estimating it at 19,000 crores. So where has all the money gone? Did the central agencies not have enough to nail people, to nail the people who are behind it? Because this kind of scams cannot happen without the leadership of the government, of the particular state government being completely in the loop. So the thing is that how many of them are in jail? And it is true that there is an element of truth in what the TMC is saying, that there is a washing powder Nirma scheme. I mean, it's okay, you catch us and you throw us into the jail and then into jail, and then when those people join BJP, they are sort of they go scot-free, like Mukul Roy, So there are that is one question. There is this question of this massive cash economy being allowed to sort of proliferate and flourish in Bengal. Massive cash economy. If you check data, Bengal would be at the bottom rung of digital payments.
Right.
If you go to Bengal, it is evident everything is still happening in cash. Look at the amount of cash that is with just some female aid. The amount of cash, flats, etc., that are doing the rounds. That is one. Arpita's one of her houses, you found one found photos of Mujibur Rahman, who's the so-called father of modern Bangladesh. So where is that? How is that connected? We have seen how jihadi money is so intrinsically connected with what is happening in Bengal. So there are so many questions, Anand, that it's very difficult to actually make sense of what actually is happening. There are too many strands and too many conspiracies in the air.
And there's just so much money there. Yeah, Pratim Ranjan Bose, please go ahead.
One subject is completely, it remains undiscussed. ED found a stash of 55 lakh foreign currency. They didn't disclose either the definition of the currency or the exact amount of the currency. Now, but what we get to hear is that very few are USD. Okay. Now there comes the question: why should someone hold? Assuming it is just of neighboring economies, it should amount to roughly 5 odd crores. Why should someone hold that much of currency of a weak currency? It's you can hold a greenback, but why should you hold? So very many issues that we heard since last year. This is one interesting part is this with this inquiry. If they might get a lot of financial trail, now it depends on them, their efficiency and intention to take things out in the public.
Absolutely, and also the cash stash, 2,000 rupee dollar notes, and there are 6-7 stacks that made that ED. It just haunts me. Final word, Abhijit. But the fact is that just stone's throw away from where this was found, you would find people who are barely able to make ends meet, even get 1 square meal a day. So this entire cut money scam, this entire cash stash, this is all also rendering bulk of the Bengal populace of what is rightfully theirs.
Just guess how many people had been robbed by the Sarada scam. 17 lakh people have lost their hard-earned savings, and these are not rich people. These are lower income groups. I happen to know a few of them. These are not rich people at all. Just in one scam, and this kind of cash, somebody is being robbed for somebody to stash this kind of cash, money, flats, property. Each girlfriend has some 10-15 flats, farmhouses. Where is it coming from? So somebody is getting robbed. It's basic science. Now the thing, Anand, is I think you may call it, call me cynical, or maybe I'm thinking too much, but I think the agencies have enough to nail this government. It is only a question of the center deciding when to use
political
all this.
will. Yes, you're saying
the
there is enough and
political-
more there to there is enough and more to nail the political powers of the day in that state. But you're saying your point of view is that there needs to be a certain level of political will from the center, whether they want to do it or not. So we'd see, because the ED does not have a great record of finishing the job. That is ensuring the prosecution and ensuring the conviction. That's where they tend to fail. They take it to the goalpost, but they don't score there. That's what the charge is against them. Let's see how it pans out in this case. Thank you for your inputs, Pratim Ranjan Bose and Abhijit Majumdar. Always a pleasure speaking with you. We're going to take a very short break here on The Nation at 5.
Could have happened between 8:38 p.m. and 8:40 p.m. Meanwhile, 2 people have been arrested in connection with Praveen's murder. Zakir and Shafiq were arrested in Kasaragod in Kerala in a joint operation between the Kerala and Karnataka police. They've been remanded to 14 days judicial custody. According to the police, one of the suspects is said to have ties with the Popular Front of India, the PFI. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai had to cancel events to mark 1 year of his government and visited Praveen's family. He called it an act of terror and vowed strict action against those who were behind the chilling murder. But angry locals surrounded the Chief Minister and demanded justice for Praveen.
Pro-Hindu organizations are up in arms when the CM Basavaraj Bommai along with the other minister had come to visit the family members. In the visuals you can see how the people have all gathered out, the protesters have gathered out here, and also been asking about the security that they are demanding to the CM Basavaraj Bommai. So that's the dramatic visuals that we're getting to see from the place here. here in the Dakshin Kannada district, which is considered to be the most sensitive district. So these are the dramatic scenes that we are getting to see from this place where the whole murder took place in the Putturu.
Meanwhile, the army has been roped in to carry out rescue and relief work in flood-hit Rajasthan.
Low-lying areas in Jodhpur have been waterlogged for the last 3 days. With hundreds marooned due to waist-deep water, teams of NDRF and army have been rescuing people from their flooded homes and relocating them to safety.
जल भराव का स्तर लगातार बढ़ता जा रहा है। सेना यहाँ पर पहुंची है, रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है लोगों को यहाँ पर।
With roads turning into rivers, the army is using boats to reach those stuck in floodwaters or cut off.
खाने पीने का सामान, दूध, जो भी नेसेसरी चीजें हैं वो लेके आ रहे हैं।
The administration used mud pumps to drain the water out, but there is no adequate drainage system to route this water out.
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal missed the deadline for accepting the invitation to Singapore on the 20th of July, resulting in the automatic cancellation of his invitation. Kejriwal wrote to the MEA for approval of his visit on the 21st, a day after the Singapore deadline reportedly expired. But the Aam Aadmi Party has accused the LG of sitting on the file for 1.5 months and returned it on the 21st of July. Exactly a year after a judge was run over in Jharkhand, a special CBI court in Ranchi has convicted both of the accused of murder. The quantum of punishment will be announced next week. Additional Sessions Judge Uttam Anand was run over by an auto rickshaw when he was on a morning run. He had been handling many cases of mafia killings in Dhanbad. 4 cattle smugglers were arrested in Gurugram after a dramatic chase.
A group of cow vigilantes got a tip-off that the accused were transporting the cattle to slaughterhouses. The cattle were being smuggled in a truck and a pickup vehicle. 29 cows were being taken to Noor from Sonipat. That's when the vigilantes started chasing the smugglers on the Kundli-Manesar Palwal Expressway in Gurugram in the wee hours of Thursday. The cow smugglers sped up their vehicle when the vigilantes signalled to stop them. But the cow vigilantes managed to stop the accused and overpower them. The cow smugglers were handed over to the police, who arrested them.
US President Joe Biden and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping had a 2-hour phone conversation today. This comes amidst mounting concern in Beijing over the US Speaker Nancy Pelosi's upcoming visit to Taiwan. China has warned of severe repercussions should Pelosi visit Taiwan. Russia has cut gas through a major pipeline to Europe. Russia's Gazprom has cut gas flowing from Nord Stream 1 down to just 20%. Russia blames this on technical problems on the halving of the gas amount that Germany requires. Germany, in turn, has called this a political move to sow uncertainty and spike prices. Now, the fear is that Russia could completely cut off gas to Europe. Russia is trying to bolster its storage levels for the upcoming winter. Meanwhile, Russian forces launched a massive missile strike on Ukraine's Kiev and Chernihiv regions, which have not been targeted in weeks. Russia attacked the Kiev region with 6 missiles launched from the Black Sea. Smoke was seen billowing across the sky north of Kiev shortly after the attack. 4-time world champion Sebastian Vettel will retire from Formula One at the end of this season. The German, who made his debut with BMW Sauber in 2007 in the US Grand Prix, announced this news on his newly created Instagram account. Vettel won all 4 of his championships with Red Bull between 2010 and 2013. For the first time ever, India is playing host to the Chess Olympiad. The 44th edition is being held in Chennai.
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K.
Back on the Nation at 5 with the latest on the murder of BJYM or the Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Netaru, where Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has said that the probe will be handed over to the NIA as more and more information details come to the fore. Now, he has said that his killing is indicative of organized crime and the state is handing the case over to the NIA due to the interstate nature of this entire case. The assailants are allegedly, they have fled to neighboring Kerala, and there are a massive manhunt which is on in Kasaragod and the other regions. Now, both the accused, Zakir and Shafiq, are in judicial custody for a period of 14 days. Meanwhile, a shocking statement has also come from Ashwath Narayan, where he said that we will do 5 times better than the UP model, etc. But more importantly, the president of the Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha, Tejasvi Surya, met with Praveen's family and has assured 15 lakh worth compensation from the Yuva Morcha itself to the family, while also claiming that the radicals or the jihadis won't be spared.
ಹತ್ಯೆ ಪ್ರಕರಣ NI ಕೊಡಲಾಗುವುದು. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಕೇರಳ ಬಾರ್ಡರ್ನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ CC ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಚೆಕ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನೇನು ಸಂಪರ್ಕ ಇದೆ ಎರಡು ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಸೆನ್ಸಿಟಿವ್ ಊರುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಟೆಂಪ್ರರಿ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ಸನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
Praveenana 15 lakhs compensation from Yuva Morcha. Jihadis won't be spared. This is last one. No further incidents will take place. JDS and Congress is trying to take benefit out of this situation, which is very sad.
What did she say? Did she tell something to you, because you are also Praveen's good friend?
He getting threatening calls from unknown numbers from last 1 month, and he informed the local police station also. Police took it as a lightly. They didn't took any action on that. He want to install CCTV and all in CCTV surveillance in his office. For that, technician came and they did site survey and all. He supported to his friends to get the fish market and all. Earlier it was in the Muslims control. Recently, through bidding they took over. Behind there is a huge team out there. Shafiq is son of who is working with him, right? His chicken shop. His son, Shafiq.
Ritu is on ground. Ritu, you spoke to the family and also to Praveen's friends, and they made a startling revelation that Shafiq was actually a good friend of Praveen Netaru. Shafiq's father worked with Praveen.
Yes, exactly. So that's what the friend of Praveen Netaru had to say while speaking to CNN News 18. He said that he was getting threatening calls, in fact, and he had also informed this to the local police, but the local police had ignored his call, and now you see this incident happening. But he also says while speaking to CNN News 18 that one of the accused, Shafiq, in fact, was a son of the person who is to work in the Praveen Netaru's shop, but this is another brutal killing that the Dakshin Kannada district has witnessed, which is considered to be the sensitive district, in fact, because there have been a lot of incidents that have been reported from the coastal belt especially. But CM Basavaraj Bommai, in fact, who had also come to meet the family members, was also been garroted by the Hindu organizations people, and they also were demanding for the security of the Yuva Morcha members who work day and night for the party to develop. But what are they getting in return? This is what they deserve, is the kind of question that they demand. They gear out the CM's vehicle and CM as well, demanding for it. But there were also previous incidents where we saw that how ministers had tried meeting the family members at the hospital, and there was the same gear out to the BJP state president as well and the other ministers. But of course now the CM Basavaraj Bommai had said that this will be handed over to the NIA, and there will be 19 checkposts near to the Kerala border, because there, as it has been said from the police and as well from the state government, that there are some radical organizations behind it. So in the interrogation, all this will come out and more verifications will take place. But so far 2 have been arrested and have been taken to the judicial custody for 14 days.
Right. Ritu, thank you for your inputs. We're going to wind up this edition of The Nation at 5 on that note. Zakir ready with Viewpoint. Stay with us.
Good evening, this is Viewpoint. I'm Zakir Jacob. There were dramatic scenes today as Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, the two main accused in the SSC scam, were taken from the ED hospital to a local ED office to a local hospital for further medical checkups. These were the scenes that ensued. Arpita Mukherjee completely breaking down, completely wailing there. She had to be dragged to the hospital for the routine checkup. Partha Chatterjee, on the other hand, saying that he has nothing to do with this. This was all done by Arpita. He's in fact training his guns on his party supremo, Mamata Banerjee. But one after another, more skeletons are tumbling out of the closet. As it were, it turns out that Arpita Mukherjee was the owner of at least 10 flats in some of the poshest areas in Kolkata. But first, the story of the day so far.
Arpita Mukherjee breaking down. Partha Chatterjee alleging conspiracy. The two faces of the Bengal SSC scam clearly on the back foot. After all, the evidence against them is mind-boggling. Nearly 50 crores in cash found in two of Arpita's homes. Nearly 6 kilograms of gold worth 2.8 crores were also recovered. 10 luxury flats in Kolkata worth 10.5 crores. At least 4 cars, including 2 luxury ones, worth 1.6 crores. Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee were questioned jointly by the Enforcement Directorate. ED officials confronted Arpita with pictures of the mountains of cash and gold found in her flats. Arpita broke down after seeing the pictures of the seizures. She denied any knowledge of so much cash being stashed in her homes. Arpita claimed Partha Chatterjee's aides had access to her flats and accused them of stashing the money there. All throughout her interrogation, Partha Chatterjee remained silent. The Trinamool Congress has dropped Partha Chatterjee like a hot potato, sacking him as a minister and removing him from all posts because the party says it has zero tolerance for corruption. But Partha thinks otherwise. The BJP claims that a scam of such magnitude couldn't have happened without Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's nod.
Mamata Banerjee is the kingpin of this scam, and the investigation will soon reach her doorsteps.
So can the Trinamool Congress absolve all responsibility by simply sacking Partha Chatterjee?
All right, I want to go across to our guests who are joining us on Viewpoint this evening. Shishir Bajoria is the Media Relations Department in charge of the West Bengal BJP. Jaideep Majumdar, Associate Editor with Swarajya Magazine. Manojit Mandal, political analyst and member of the TMC. And Gautam Lahiri, Senior Journalist. Shishir Bajoria, Arpita Mukherjee in her questioning completely washing her hands of this cash, saying that while she may be the owner of these flats, she had no clue what was happening in these flats, and it was Partha Chatterjee's associates who were going in and out of these flats, and she had no idea that so much cash was stashed in these flats. Do you believe her?
Well, it's not a question whether I believe her or I don't believe her. The fact is, when the first day it happened, none of them had this view that we don't know. How is it possible that in your home there's a mound of cash? I mean, like a hill of cash, and you don't know. And you say, I didn't know this. I had no clue where it came from and who came in and who went out. All of a sudden, even Partha Chatterjee says, I didn't know about this. They can say what they want. The main point I would like to draw everybody's attention, 2016 onwards, what happened to the teachers who did not get appointed? What happened to the students who suffered? It's like it's 6 years. 6 years in a student's life, because it all affects the student, whether the teacher is appointed or not. It's gone. A normal student's life is about 13, 14 years. Half of it is gone. And look, And these numbers that I was watching when you were giving the numbers of how much cash has been recovered, how much gold, jewelry, flats, cars. One thing I'm sure you have noted, that every day the score keeps increasing. So I would say whatever you have said as a score, it's this plus counting. In fact, between hour to hour, it keeps changing.
I want to ask Manojit Mondal, how can, I mean, this seems very convenient. Arpita Mukherjee says, oh, the flats were in my name, but I had no clue what was going on inside those flats. Mr. Chatterjee, Mr. Partha Chatterjee says, the flats were not in my name. Why am I being held accountable for this? I mean, it seems to be a very convenient he said, she said that's been going on between these two. The fact is, here was the Minister for Higher Education, 50 crores, not one or two, 50 crores in cash has been recovered from a close aide of his, and he doesn't have a damn clue? Really?
We don't have anything to say on this. I think we are absolutely clear on this. We have been clear on this. The party has got no connection with the money. The party has got no connection with the property seized by the ED or whatever. Now the party has got no connection with that particular individual either. He is in custody of ED. Let the ED come out with the actual truth. We also want to know the truth.
But Manojit, this is a man who was your Minister for Higher Education. He was the General Secretary of your party for a number of years. He was considered to be in the closest circle of Mamata Banerjee, and you are saying you have nothing to do with him?
Can I reply?
Yes.
So one person now today is charged of rape and confining a woman in Gujarat. He's in the cabinet by the name of Arjan Singh. Do you mean to say that Mr. Modi or the Chief Minister they have picked up for Gujarat, they are responsible for this? Do you mean to say that Nitish Adhikari is getting the plum post in the central cabinet, becoming the Deputy of Home Minister, despite the fact that he is having 12 cases of murder, rape, dacoity and whatnot?
Manojit, somebody has 10 luxury flats, 4 luxury cars, 50 crores in their homes, and that person is supposed to be a close aide of the Higher Education Minister, and you are saying, oh, we don't know? We don't know.
We have got no connection with either Higher Education Minister now, and never we had any connection with this woman. Now it's ED, they have to come up with the truth. But the logic that you are picking up, because Partha Chatterjee was in the cabinet close to Mamata, by the same logic, I am picking up.
But please tell me. Manojit, please tell me. You are saying you have nothing to do with Partha Chatterjee right now, okay, in the last 5 days. Are you telling me this money was made in the last 5 days? Obviously, this money was made when he was minister. How come the Chief Minister did not know about it?
Similarly, when the banks were looted by 3 persons, did Mr. Modi know about everything? The banks were getting looted? 25,000 crores by 3 persons?
Can I?
Shishir Bajoria. Yes, Shishir Bajoria respond. Okay, Manojit, I've heard you. I've heard you, Manojit. I've heard you. Let Shishir Bajoria respond. Yeah. And then I'll go to Jaideep. He's been putting his hand up. Yes, please. Thank you.
Very clearly.
Yeah.
What he is saying, Manojit Babu, either he doesn't know what he's talking about, or he does not want to know. On day one, when this was unearthed, when ED unearthed, the first was 20 crores. What was the reaction of Trinamool? They did not get rid of him. They did nothing. They held on to him. Even today, I want a categorical answer. Has he been removed from the cabinet? No. The notification of the government in the order of the governor very clearly relieves him of his portfolios. That means he has become a minister without portfolio. Clarify this. This does not say that he's removed from the Council of Ministers.
Our understanding is, and I want to say this on record, our understanding is Abhishek Banerjee yesterday in the press conference said that Mr. Partha Chatterjee is being removed both as cabinet minister as well as all the positions that he is holding in the TMC.
Mr. Abhishek
This is what he said.
Nobody is there to remove him. The only person who can remove him from the Council of Ministers is the governor. Has the chief minister recommended it to the governor?
Okay. All right. Manojit, quick response, and then Jaideep Majumdar. Quickly, please. Thank you.
I mean, how can I respond to such patent lie spread by such a senior person? But
I've only asked for a clarification.
Don't disturb me. Don't disturb
At
me.
least temper your words, Manojit
Have
Babu.
some courtesy. Have some courtesy on TV, sir. You are a very senior
You call
person.
me a liar and you want me to have
You've been there in a
courtesy.
different party.
Manojit Babu, you call me a liar and you want me to have courtesy.
You have been traveling through political parties from CPM to BJP. Have some courtesy. I've been with only
So
one
what?
single party.
Yes,
as well.
I have
So
changed my
that's why
party once.
I'm asking
So
you to
what?
have
I
some
changed my
courtesy.
party 8 years back.
Manojit, Manojit, answer on
If
the
you
issue,
think you'll be
please.
able to
Manojit,
answer
please.
that,
Manojit, please
Manojit,
answer on the issue.
Manojit
No
Babu,
personal
I will dig
attacks.
out a lot of your
No
files.
personal attacks. Answer on the
Manojit,
issue. Answer on the
I
issue.
have done it, and I've done it.
Sir, Shishir ji, 1 second. You've asked him a question. Let him respond. Manojit, please answer on merit. Answer on the question that's asked. Yes.
Everyone in this country can understand that this person has been removed. This is a way of saying that he is relieved. The senior person worked with the party for nearly 20 years. He was relieved of his duties as the minister. As minister, do I need to talk about the legality of this? No means the new challenge. No means the new challenge that he's not duty. He says that he is a minister. That's your problem. We have no problem. We have got nothing to do with it. Rather, you answered the questions about 25,000 crores, 4 years, 5 years.
Okay, let me go to Jaideep Majumdar. One second. Gentlemen, I'm pulling away from you. Let me go to Jaideep Majumdar. I think what is so repulsive, Jaideep Majumdar, is ordinary Bengalis, ordinary Indians are watching these pictures of wads of cash, one after another, first last weekend and then again earlier this week. I mean, 20 crores and 25 crores, and final count is close to 50 crores. And this was found at the home of supposedly someone who was a small-time actor, right? I mean, and this is the money of poor people. This is the money that, somebody who wanted to become a teacher in a high school was paying somebody in the higher education department. This is the money of somebody who wanted to be a clerk, somebody who wanted to be a peon, somebody who wanted to be a sweeper in a government school. And it is this money that has been accumulated and found in Arpita Mukherjee's house. That is what is so repulsive.
Absolutely. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Now, there are two possibilities out here. Either Mamata Banerjee did not know about this, or the Honorable Chief Minister knew about it. If she did not know about it, that means she's extremely incompetent, that she does not know such a huge loot which has taken place under her very nose, okay, under her very eyes. Now, it is not limited to 50 crore. No one believes that it is limited to 50 crore. 50 crore is what was recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's house. And it would have been many times this 50 crore. Let me also, there's a rule in the Trinamool that whatever you make, you have to give a major part of it to the party. I am not making this up. Dola Sen, the Rajya Sabha MP, is on record in a video stating that asking workers, you make money, give 75% to the party coffers. Assuming that Partha Chatterjee had also done this, a huge lot of money would also have gone to the party coffers. Number two, where is everyone wants the investigations to be completed very fast. That is absolutely, I agree with the Trinamool. And this whole question of digressing from the whole thing. Okay, what about Nirav Modi? What about so and so? Is all fine. I mean, like Nirav Modi fled away. What about then in that case Vinay Mishra, who was a senior functionary of the Trinamool, and he not only fled the country after all this coal smuggling scam came out, in which he was a close associate of Abhishek Banerjee, he also gave up his Indian citizenship and took up citizenship of some godforsaken island called Vanuatu or something like that. Well, how about that? How do you compare that to Nirav Modi and all that? But the point here is that this has been a huge loot. It is not Partha Chatterjee himself who is involved. He couldn't have made the money and kept it all on his own. He had to distribute it. That's the culture of the Trinamool.
Okay, Gautam Lahari, I think that's a fair point that Jaideep Majumdar is raising, that either the Chief Minister knew about it and looked the other way, or she was unaware of it, which makes her look not particularly nice. The larger question that's being asked is, how was one minister in a state government able to amass so much wealth and no one in the senior leadership or in the government had a damn clue about it? I mean, that's unbelievable.
That's true, Jacob. It is unbelievable, and people of Bengal or the country, they are first time perhaps seeing in the television media what the 50 crores looks like. It never we have seen in such a kind of a huge cash in a particular somebody's house. But the point, but politically, I would say that this is definitely a huge political setback for Trinamool Congress. Whatever people were alleging against Trinamool Congress, now there is a certain proof has come out. But I would not jump the gun whether on the where the buck stops, because the case is being monitored by High Court and the enforcement directors are doing their best to find out the truth. So if they find that some higher-ups of the Trinamool Congress are involved, definitely I think they will not allow them to go away. I think they will also reach to their houses. So where from sitting here as an observer, I cannot jump the gun that yes, somebody X, a CM or somebody other cabinet ministers are involved in it. Not. I think the inquiry should be, as it is going on, should be allowed to go on freely and just easily. I think that they are doing their job and they are trying to find out every day. New news are coming from where these connections are going. So I think if there is anything, and firstly, whatever it is proved that the prima facie, Trinamool Congress has admitted there is some guilt.
Okay.
Because otherwise, whatever, whether relieved or sacked, I don't know exact technical term, but point is he has been removed and removed from the political party position. So there is definitely to respond with the public pressure, respond within the public view. So Mamata Banerjee government has to take a view on Partha Chatterjee, which actually proves the charges against Mr. Chatterjee.
No,
Now,
they have already
any
taken a view, and the view is they've cut him loose. Now the point is, what is going to be the fallout of it? But I want to ask Shishir Bajoria, you know, for all the nakedness of these pictures that we are seeing, 50 crores, almost the vulgarity of it, the fact still remains that it is going to be extremely difficult for the Enforcement Directorate to pin this cash on Partha Chatterjee. Partha Chatterjee can turn around and say, look, none of these houses are in my name. It's in Arpita Mukherjee's name. I don't know who she is. You've recovered this money from her house. How am I supposed to, explain where this money has come from? This money has nothing to do with me.
Mr. Jacob, you've perfectly hit the nail on the head. From day one, I've been asking one question every time I get an opportunity to ask this question. Why is Partha Chatterjee not saying that I've got nothing to do with it? Today, I think is day 4 or day 5. I've lost count of the days.
Yeah.
And he's never, maybe the amount of money is so dear to him that he still can't say. He's now, today I heard in some one of your TV channels where he's saying the party will, only time will tell who will suffer. I thought that was a direct threat. But this question is, he has never said it. TMC spokespersons, their leaders can come on TV and say what they want. I think, and each time, my dear friend Manojit Babu keeps saying, now we have nothing to do with him. अरे भाई, जब खून हो गया उसके बाद कोई थोड़े ना बोलता है कि कातिल मेरा दोस्त है.
Manojit Mandal, the point is, today, as he was coming out of the hospital, Partha Chatterjee also said the decision to remove him will have an impact on the investigation. Basically, many would say that he was questioning the rationale of the decision to remove him. In a sense, he's questioning the leadership of your party.
Yeah, of course. I mean, before that, I used to talk about the vulgarity of those scenes, obscenity. Of course, we are very shocked. But that doesn't mean that 25,000 crores were at seen invisibly transferred between hands that were not money. The banks were dismantled because of these people. Does it because of the fact that Mr. Modi was incompetent?
What are you talking about, my dear brother?
You are coming in between, and if I request you not to come in between, you'll get angry. Please let me have my say. So it doesn't say anything. It doesn't prove anything.
Manojit, answer the question that's been asked to you. Please talk about the Partha Chatterjee case. You are diverting to Nirav Modi and Mehul Choksi and other things which we've discussed dime a dozen, including on this show.
Corruption. You are discussing scam and
No, we are discussing very specifically Partha Chatterjee today. Please respond to Partha on the question of Partha Chatterjee. Yes.
Let us discuss.
Manojit, yeah.
Irrespective of the fact that this person is disturbing me, I will answer the way I understand, not according to your wishes. Right? Thank you so much. Whatever this man is saying, till date, he is not said that he is innocent. Okay? He should have said that he is innocent. He has got nothing to do with them. The party was also closely watching all of us, all the spokesperson, whether here or elsewhere, all of us, including me. I have been telling this for the last 7 days. The party will take a call. The party is watching. The party has met. Party met on 22nd, 23rd of July. Party took a preliminary decision. It was sent to the Supremo, and then yesterday the final decision was communicated. So the party has got nothing to do with this.
No, but Manojit, one second. Did you hear, Manojit, did you hear what Partha Chatterjee said today as he was coming out of the hospital? He said directly questioning the decision taken to remove him from all party posts, saying that this will have an impact on the investigation. Let's see who all names come out. What is that supposed to mean?
I really don't know. The problem is that as the scenes are sickening for the Bengalis, this particular statement is also sickening. Rather, if you are in the cabinet,
thank you. Thank you. At least you now acknowledge that you are one of your own party colleagues is sickening.
What is? You will send him friend request very soon. I tell you. I'm saying this on TV. Jaka, BJP, ED, and CBI will send him friend request within 2-3 days, like the way they sent friend request to Mukul Rai, Shubhendu Adhikari, and many others.
Okay.
He is also going to be.
Jaideep Majumdar, the political argument that has been put forth by the TMC, Jaideep Majumdar, is that, you know, when Shubhendu Adhikari was in the TMC, there was Sharda Narda against him. When Mukul Roy was in the TMC, there was Sharda Narda against him. But suddenly when they joined the BJP, it's like this Behti Ganga, their sins get washed away. Please respond. Jaideep.
Yeah, see, this is a point that the Trinamool and many other parties, of course, raised. I am not a spokesperson of the BJP that I'll reply to this. The BJP would be better placed to answer this. But I will agree, as I have always said, I'll agree with the Trinamool that the probes should not, drag on indefinitely. Unfortunately, the probes into Sarada and Narada, they're dragging on indefinitely, and that reduces the confidence of the public on these central agencies
who are probing Sharda Narada.
Who are carrying out these probes. Having said that, I forgot to mention one point. This attempt to dissociate the party from what Partha Chatterjee has done doesn't hold water. You know, when Mamata Banerjee, she went to the agitating teachers who were outside, staging a long dharna outside the press club. Their dharna has entered the 502nd day today, unbelievably, and nothing has been anyway. But she went there. She acknowledged that I know that there were irregularities in the whole appointment process, and I assure you that all of you let the elections be over. And we will, all of you will be appointed. She acknowledged that there were irregularities. So how come the party now says that she doesn't know anything about it?
Can I get 10 seconds?
Okay, Manojji, 10 seconds to respond specifically to what Jaideep Majumdar said. Yes.
I think this person seems to be in media. He doesn't know that Sharda and Narda both are being investigated by the CBI under the directive of the Supreme Court. So the CBI and ED, I tell you, they will drag this to the election.
No, but what about the question he asked? The Chief Minister herself, Manojji, the Chief Minister herself met with these striking teachers and said, your grievances will be addressed.
Even today, Mr. Abhishek Banerjee, along with the government representative, the current education minister, they are meeting, and we hope that there would be some solution in sight very, very soon.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. I want to thank Shishir Bajoria, Mr. Manojit Mondol, of course, Jaideep Majumdar and Gautam Lahiri for joining us. We'll see how this story plays out, both for Partha Chatterjee and more importantly for the Trinamool Congress in this continued fight with the BJP. Meanwhile, the deadlock continues in Parliament after the row over the Rashtrapatni remark that was made by Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Congress protested in front of Parliament and sought an apology from the BJP for heckling Congress President Sonia Gandhi, while the BJP sought an apology from the Congress President and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's remarks against the President. Remember, yesterday the BJP rained fire over the MP as well as dragged in Congress President Sonia Gandhi, asking her to apologize. Meanwhile, amid all the controversy on the remarks, Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Women and Child Development Minister Smriti Irani paid a courtesy visit to President Draupadi Murmu at the Rashtrapati Bhavan today.
सत्ता पक्ष बार बार आपसे माफी की मांग कर रहा है, सोनिया गांधी से माफी की मांग कर रहा है. अब आगे कैसे देखते हैं सर?
क्या इसमें मैं तो एक ही सलाह दूंगा कि अपने गिरवान में झांक के तो देखो. दूसरे पे घर उतारना आसान होते हैं, अपने गिरवान में तो झांक के देखो. सदन में चर्चा करो, हमें बोलने का मौका दिया करो. सत्तापक्ष खुद भागना चाहते हैं. आम लोगों की जो मुद्दा, महंगाई मुद्दा, अग्निपथ मुद्दा, इससे सत्तापक्ष खुद भागना चाहता है. यार हिंदुस्तान की संसदीय लोकतंत्र में ये पहली बार मैं देख रहा हूं कि सत्तापक्ष खुद
आपसे माफी की मांग कर रहे हैं.
सत्तापक्ष खुद सदन ठप करने में जुटे हुए हैं.
अधीर रंजन माफी मांग
अनकंडीशनल माफ़ी तो नहीं मांगा है, फर्स्ट पॉइंट ये है। दूसरी पॉइंट ये है, इसमें सोनिया जी को जिन्होंने अपॉइंट किया है, बिकॉज कांग्रेस पार्टी का कल उदित राज भी अधीर रंजन जी का स्टेटमेंट सपोर्ट किया है। इससे पहले भी जब मुर्मू जी का कैंडिडेचर अनाउंस हुआ था, तब भी कांग्रेस पार्टी के तरफ से बहुत बुरा बयान आया था। ये सब लेते हुए कांग्रेस और विशेषतः अधीर रंजन का देखते हुए सोनिया गांधी जी माफ़ी मांगना चाहिए। ये तो इसमें कोई, अगर नहीं मांगते हैं तो वो उनका विवेचन कैसा है, उनका थॉट कैसा है, वो पता चलता है।
All right, I want to go across to Pallavi Ghosh, our senior colleague who tracks the Congress party. Will this issue around the perceived insult that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary made of Draupadi Murmu, the first woman tribal president, will that issue subside by the end of this week? Will it continue into next week as well? And do we have any hope for the remainder of the monsoon session that any business will be transacted?
Well, as of now, Zaka, for next week has been listed a discussion and debate on a price rise and on the GST issue. But seeing the belligerent attitude from both the sides, particularly the Congress party, where they're giving notices after notices against Smriti Irani, against Mr. Piyush Goyal, it seems highly unlikely that there could be even semblance of order next week as well. Congress certainly is telling us that we are not going to let this issue go dying down. We are going to keep on attacking the government. We are going to insist that those words which have been used against Sonia Gandhi in Lok Sabha by the ministers must be expunged. Now, if they are not expunged, then I'm afraid it's likely to be yet another week of washout, which we have seen over the last 2 weeks.
But what is the Congress's political strategy here? It is, on the one hand, perceived insult against Sonia Gandhi versus perceived insult against the first woman tribal president. That doesn't seem like a winning battle.
You know, and therefore we see the shift in the strategy really, Zaka. They understand that despite their brazen attitude, not being apologetic, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's comments are actually backfiring on them. And therefore they're trying to shift the focus to Sonia Gandhi. They're making it all about Sonia Gandhi being ridiculed, misbehaved with. And that's where they're trying to get a semblance of opposition unity, Zaka, which for now seems to have worked, because opposition parties are supporting Sonia Gandhi. But apart from that, they now want to make it a battle of Sonia versus the BJP, hoping that what worked for them in 2004 works for them in 2024 as well.
All right, 20 years. They say a week is a long time in politics. 20 years is an eternity. Pallavi Ghosh, we'll leave it at that. Thanks very much for joining us. That's a wrap of Viewpoint. In a moment, Anusha will be here with the biggest exclusive tonight.
Unfurling the Tiranga and the Har Ghar Tiranga in Jammu and Kashmir like it is across the rest of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, there are those who do not want this happening.
Let me take that point about the Gandhis being untouchable. It is a fact that when other Congress leaders were questioned by the agency in this very case, there were no such protests.
Manojit, can I ask a simple question? Be better served if there are discussions that happen inside Parliament rather than this kind of disruption, this kind of placard waving, which has led to the suspension.
The evidence that clearly takes questions to his doorstep, can the party continue to say that if he is involved in corruption, then only we will take action?
Good evening, hello and welcome to this special broadcast. I'm Anusha Soni. The rape of a minor girl in Hyderabad on the 28th of May has sent shockwaves across the state and across the country. Not just the fact that the girl who was raped was a minor, but there are 5 accused who are minors who have been charged with serious offences. They've been arrested in the case, they've got a bail as well. Now the police has submitted a charge sheet that runs over 350 pages and much longer. The accused have been granted bail, as I said, by the Juvenile Justice Board. One of the accused in the case is also an MLA's son. In fact, there are other accused as well who come from very influential political families. The police has recommended that the minors be tried as adults under the special provisions of the Juvenile Justice Act. Now, you remember that post-Nirbhaya rape incident, crucial amendments were brought in to ensure that in rare cases involving heinous crimes, minors between the age of 16 to 18 can be tried as adults. But despite these changes and a strict law, the graph involving minor offenders has only gone up. This has also thrown up serious questions for the judiciary and the stakeholders whether in such cases reform and rehabilitation should be preferred over a strict punishment to set an example. This case has also taken a political color, with the Congress alleging a cover-up by the TRS in the matter. Let's begin with the special report.
Exactly 2 months after a minor was gang raped in Hyderabad's posh Jubilee Hills, police have filed a charge sheet against 6 accused, including 5 minors. The charge sheet was filed both in the Nampally Criminal Court and the Juvenile Justice Board. But police have sought permission from the Juvenile Justice Board to treat the minors as adults in view of the seriousness of the crime. 4 minors and 1 adult, who is the son of a TRS leader, have been charged with gang rape. Another minor accused, who is the son of an AIMIM legislator, is facing molestation charges. All 5 minors have been released on bail, while the adult accused, Saduddin Malik, remains in jail after his bail petition was dismissed. But the bail order triggered massive protests in Hyderabad. Youth Congress workers protested right in front of the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's office, objecting to the minor accused getting bail. So where do things stand legally when the rape accused are minors? The law is laid down in Juvenile Justice, Care and Protection of Children Act 2015. Maximum punishment for a juvenile in conflict with the law is 3 years. Minors between the ages of 16 and 18 years can be tried as adults for heinous crimes. The nature of the crime and the final decision is taken by the Juvenile Justice Board. In order to treat the accused as minors, the Juvenile Justice Board needs to consider the following: the mental and physical capacity of the accused, ability to understand the consequences, and the overall circumstances of the offence. A heinous crime is defined as one for which the punishment is more than 7 years. So should the 4 minors who have been charged with rape be treated as adults?
Well, joining us on the broadcast is my colleague Swastika Das. She's been tracking this story from Hyderabad. She'll tell us more about the police investigation and also the political colours that this case has taken. Swastika, first tell us more about the police investigation, the charge sheet that have been filed. More importantly, most of the accused in this case come from very influential, politically influential families.
Well, that's right, and that's the reason why the case had grabbed so much headlines even in the recent days, because all the 5 accused minors in the case are now on bail, and this is something that the police will challenge. The 350-page charge sheet filed by the Banjara police station here in Hyderabad says that 65 witnesses have been examined. More details on it are the fact that in the identification parade done by the victim. It's a process where the survivor herself had identified all the accused, number one. Second, DNA samples collected from that Innova car in which the gang rape took place on the 28th of May have matched with the victim's clothes. In addition to that, all the technical data, the call record details, and more importantly, remember, a lot of intimate videos had surfaced in connection with the case. This was when the investigation was still underway, and the police says that all of this was done from the accused side to character assassinate the victim, to mislead the probe, and that was something that the police have been able to crack down very firmly. In addition to that, the other details that have come forth is the fact that all of this is or was pre-planned. They had met at that pub to attend a party, and after that all of the accused had conspired to trap this girl. They offered her a lift on the pretext of dropping her home. They stopped by at a bakery, and from that bakery, one of the influential links in this case, one of the minors who's linked to an MLA, gets off the car, but before that, he was seen misbehaving with the victim. All of that was on that video. We're not sharing that video because it is certainly not appropriate, reveals the identity. In addition to that, then the others, 5 others, including 1 major, identified as Saduddin Malik, went ahead and gang raped that girl near a temple in Jubilee Hills area as well. That's a posh area. In fact, all of these details, the timeline, everything has been accessed by the police, and the police says 2 main things. Number one, it is going to appeal to Juvenile Justice Board that all the 5 minor accused should be tried as adults. Same probe, as it is going to be in the case of 18-year-old Sadaduddin Malik, who is lodged at a jail right now. Second is that the case should be fast-tracked. The police says from its part, within 56 days they have filed the charge sheet, and they now want the Juvenile Justice Board to set a precedence.
What chilling details, Swastika, as you're pointing out, and I can't believe that these are minors who had pre-planned this. It was a conspiracy that was hatched out. Why is it that the government is facing questions from the opposition parties? If the police says they have filed the charge sheet within 56 days, you're pointing out it's an elaborate charge sheet, a very stern recommendation is made that all these minors should be treated as adults, then why the political flack?
Well, Anusha, it may be recalled that when the case sent shockwaves across the country because of the nature of the crime and also the involvement of influential family members here. Remember, it was Telangana Minister K.T. Ramarao who had, of course, broken his silence on the issue and said that all the minors should be tried as adults in the case, because this is a heinous crime, this is a grotesque crime, and there is no two words about it. The state government on its part had defended by saying so. But questions were raised over the delay in police probe. Remember, incident happened on 28th, family filed a complaint on May 31st, and after that the case did grab a lot of headlines, and much later it was the identification of the accused and then their subsequent apprehension, they were apprehended by the police. Now what they questioned was why details like who the car belonged to in which the rape took place. All of this was not furnished in time. The police said that all of these cases are linked to the minor, that's why they're not going to reveal the details. But allegation came from the BJP and Congress's side is that there's a massive cover-up because two leaders prominently, one of them occupying a government position, his son is involved, and the other one is an MLA whose son is involved.
I'm going to take all those questions to the guest panel that we have today. But before I let you go, one final question, that looms in the mind of all of us is that whether the victim will get any kind of justice. The victim must be under tremendous pressure. Has she sought any kind of police protection? Has she been given any kind of witness protection? Any word, any details from the side of the victim? Very briefly, Swastika.
She has been, in fact, when the cross-examination process took place, that happened after the victim recovered. Remember, the victim was in mental trauma. That's the reason why the family members said they took some time, 3 days after the crime took place, to file the police complaint. But right now, as far as the investigation is concerned, the police first thing they did was take down those videos, remember, which were circulating on social media, extremely shocking videos that were released from the accused side. But you answer your question, victim giving protection, yes.
All right, Swastika, thank you so much for getting us that analysis and that factual background of what has really transpired so far as this investigation is concerned. The key question that we asked is that the police has made the recommendation, should minors be tried as adults? Should they not be allowed to get away under the Juvenile Justice Act? Joining us on the broadcast is Mr. Vikram Singh. He's the former DGP of UP, the top cop, and he'll tell us more about what kind of investigation and the procedures that follow. We also have Tara Krishnaswamy. She's the co-founder of Political Shakti and Citizens for Bengaluru, an activist. Karam Komireddy, he's a lawyer, a well-known lawyer who's also joining us on the broadcast, and Mr. Bachu Srinivas, the TRS leader, is also joining us on the show. Karam, I'm coming to you first. This case has thrown up a lot of questions once again. And ever since that crucial amendment in law in 2015, where between 16 to 18, if you're charged for a serious heinous crime, you can be tried as an adult. This question has been thrown in front of various high courts and Supreme Court on multiple occasions. The law has taken a cautious approach. As far as this case is concerned, what are your thoughts, strictly legally speaking?
Well, to begin with, I think it's very, very disturbing. Now, as far as the law is concerned, the law is very clear. We've seen what has happened in the Nirbhaya case. Once the Nirbhaya case had happened, the entire law was amended and we have a new Juvenile Justice Act of 2015. And all these issues have been addressed. In the Nirbhaya case, there was a minor of 17 years old and he was let off. And in fact, if you were to go through the FIR or charge sheet of that particular case, it was the 17-year-old who had brutally attacked the victim in that case. But nevertheless, he was let off on the pretext that any person who is below the age of 18 cannot be awarded any punishment and is out after 3 years in a reform home. Now, to address that problem, we have a new law in force, which was passed in 2015. In the 2015 Act, a heinous crime has been defined as any crime that carries a punishment of 7 years.
That's right.
So if a person is accused of a heinous crime, the prosecution has to file an application before the Juvenile Justice Board asking them to treat him as an adult. Then the Juvenile Justice Board obviously will apply its mind. And as you said in the opening remarks, there is a criteria that is there, whether he's physically fit, mentally fit, what are the circumstances that led him to do this. And if the Juvenile Justice Board were to come to the conclusion that, yes, he has to be treated as an adult, because the punishment in these cases is 7 years and more, then of course his case will be referred to the children's court or the child court.
Why don't you add a little bit more? I mean, there are some high-profile cases that we have seen ever since 2015 to now, whether it was the high-profile Ryan International School case, a case that happened in Mumbai a couple of years ago, and many other cases where there was a recommendation that was made that the minors be treated as adults. In many cases, we have seen that the High Court has overturned the decision of the Juvenile Justice Board for them to be treated as minors. Would it be correct to say that the courts and the judiciary have taken an extremely cautious approach, and only in the very rarest of the rare cases, they have let a minor be treated like an adult?
Well, to give the courts the benefit of the doubt, I think each case, there is no straitjacket formula. So each case has to be decided on its own merit. I know the case that you're referring to, the Bombay case.
Yes.
The Bombay High Court basically said that the prison is the last resort for the minor.
That's right.
So it is extremely, the court will be extremely circumspect and cautious before awarding a punishment. So each case has to be tried, on the merits of that case. During the course of my research, this is not a high-profile case, but this was not reported anywhere in the newspapers. There is a case of Haryana High Court, if I'm not wrong, wherein identical set of facts. It was a person, a minor. I think he was 17 years old. He went to this girl's house, took her in an alto, and all the friends unfortunately raped her in turns. So the High Court did hold the view that yes, this is a heinous offense. It is an offense that falls
there is no straitjacket formula.
There are precedents.
Yeah, there are precedents. There are precedents. You're right in pointing
May I just add one more precedent? A precedent of Hyderabad in 2017. I think it was in 2017. A 17-year-old was charged for murder, sodomy, and he was given 2 life imprisonments. He was treated as an...
I'm very sorry I have to interrupt this debate right now because we're getting some breaking news which is coming in. Adhir Ranjan has written to the president and apologized for his remark. He had addressed Rashtrapati as Rashtrapatni, and that was clearly not something that was taken kindly. My colleague Pallavi with us on the broadcast. Pallavi, an unqualified apology.
Yes, and look at what they are doing. The demand for an apology was from the BJP on the floor of the House. That he refused to do yesterday. He said it very categorically, I will not apologize to these Pakhandis, to use his words. I'll only do so to the president from whom I've sought an appointment. But clearly he hasn't got an appointment. Instead, Mr. Amit Shah and Smriti Irani both met the president. So now he writes directly to the president. And politically speaking, the attempt really, Anusha, is to douse the fire and a little bit of a back foot on which the Congress party was on this issue. And they're hoping that for this, the matter stays to rest and no more of the controversy in which Sonia Gandhi is dragged in.
Pallavi, why would you say that this is a slight shift from the earlier position of the Congress party? Because this is an unqualified apology?
Yes, Anusha, yesterday, if you notice the words which came in from the Congress and Sonia Gandhi herself, she said that, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has apologized already. Clearly, the fire was coming on Sonia Gandhi. And whatever one may say, you may call it a slip of the tongue, you may say that not knowing Hindi, the fact is this is something which the Congress realized could be used against it over the next few days, and it didn't want to do that. So also to get that kind of a sympathy factor, also to do a redux of a lone woman fighting against the men or the BJP and taking them on, I think that's the narrative that they now want to build, which is why they are also making it Sonia Gandhi versus the BJP, while at the same time cover up this kind of an embarrassment which they have faced over Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's comments.
Pallavi, I want you to stay with us on the broadcast. Please be a part of this discussion. Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP is also joining us on the broadcast. Shehzad, this is an unqualified apology coming in from Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary.
This is not a slip of tongue. It is a slip of character of the Congress, which has time and again been insulting Sena, Samvidhan, those who are the constitutional office bearers, or even the country, because they want to only believe in Parivar Tantra, not in Lok Tantra. And therefore, look at this apology also, the arrogance with which some people were speaking from the Congress. the manner in which Renuka Chaudhary and Udit Raj have come out and defended the statement. So on the one hand, they say they're apologizing, but it seems to be a cosmetic apology because what action has been taken on the likes of Ajoy Kumar, who said that Madam President represents an evil mindset? What action has been taken on those who called her a dummy candidate? The Pondicherry Congress unit has said that officially. So, this is half-hearted apology only because they go in full throttle to insult the institutions of our democracy, and therefore the apology must come from Sonia ji, it must come from Rahul ji, that whether they endorse this, whether they sponsor this, whether they patronize this kind of language being used against the Rashtrapati.
Well,
Rashtrapati
Shehzad, if this is an
representative.
unqualified apology, and at the end of the day, Madam President is of the entire country, does not belong to a particular political party, and it's very right that the Congress party should have apologized much earlier. It's coming much later after much pressure from the government, the flag that they faced in the public domain. But what the Congress party argues is that in the garb of this entire issue, the BJP wants to avoid a debate on much more critical issues like inflation and price rise.
No, is there argument that Mr. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has made this statement on our behalf so that we could avoid a debate? The fact is that we've been open for debate from day one. The fact is who's been picking up non-issues like why is the national emblem looking angrier? Why is Sonia Gandhi being investigated by ED? These are the non-issues that they have brought to the fore. We haven't brought them. Secondly, Sadak Ka Gunda was used for the army chief. By the Congress party, no action taken. They have raised questions on surgical strike, Balakot airstrike. They've undermined the Supreme Court, undermined Election Commission, no action taken on these people. Now they undermine the Rashtrapati, no action taken on Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. So we are asking very humbly, what action will the Congress's first family take against these people who are serial offenders of the Samvidhan, unless these are sponsored attacks by the first family because they don't want to talk about the corruption of the National Herald, because they don't want to talk about the corruption of TMC. Maybe that's why they're sponsoring these attacks.
There was a statement, Shehzad, that today came from one of the Congress leaders, and he said that in fact it's the first time that the government of the day is hindering the proceedings of the House. Various opposition MPs have been suspended, but what happens when the government of the day is not allowing the House to function? How do you respond to that charge?
Unfortunately, these people have all forgotten how they were subverting parliamentary procedures and processes when Supreme Court had spoken about corruption that had taken place under the UPA, and they would not allow Parliament to function for a discussion. This is not the situation right now. Every attempt is being made to ensure that discussions are held on real issues that the people want us to discuss. Last session, you saw they ran away from price rise. Before that, they ran away discussing from COVID and vaccination. So, they are the ones who kind of reduced Parliament to a akhada where they can fight
Shehzad,
into Vivad rather than Samvad.
I also have Mr. Majid Memon of the NCP with us on the broadcast. Mr. Memon, there is an unqualified apology that is coming in from the Congress party from Mr. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. We also have Nasir Hussain of the Congress party joining us on the broadcast. I'll go to Mr. Nasir Hussain first. Mr. Hussain, we also have Mr. Shehzad Poonawalla from the BJP, and he says that this is a half-hearted apology. You cannot make up for the kind of words that you've used against the president. How do you respond to that?
What has he used? What are the words he has used? How many words he has used? See, he has clearly said in a video which he released yesterday, and in which he has clearly said that he is a person from West Bengal. He has problem with Hindi language, and he in Hindi, if I remember correctly, he said, "Ye chook ho gayi hai." That means slip of tongue. Why would a person like Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, as senior as Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, deem in the office of the President of India? So BJP is making a mountain out of a mole. They want to divert the attention of the people of this country from the real issues. They are on a back foot. Today, all the television channels, which they really don't do, have been discussing the issues raised by the opposition in the parliament. That is GST on food products, inflation, Agniveer, Chinese aggression and national security, and then CBI, misuse of CBI, ED and IT. These are the issues that are being discussed on all television channels, all social media platforms, in all newspapers, and in public domain everywhere. So they want to divert the issue. He had already apologized it. Then we said that let it be in writing, because he had said it in a video. He said you write it and send it to the President of India. There end the matter. Over and above that, the way they tried to heckle Mrs. Gandhi, the way they targeted Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, the way they misbehaved with Sonia Gandhi, this has never been seen in our 75 years of parliamentary democracy.
Mr. Majid Memon, do you agree with Mr. Nasir Hussain? Do you agree with Mr. Nasir Hussain when he says that an apology has come in? We should put this issue to rest now. Do you think this is enough, Mr. Memon?
No, the whole nation is watching this tamasha, that how a mountain is made out of mole. Adhir Ranjan, he did commit a mistake. Immediately he said, soon before the controversy could arise, he said that this is a slip of the tongue and I did not mean to hurt. The matter ends there. Still, they were wanting, no, give return apology. And then the drama that was going on at the instance of BJP minister, that no, Sonia Gandhi must apologize, I point finger, and what is this going on? You don't want the house to work and you take up issues like this only to see to it that you don't have to be held responsible for other burning issues relating to the people of this country. High cost, unemployment, and hundreds of things which you have to answer to. And you want to just, no, Ms. Sonia Gandhi, you said, what is humbug going on? I'm sorry to say this.
All right, Mr. Majid Memon, I do take your point. Mr. Nasir Hussain of the Congress Party and Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP also joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Adhir Ranjan has now given an unqualified apology to the President of the country for his unfortunate remark. He's apologized. Let's see if that is put to rest or the controversy continues to go on. We are shifting our focus back to that crucial debate, the Hyderabad rape case where a minor was raped on the 28th of May in the city of Hyderabad that had sent shockwaves across the country. I have limited time. Tara, I'm coming to you. The kind of details that my colleague Swastika was pointing out a few minutes ago, where all these minors hatched a conspiracy, it was a pre-planned move, the manner in which they assaulted the victim, made a video, circulated it. It's a very difficult task for the law enforcement agencies to decide how to deal with these minors, keeping in mind that these are people coming in from very influential families and political backgrounds. Tara.
Yeah, I think inconsistency is our name of the game, unfortunately. If you recall the previous case about a couple of years ago in Hyderabad where the accused were, quote, encountered without even trial, we don't even know if they were actually the perpetrators, right? We must remember that the people accused are just that. They are the accused. And the due process of the law must take its course, and that is the only guaranteed journey to justice. The only guaranteed journey to justice is actually following the due process of the law, no matter if the perpetrators, alleged perpetrators, are influential or not, regardless of who they are and their background, and similarly for the victim.
What's your take, Tara? I mean, when it comes to minors of this age, between 16 to 18, and it's a heinous crime like a gang rape, what is the sort of approach that one should take? Because we have precedents on both the sides, on instances where courts have taken a rather reformative approach, and examples where the court has said that no, we need to try them as adults.
I have great respect for the law that considers bail the norm, and the law that considers juveniles on a case-to-case basis, because there are specific cases of heinous crimes that are excruciatingly well planned and under how you can treat such people as children. On the other hand, you have cases where it isn't the case, and we must defer to the experts of the law in deciding on a case-by-case basis whether a set of juvenile crimes should be treated as such or to be treated as adult crimes. I would not sit here and say that such we are really the brinkmanship, there's both political brinkmanship and citizens baying for blood, and this is exactly what happened 2 years ago, ended up in an encounter, and then you don't even know if the people that were punished were actually the rapists are free, right? So I think we ought to dial down on how we think justice should be served and actually let justice take its course, because
Tara, I agree that unnecessary sensationalism is not how we can help the cause of justice, especially when it comes to very sensitive matters. And more importantly, there is a need for informed debate. There is a need for stakeholders like you. Mr. Vikram Singh, I'm coming to you as one of the top officers who has seen the law and order machinery function. When it comes to minors like these, and especially the chilling details that we saw in the case of Hyderabad, minors to be tried as adults, what is your take on this proposition?
Firstly, I would like to compliment the police for a first class and a very professional investigation. The philosophy of any criminal jurisprudence is that if the minor is old enough and mature enough to understand the gravity of the offense, then he should be old enough to take the rap as an adult. Number two, I compliment them for moving to the court that yes, they should be treated like adults, and my 100%, no, 200% support to them. And also, they should be subjected to the fast track court. In the horrific age today, when the age of crime is decreasing day by day, it is time that everybody realized that there should be no mercy for those who commit this kind of a horrific offense. Well planned, well orchestrated, conspirational gang rape, making a video and then tampering with the evidence. I do hope the police incorporate section 201 of the IPC with tampering with the evidence also and cancel their bail. Those who are on bail, their bail should be cancelled. They should go back to the reformatory or the reformation homes.
Mr. Bachchan Srinivas, I'm coming to you. This is a very important case for the state government. The opposition has been raising various questions, especially considering the fact that one of the accused is the son of an MLA, and these are accused, many of them come from influential political families. I want to know from you, your party is in power, what kind of help has been given to the victim so far? How has the state government and the law and order enforcement made sure that she's not under any kind of pressure? And with the accused out on bail, doesn't it raise further question over the propriety of the entire probe?
Very good evening, and I am very happy to join the panel. First of all, there is no any political influence or pressure that has proved that a big massive report has submitted it to the court, and they interrogated, they investigated almost 65 people, and our government respects the constitution and law. We would like to, they should be punished like anything. Our police people has written in that these people has to be punished as per the sections which are kept on that. So there is no kind of any support will be given from the government side or TRS party. TRS party will do the maximum justice to the victim who is there in this entire episode. In this thing. So there is no why oppositions are doing the protest, we don't know, because law will take its own course. The court has given the bail. It is no involvement of the government, has not involved in the giving bail or anything. Government cannot involve. They should realize that first, the political parties.
Mr. Srinivas, the demand is also such, and I'm sure the courts will also take note of this, that there should be a fast track hearing of this matter. It should not go on for 4 to 5 years. Yes. And the fact that police has filed charge sheet in a time-bound manner, there should be a fast and a speedy trial of this case.
Even our police people are requested, even our IT minister and TRS working president, Mr. K.T. Ramarao, was also requested on behalf of government to the court that they should be treated as adults, and we are going to provide the fast track court from the government side. The case will be taken into the fast track courts, and the justice will come to the victim as soon as possible, what we promised from the government side.
All right, Tara, I'm coming to you for the last word as we are talking about this entire case. In your understanding, you rightly said that the due process of law should be followed. But the question here is that what is the sort of approach law should take? Keeping in mind that you have strict penal provisions, even in the case of juveniles between 16 to 18, there is a strict law that has been laid down. But incidents like these, especially where a crime not just has been planned, but they've taken a video, they are circulating it, they are conspiring, these kind of instances are only being reported more and more. Do you think there is a need for the law enforcement agencies, for the courts to set a stringent example, or perhaps reform, and that approach is the way going forward?
There is no question that the most stringent punishment under the law must be meted out to those that are convicted of this.
Yeah.
You know, not at the stage of being an accused, but at the stage of being convicted. The most stringent punishment under the law must be meted out, because this is unpardonable crimes that they have really committed. I don't know about reform. It is unclear that Indian jails and Indian penal system is even capable of reform. We have not seen evidence of that. Unfortunately, that's the tragic situation.
And I'm sorry I'm interrupting you there, Tara. You rightly said, and this was one of the observations that came in from one of the high courts as well, that perhaps jail should be the last resort. That's not where you can really reform people. Mr. Vikram Singh, Tara Krishnaswamy, Karam Komi Reddy and Bachu Srinivas, thank you everyone for joining us on the broadcast. We hope that there is a speedy trial, and whichever background the accused may hail from, justice is served to the victim in this case as well. With that, it's a wrap. Thank you for watching.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. It's been one sensational raid after another in Kolkata over Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee in the SSC scam probe. The visuals of mounds of cash, stacks of jewelry, details of swanky properties and even luxury cars has shocked the country and has been an extreme source of embarrassment for the Mamata government. 50 crore rupees have been found in cash alone. And by all accounts, the raids are not over yet, because the accused have several other properties just in West Bengal, in Kolkata. Who knows what will tumble out of those cupboards? As the political goose of Partha seems as good as cooked, today in a sensational turn of events, the man in the eye of the scam, who was sacked from all positions and suspended from the party, said he was a victim of a conspiracy. This followed a statement by him that the party removing him was a wrong call taken at a bad time. Is he suggesting that his party has dumped and abandoned him? Is he also blaming his own for his downfall? This statement is bound to make Mamata and party even more uncomfortable, because the spectre of the scam is not over for them. There are other leaders still being questioned. Besides, a top minister found in such a compromising position is also bound to raise questions directly at the chief minister. Could she have been unaware? Before we break all of that down for you, first up, listen in to these claims, these statements made by Partha Chatterjee today. As I mentioned just yesterday, West Bengal government and TMC sacked and suspended Partha respectively after saying that they will not do anything till he's proven guilty by a court of law. The discoveries of cash and visuals have been so damning, the party was forced to act. But here is why that decision was delayed as much as they could. Because Partha is a close confidant of none other than the TMC chief Mamata Banerjee. He is indeed and was the number 2 in the party, only behind Didi. A sacked minister is always an ammunition in the hands of the opposition, and so it would have been in the hands of the BJP in West Bengal. But that's not all. Remember, for the TMC, the trouble doesn't end here. There are several other leaders who are also under the scanner of this scam, and then there are multiple scams that have rocked West Bengal governments led by Mamata Banerjee in previous terms as well. So you take action in one, then the pressure will mount on all those. Now here are the TMC names in dock as far as this SSC scam is concerned, and how troubles for the party could only increase. So Partha Chatterjee, of course, as I mentioned, possibly there's no way to defend him and the party has cut his ties. Crores of rupees have been discovered from his associate. Manik Bhattacharya has also been questioned, is continuing to be questioned. Crucial documents have been found from his residence. And there's Paresh Chandra Adhikari, who's been quizzed over the appointment of his daughter as far as the scam is concerned. But here's why all of this is making headlines, and even somebody like Mamata Banerjee has been forced to act. Take a look at the riches that have come to light. By all accounts, this is just the tip of the iceberg. So there are 3 flats in Club Town Heights alone. These amount to as much as 2.4 crore rupees in worth. There are 3 flats in Diamond City South in Tollygunj, which amount to 3.75 crore rupees in worth. And then there is a flat of 50 lakh rupees in another locality. And there are multiple such properties that have come to light. So if you total all of the properties that are coming to light, which are linked to both Partha Chatterjee and to Arpita Mukherjee, the total comes to about over 10 crores. Then I mentioned some cars. Let's play that. There are cars, as many as 4 of them, that have gone missing. 2 of them are actually luxury cars. So they're worth 50 lakhs or over. This totals about 1.6 crore rupees. Then, of course, are the seizures, which have been the most damning. There's 6 kilograms of gold worth crores and cash, mounds of it, seized. As much as 50 crore has been seized. So all of that takes the total worth of the recoveries or the seizures or the wealth of Partha Chatterjee that's coming to light to 64.57 crore. Who's to say that it is going to stop here? But interestingly, not just Partha, even Arpita cried conspiracy today. She was caught on camera, crying, howling. She is saying that she had no idea of the cash and how these properties in her name were being used and that she had no access to them. It's Partha and his men who were controlling them. That seems plausible. She's obviously not the kingpin here. But that will not be a cogent legal defense as far as Arpita is concerned. The big debate that is coming up today, with his conspiracy charge, is Partha blaming his own. Before that, here's a political face-off between the BJP and the TMC.
What is the first party who has intervened within a week in 7 days?
ये तो सब लोग का मालूम है। पार्थ चटर्जी का जो सिंडिकेट रैकेट ये ममता जी का इंस्ट्रक्शन में चल रही थी।
Let's go across to the guests who are joining us. RP Singh of the BJP, Biswajit Deb of the TMC, Pratim Ranjan Bose is a senior journalist, and Anirban Banerjee is a political analyst. Mr. Deb, I'm coming to you first up naturally. Is it sending a shiver down the spine of the TMC hierarchy, starting from the Chief Minister, when Partha Chatterjee today says that he is a victim of a conspiracy and the party shouldn't have sacked him?
Good evening. Well, we have made it very clear yesterday, and the party's stand was made very clear yesterday at the time when he was suspended from the party and at the time when he was removed from all the posts, and the administrative decision which was taken by the Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee in the afternoon. So as far as this is concerned, we are very clear on this, that the party has got zero tolerance so far as corruption is concerned. That's number one. Number two, you see, the integrity and honesty of Mamata Banerjee is unquestionable. Now the thing is this, that if someone commits a crime or if someone is suspected of committing a crime, I would rather say that at this stage it's still an allegation. But the allegations are very serious, for which the government had to take an action. The Honorable Chief Minister had to take an action.
Sure enough, I'm not questioning your action. I am saying that Partha Chatterjee today is saying... No, Partha Chatterjee is saying that I am a victim of conspiracy. Now, surely, when wads of cash are found from properties linked to him and his aide, it's not a conspiracy by the opposition in West Bengal. When he says he's a victim of conspiracy, the party shouldn't have sacked me, that will impact the investigation. He's unhappy with the party action. Is that making you nervous? He's almost on the cusp of revealing more.
Well, we are not concerned whether he is happy or whether he is unhappy. The party does not compromise with any corruption whatsoever. We are not going to compromise with any corruption, with any allegation of corruption. As I said earlier, that the honesty and integrity of Mamata Banerjee is unquestionable, and so is our leader, Abhishek Banerjee.
You say that it is zero tolerance to corruption, but this is not the first corruption scandal to hit the government led by Mamata Banerjee. Even in this case, you had said we will not take any action till a court of law says something against Partha. But you've had to take that action because the visuals are so damning. But are the visuals the ones that make you decide whether you have to do something, or is it the seriousness of the charges?
A political party, a national political party like All India Trinamool Congress does not depend on visuals to take action. Whatever is going on or whatever was going on at the initial stage, I am not defending anybody. I am again repeating, I am not defending anybody. But it was a media trial which is going on and which was going on. And actually, you see, yes. You see, earlier. So we are not concerned about what is being shown in the media. We know that what we are doing, we came to the conclusion that action should be taken now, and action had been taken. And whatever he has said.
So what has
today,
changed?
We are not concerned about that.
So what
It is
has
for- it
changed
is for
from the
he.
days
It
which
is
are,
for-
I mean, the
it is
arrest
for-
happened only few days ago. So what
One
has
minute,
changed
one
so
minute,
dramatically from the days of
What is-
media
what
trial
is-
as quoted by you to action by the party?
We do not act on the basis of media trial.
Sure enough.
We act on the basis of a decision taken by the party, and that was a very it's a consensus decision. A consensus was reached, and thereafter the action was taken. Now, whatever has Partha Chatterjee said today, we are not concerned about that. That is for him to explain that who is responsible, why he is a party to the conspiracy, what type of conspiracy. We are not concerned about that. Let him explain that.
Okay, let me ask you the related question to
is for him
that
to
comment
explain.
made by Partha, and then I'll open this up to the rest of our guests. Now, naturally, Mr. Dev, people are asking the question, how can a senior minister in the cabinet, senior leader of your party, be doing all of this without the knowledge of the rest of the cabinet and specifically the chief minister? How can that even happen?
Now, just give me 30 seconds to reply. Now, I will like to ask you that how can the fraudsters who fled the country after looting the banks to the tune of several thousand rupees could run away from the country and out of the reach of the law in spite of a central government run by Mr. Modi at the center?
Are the two comparable? I'm
we
asking
blame
you how the chief
the Prime
minister
Minister
of
for
a
that?
cabinet was not
No, no, no,
aware
no, no.
his minister was amassing illegal
I
wealth.
I am asking you a counter question. Now my second question is, what happened when the weapon scam took place in Madhya Pradesh? What happened to that? What happened when the illegal scam in the sub-inspector recruitment scam happened in Karnataka? At that time, why didn't BJP take action against the leaders?
No, that
we
question
are the
I'll
only
ask
party
him.
in India.
That question
who
I will
can-
ask him, Mr. Dev.
Who takes
I'm
who takes
asking you a
appropriate
different
action,
question.
Appropriate action
Mamata
against
Banerjee
our
is a
leaders.
strong
It is
leader.
the only.
The
it is
party
only
runs
national
on her
party.
whip.
It is
She's the
only
chief
national
minister,
party.
multiple time running
It is
chief
the only
minister.
national party
She's considered
which
to be a
takes
strong chief
action,
minister.
which takes
How could she
action,
not know
which
what was
take
happening
action
under her nose?
against the government, against her cabinet minister? It is only the All India Trinamool Congress.
Your
You will
action
not
very
find
welcome,
a
sir.
single party in India.
But does that
in
absolve the
India
party
which take
leadership
action.
and the
No, no.
government
I
leadership?
have shown you instances of BJP ruled states and their leaders where no action has been taken against their leaders, but we have taken action.
That's
In
fine.
spite of
I'm
the
not
fact
asking
the
you
charges
that
have
question.
not yet been proved.
Mr.
In
Dev,
spite
you
of
are
that-
deliberately
in
not
spite of
answering
that,
my
that
question.
The charge has yet
Okay,
the
let me
charge
take
has
that
yet-
to RP Singh
yet
of the
to be-
BJP.
yet to
RP
be-
Singh, you're
he is
hearing
yet
what
to be
Mr. Dev
convicted.
is saying.
He is yet to be
Till
convicted.
today, your BJP spokespersons and even Suvendu Adhikari continues to accuse that it is really Mamata Banerjee who's in the know of the entire scam and is the kingpin. Why are you making these allegations when there is nothing to suggest so?
Well, how is it possible that a minister in a cabinet has been piling up cash in some flats and then the state chief minister is not aware of it? In spite of that, there's a High Court order on the investigation. So it's not that some ED has come and found them out, although money has been trailed by the ED. But the allegations were there. There's a High Court, as per the High Court order, there's an inquiry going on. And even then, she was trying to protect a man. The man was the right-hand man of Mamata Banerjee. And it's not the first time Sharda, Rose Valley, there have been scams after scam and names after names which have been there. Mr. Madan Mitra, Mr. Sajan Bose, Mr. Rajat Gupta. Sir,
The leader of the opposition in Bengal. The leader of the opposition in Bengal. He is accused in Sharda scam. He is accused in Narda scam. But why a different law for him? Why the law is not? Why there is a different law for him? Why he has not been interrogated? Why he has not been taken into custody? What about the leader of the opposition in Bengal? He is also an accused in the Sharda scam. Why the ED is quiet on that issue?
आप ये बताइए, सीधी बात बताइए,
हाँ, हो
वो
गया।
50 करोड़ रुपया तो कट मनी था, वो बाकी पैसा कहाँ पे, उसका आंसर कौन देगा? Who will answer that? That is just the tip of the iceberg. Where is the rest of the money? Man was accused. I mean, man was accused of
हजार
in the recruitment of the teachers. He
thousands of
had
crores,
just would have been
thousands of
exposed.
crores
Had
have been looted in the bank fraud. Where is that money? Where is that money?
It was all
Thousands of crores looted in the bank fraud by Nirav Modi, Mehul Chokshi, Vijay Mallya. Where is the money? Where is the money?
Okay, gentlemen.
Could you bring them? Could you bring them to India? Could you bring them before the law?
सर ऊंचा बोलने से नहीं होगा. हमारे पंजाबी में कहावत है, लुच्चा सबसे ऊंचा.
कहाँ गया है?
हमारी पंजाबी में कहावत है, लुच्चा सबसे ऊंचा.
Where is that money? Thousands of crores.
But you have to tell the facts.
Thousands of
Gentlemen, just back off, please. Just yield now. Let me take, let me take that question to Pratim Ranjan Bose about the questions of the Chief Minister. Mr. Deb, if you allow me, I have a question to ask to RP Singh before that. RP Singh, Mr. Deb also made the point that it is only opposition leaders who are still being raided. What about those who have since joined your party and no raids happen on them? That's still a question mark on the investigation. It may not be any, it may not answer the crimes of somebody else. But that's still a question.
Washed in washing machine.
Thank you. मुकुल रॉय कौन सी वॉशिंग मशीन में क्या? अभी आप मुकुल रॉय पे बात नहीं करेंगे ना? You don't talk about Mukul Roy now.
Suvendu Adhikari पे बात कर लीजिए.
Another washing machine. No, give me a second.
Yes.
You won't talk about Rajat Mujumdar. Will you talk about Rajat Mujumdar? Will you talk about Madan Mitra? You won't talk about all those guys. You won't talk about Surgeon Bose. You won't talk about that guy. So the issue is very clear that all cases have been pursued. This case is pursued on the behest of the court.
Okay, I want to go across to the more important question I'm dealing with, because we've dealt with the questions over the ED, CBI investigations many times. Pratim Ranjan Bose, I'm coming to you as somebody who looks at Bengal politics very closely. There have been scams that have rocked Mamata Banerjee government in the past too. No actions have been taken in most of them. This is one where they've been forced to act. And given the stature of Partha Chatterjee, do you believe this is the gravest crisis of credibility for Mamata Banerjee herself, that she cannot evade the questions on this case?
Thanks, Shivani. There are two ways. Number one is no one can really claim that they didn't know about it, because all the sound and fury that we are hearing, it is about 2012. In 2012, there was an examination that was called off, later scrapped. Again, 2014, the examination was held, but there were a lot of irregularities. Some people from 2012 were recruited or not. I mean, the court has asked for all those details. So this is basically an indefensible case. I mean, what will come out in the court is a different issue. But insofar as the public perception is concerned, this is an indefensible case and has nothing to do, since if you look at the timeline, there was no opposition at that time. So nothing to do with these politics at that particular
Yeah, but what
moment.
about the question of Mamata Banerjee?
No, it is like this. I mean, I'll not say whether Mamata Banerjee was aware or not, because that is, I cannot do the fortune telling, but I can put it this way. Let's, first, if anything happens in the cabinet of Mr. Modi, Mr. Modi has a responsibility. Number one. Number two, if assume a corporate entity and something big is happening and the top management has no clue about it, it talks about the inefficiency of the top management.
Right.
Now, you can...
So complicit or inefficient? Anirban, that's the question, isn't it? Either ways, it looks bad on Mamata Banerjee. Either you knew, you turned your eye away, nobody can say whether she is personally involved or not, but that looks bad. If you didn't know, then you were inefficient to run a cabinet. That looks even worse.
The real plain speak of today's evening is that irony died another time the moment RP Singh started sermonizing us on propriety and principles and ideology regarding corruption. I mean, you started your show with a person called Shubhendu Adhikari telling us that this scam was led by him or her and this went on. This is the racket, that is the racket. But this is the same very Shubhendu Adhikari who is pointing his finger to the time when he was himself within the Trinamool Congress. Did he say a single word at that time?
I'll
No.
take that to our
In
political
fact,
representatives. Anirban, I asked you a different question.
Just a minute.
As a political analyst, if this was
Just a
any other
minute.
government, any other chief minister, would the natural question not be, what about the CM's responsibility?
See, the natural questions are rarely asked nowadays. The natural question would have been, how come the
Sir, let him
BJP
respond.
is
RP
sermonizing
Singh, let
us
him respond.
on credibility? How can the BJP give a speech on credibility, propriety and
No, this
principle?
question is not
That
coming
the
from
very natural
BJP
question.
alone. Surely the public in West Bengal must be wondering what was happening under Mamata Banerjee's nose. And
what-
look at all of these
what the
scams.
public-
The poorest of the poor who are looking for jobs
Yes, even I am
are suffering.
Even I am asking the same question, that look at the alleged scams of Sharoda and Naroda, whose investigation has been going on for 8 and 10 years respectively now. Where are the charge sheets? Where are the raids on any leader who has joined the BJP? Shubhendu
Anirban,
Adhikari
all
was
of those
himself called a
questions are
scamster
taken.
by the BJP.
But let's not pretend like the head of the cabinet does not have any questions to answer. Surely. Because then that's the precedent for everybody else too.
The head of the cabinet herself is somebody who will answer the question to the people at large. She has been answering the questions to the people for the last 30 years of her political career, and we all know what the people in response have said. Therefore,
Okay.
let's not
But
get
Mr.
into that.
Deb, on that
If
point that Anirban Banerjee is making, it's not just about public support. It is about political propriety too. Now, there has to be a response by Mamata Banerjee on what was going on in her own cabinet, surely.
And that is what exactly she did yesterday.
Which
she
is?
sacked her minister. Now that is why I am telling you, that can you show a single instance where in any BJP ruled state, BJP has taken action against any of their ministers or chief ministers who were alleged in multiple scams?
But you would
No.
have alleged the
answer
same
is
if this
no.
was the BJP
And-
ruled
and-
state.
Please.
As the opposition, that's the job of the
Please, let me
opposition.
finish. And I would further like to say and repeat that the question of honesty and integrity of Mamata Banerjee is unquestionable. I repeat.
It cannot
Honesty
stay
and integrity
unquestionable
of
when
Mamata
something
Banerjee
like this is happening,
unquestionable.
can it?
It is unquestionable. Yes, I am again repeating, it is unquestionable. And you see, these allegations were going on for years together. Several allegations against several leaders. But you could see that Mamata Banerjee was voted for a third time in Bengal. And BJP leaders who are making these allegations, who are coming in batches every week, were thrown away from Bengal by the people of Bengal.
Yeah, but the
And
opposition,
ultimately,
the
Mamata
collective
Banerjee
opposition
was
also
elected for
tells
third
us that
term.
elections
For
are not
third
the
term.
only barometer of your credibility. Pratim Ranjan Bose
I
wants
need
to
to
come in,
answer
then I'll
that
give
also.
RP Singh a response. RP Singh, I'll give you time, please. Pratim Ranjan Bose.
The propriety, the question
hello.
of propriety, we will not learn from BJP.
No,
We
no,
are
you
not
don't have
going
to learn from the
BJP.
BJP. You can set your own example. That's all. Yes, Pratim Ranjan Bose.
We know, and that is what we did.
Okay.
That is what we
Absolutely.
did yesterday.
Okay.
First of all, if something has been happening for 10 years, and in 2000, I remember in 2019 election, during the election, these people were camping near the Calcutta Press Club, and then again they are on the demonstration. No one can, you see, you have to be really blind to not to know that something wrong was going on. And secondly is, obviously you are right, it is that optics, lot of things were happening, but you see one minister is also, I think at least 5-6 ministers are involved in different things, are under scanner. Of that, one minister at least is on bail, cabinet minister. Now in all these cases you could blame BJP, and here I must put it on record that the delay in Sarda Narda cases has obviously taken, sort of given a leeway. But that doesn't mean that I can claim propriety of honesty and anything.
Okay.
You see,
RP Singh, can you respond to what Mr. Deb is saying? That certainly Mamata Banerjee has done more than most chief ministers, including chief ministers of the BJP, when allegations of corruption have come to fore.
Well, we are talking about what's happening today, when there's a bundle of cash, jewelry, property papers being dug out. I mean, they're not talking about that. And they're talking about propriety and all. I mean, and it took 6 days for her after the first raid, when money was seen, it took 6 days for them to take a call.
No, he's saying that the BJP governments in the past have not even done this.
Let him tell you one example and I'll give you answer on that. Let me answer on that also.
Okay, let him respond. Let him respond. No, he hasn't had uninterrupted time. Mr. Deb, let him respond, please.
We have taken action.
Okay, let him respond, sir. Let him respond, sir.
But your party doesn't take any action. Unfortunately, your party doesn't take any action. They just turn a blind eye.
Okay, Mr. Deb, I don't want you to be talking over each other. 1 second.
Your party does not take any action.
Okay, Mr. RP Singh, continue, please. I am running out of time. I'll give you 30 seconds, RP Singh, to respond.
I mean, I don't interrupt them when they speak. I mean, that's not fair. So, issue is very clear that their action has been taken only when they know that man will start speaking now. The parent will start speaking and he'll tell who all is involved. This is just the tip of the iceberg, as I said. There's a lot of people, there are other ministers, there are other people are involved. Probably, we don't know. Even the chief minister can be involved into this. Because how can something happen without the knowledge of chief minister, and that to a person who is the most closest to her?
No, so Partha Chatterjee can still speak. If that has to happen, it will happen. Why are you jumping the gun?
No, I'm not jumping the gun, but they are worried. They are worried lot because what will Arpita speak, what will Partha will speak, they are worried lot now. And today, all this has been done only keeping that in mind. They are washing their hand only keeping that in mind. Otherwise, they never took any action all these days.
So who is responsible for all the blank forms? All the people who have run away from India, looting crores of amount. Who is responsible for that? Who is responsible for that?
Okay, let's not compare bank frauds and people running away from the country to a minister, a sitting minister, amassing, so much wealth, which is, not all of it has come out while the government was running and, while being ministers. Let's not compare the two. I think that logically doesn't sound right. But all other points of all our panelists taken, I thank you all for joining us. I've, completely run out of time for this one. But I'm shifting my focus to our second big story. The BJP government in Karnataka is under tremendous pressure over the brutal murder of the Yuva Morcha worker Praveen. The state has been facing flack, not just from the opposition, but from within, with as many as 15 Yuva Morcha leaders resigning from their post, citing attacks on Hindu leaders. In view of that, Bomai, the chief minister and his cabinet, vowed strictest of action against culprits, with the CM himself floating the idea of a UP-like model for law and order. His colleague, Ashwath Narayan, even went on to say encounters of culprits is a possibility, views which have drawn strong reactions from opposition parties. Now, even as the probe has been handed over to the NIA, the state government continues to face pressure. Now, there are many clear signs of this pressure mounting and being felt. We break down some of them. Remember, 2 days ago, the chief minister held a midnight PC on this entire murder and its ramification. In fact, he had to cancel the one-year government anniversary celebrations as well. Commando squads, encounters, everything has been promised in a spate of comments that are being given by senior ministers. There is MLAs who are expressing helplessness. Several of them are saying they want to quit. They are unable to protect their own. And as I mentioned, multiple Bharatiya Yuva Morcha district unit officials have resigned as well. And it didn't help as friends and family of the slain Praveen have also claimed that he was facing threats which went unacted by the local police.
He getting threatening calls from unknown numbers from last 1 month, and and he informed the local police station also. Police took it as lightly. They didn't took any action on that. Behind there is a huge team out there. He supported to his friends to get the fish market and all. Earlier it was with the Muslims control. Recently, through bidding they took over.
Very serious allegations and claims being made by the family and friends. The government is clearly on the back foot. The Yuva Morcha is also facing the heat. But is the action that all of them are promising enough now? Before we debate, listen into the political face-off as well.
Murder of Praveen should be the last one. Whatever possible we'll do it, and if need be, if the situation says that UP model or much more stricter than that, we will not hesitate to do it.
ಅನೇಕ ಸಾರಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಈಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಅವರು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಮನೆಗೆ ಜನರಿಗೆ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಸುವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಇಂಥ ಘಟನೆಗಳನ್ನ ನಡೀಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಾಜದ ನಾಗರಿಕರ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆಯ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ, ಅವರ ಭಾವನೆಯ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ತೀವ್ರವಾದಂಥ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಭಾಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ಯಾರೇ ಎಲ್ಲೇ ಇರಲಿ ಹುಡುಕಿ ಆ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ರನ್ನೇನು ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಬೇಕು, ಎನ್ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಎನ್ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಯು ಪಿಗಿಂತ ಒಂದು 5 ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಯು ಪಿಗಿಂತನೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಮಾಡಲೇ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಯು ಪಿಗಿಂತನೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಒಂದು ಮುಂದುವರೆದ ರಾಜ್ಯ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗಿಂತ ಪ್ರಗತಿಪರವಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ರಾಜ್ಯ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮಾದರಿಯಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ರಾಜ್ಯ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇತರರಿಗೆ ಮಾದರಿಯಾಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ಇದನ್ನೇನು ಅನುಸರಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ.
Going across to our guest, Darshan Desai is General Secretary of the Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha in Bangalore. Aishwarya Mahadev is from the Congress party from the state. B.S. Arun is senior journalist and Sridhar Prabhu is a political analyst joining us. Darshan Desai, I'm beginning with you. There is so much anger, and this isn't the first hate killing or political murder that has happened in the state of Karnataka. There is a lot of anger against you from your own, including your Yuva Morcha leaders themselves. Have you not woken up a little too late to be promising all of this action, the heaven and earth?
See, first of all, the outrage of our Karyakartas is not against the party, but it is against this system that has been protecting, these radical elements.
But your party is in power. You run the system.
Yes, madam, we run the system, correct. But then the government has to work in a certain framework. And I am rest assured, I can vouch for it, that it will be our party and our government that will serve justice to Praveen and to all our Karyakartas who have been killed inhumanely by these radical Islamists.
Darshan, my question was precisely this. This isn't the first time we've seen hate killings or political murders or, rivalries between religious groups play out in Karnataka. This situation has been brimming for a while. Why were you waiting for your own party leaders to be so upset and then wake up?
Madam, during the Congress regime of Sri Siddaramaiah, over 1,600 SDPI and PFI Karyakartas were let out scot-free. Out of these, almost around 175, the police suggested the government that, it will be a difficult task if you let such radical people outside. But the government, the Siddaramaiah government, didn't heed, and they went ahead and, let these people out, because of after which, back to back, there were murders that were happening in coastal Karnataka. In Mysuru, Sharath Madiwala was murdered in Mangalore, in the same district where we are seeing Praveen's murder today. The Congress government, to appease the minorities, when they let all these people out, all these radical elements were let on the road.
Congress has not been in power for a while, Darshan. You cannot blame the Congress rules, actions or misactions for what is happening today. My precise question is that you've been in power for enough period to, put the system into shape. Otherwise, what's the point of being in power?
Our party and our leaders are taking all possible measures, and justice will definitely be served. You have to just give us some time. We have a cavity of 70 years that has to be filled, 70 years of misrule that has to be filled. It is happening, it will happen, and justice will definitely be served.
All right. Aishwarya, please respond to the specific charges he's made on the Congress misrule versus what they're having to deal with. And there are other leaders of the BJP who've also said that this is not just a Karnataka situation. This is playing out across the country where radicals and fanatics, especially from a particular religion, have been made to feel that they can, just cock a snook as far as the Indian state is concerned. It has happened in Congress-ruled states too.
Good evening, Shivani. I think one thing I want to emphatically state here is that the state owes a responsibility to every single person, irrespective of caste, creed, and faith.
Yes.
And they owe justice to anybody who has basically, because of a communal angle, has lost his life. And today the youngsters in my state are becoming cannon fodder. And I really feel bad that Darshan has to come here and justify that, because his government has been in power for 4 years. But obviously he's blaming what happened in the previous Congress regime. A few very pointed rebuttals to what he's saying. 1 second, sir. I didn't interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. Please do me the same courtesy. Shivani, the singular fact remains today that first, there is a massive law and order problem in this state. There is a rise in crimes, there is a rise in riots. I can even show you the statistics of the same. And because of which the government has completely failed. One thing the Congress has very strongly said, that anybody who has lost their life, the culprit should be brought to book, should be brought to justice, and should have the strictest punishment. Now, what Darshan is talking about, right? He's talking about a situation in 2015 where which T.B. Jayachandra himself, who was the law minister, then clarified and said that none of these people in that situation were actually aiders or abettors of any of the violence, but were part of the procession and whatnot. And if you want to talk about one particular community, if you look at the 3,000 odd cases, over 2,000 plus people of them happen to be from a majority community, while over 300 of them only come from another one. And BJP, very simple. If the Congress government had failed, if the Congress government had completely abdicated its responsibility, when was that? In 2018-19, when you toppled our government. Since then, you have had a free reign. You have a government. The Dakshin Kannada, Uttar Kannada and Udupi districts of the coastal Karnataka are completely manned by the BJP, every single MLA. So tell me, is it not an abdication of responsibility of your single party there? And Tejasvi Surya comes and says, oh, they're in government, otherwise we would have thrown stones. The problem is this state is a communal laboratory today because there is no development, there is no employment, there's a 40% corrupt commission-run government.
Okay, I have a question for you, Aishwarya, but I'll let Mr. Desai respond to what you've said for 30 seconds. Yes, Darshan.
See, factually, we have to state correct figures when we are on national television. T.B. Jayachandra, who was the law minister, when he decided to let all these people go, the police suggested that 175 of them are dangerous and they shouldn't be let out. It is a documented report. Despite that, the government, as their agenda of minority appeasement, ensured that all these guys were let out. That apart, just look at the number of Karyakartas who were murdered during the Congress regime and Siddaramaiah regime. Over a dozen Karyakartas were murdered. Today, our Congress spokesperson is sitting here and telling us that, justice has to be served. What about the families and what about the justice that has to be delivered to over a dozen Karyakartas who were killed during the Siddaramaiah government?
Okay. Aishwarya, I think the charge of minority appeasement continues to be leveled at the Congress party. Now, you look at the Bengaluru riots from 2019, for example, some of your own were targeted in that. But the Congress party's response against fanaticism of this kind, if it's from a particular community, is always lacking. And I'm talking about more recent events also across the country.
Shivani, I'll answer you and then I'll answer exactly what Darshan said. So first and foremost, this entire idea or this bogey of minority appeasement, when we talk about an equitable society, where the BJP believes even catering to sections of society which are not who they pander to, is a massive crime, is a completely unjust concept in a country or a democratic country like India. One. Second, whoever it is, whenever it is, if there is the first people who asked for strong, strict action were people from my party, irrespective of caste, creed, whether it is to be taken action against whoever. A crime is a crime is a crime. And the BJP will keep mounting this bogey again and again, but they also talk about us not being strict, right? Past 4 years, they have had the power. They should have banned these organizations they're talking about so much. There was a pointed question in Parliament from Tejasvi Surya himself saying, why don't you ban the PFI? Are there any plans to do it? And the Parliament itself, and this is a double engine sarkar, mind you, said no, we cannot do it. Now, second to what Darshan is talking about, all of this comes from a letter written by Shobha Karanlaje to Rajnath Singh, talking about how Hindu karyakartas were brutally murdered by jihadi elements under the Sidramaya government. Each and every one of those deaths, except for 4 or 5, which appropriate action was taken, almost all the other deaths were not for communal reasons. And Mr. Ramling Reddy, 1 second, so I did not interrupt you. Give me that courtesy. Mr. Ramling Reddy went on air and specified and gave out as Home Minister and even said, if you talk about it again because you're false, we will file a case against all of you. They stopped talking about it till now.
Okay.
Now elections are coming up and they'll talk about it
Well,
again.
the heat is definitely on the BJP. That cannot be denied. I'll go with that question to B.S. Arun. B.S. Arun, what do you feel the BJP is feeling this time around? This isn't the first time such a murder has come to light, but the anger has spilled onto the streets. Do you believe that they are worried with the kind of statements that are coming out from their own leaders?
Yes, BJP certainly has reasons to be worried because this is the first time, not just in Karnataka, perhaps anywhere in the country, that BJP is facing a sort of a revolt, a fire from within, not from the the other parties, but from within. And also this is followed up by the resignations. We don't know exactly for what reasons they have resigned, whether it is because BJP should have taken a very strong stand or whether they are, or if there are any other reasons. But then with just about 9 months to go for the elections, this kind of a thing happening, that too in their own stronghold of coastal Karnataka, this must be a frightening, experience for the BJP. They now have to move very, very fast as to gain the confidence of the party workers. And at present, I don't see there is any, easy way for the party.
Yeah, because what can you do so suddenly to change that mood around when, the idea of good law and order is to prevent such murders, not to give justice post these murders. And those questions will go to all governments. Once again, I remind our viewers, this is a situation that is playing out pan-India. The BJP is not wrong in that. But they will face questions wherever they are in power too. And law and order is a state subject. Sridhar Prabhu, I want to come to you. Why do you think this anger is spilling out? Is it because especially the Hindu community has begun to feel that even when you have the BJP in power, they are still not safe? They already, they will say that they feel unsafe under minority appeasing governments, quote unquote. But what is the BJP government doing that's so different? And that's why this anger is spilling out. You can talk about Hindutva all day, but if you can't protect your workers, that's a problem.
Has to be seen from a larger perspective. It is not a political issue per se, nor it is just a pure law and order issue. The radicalism, the religious radicalism is at the core of this issue. See, be it this murder, Praveen's murder, or an attack on Congress MLA in August 2020, when about 800 people go and ransack the house, burn the house, also
and police station.
Police station itself. Okay. Then the Jaipur murder we have seen. See, this has nothing to do with BJP or Congress or a particular party. This is not merely a law and order. The murder has not taken place because of political differences. There is a radical ideology, radical religious ideology at the core, and we have to look at this from that thematic edifice, from a religious edifice. You see, unless that issue is tackled by all parties, I'm saying be it Congress, BJP or any other political party for that matter, this issue is not going to resolve. Such murders are not going to be, stopped merely by beefing up security or increasing the security. This is a radicalization issue which has to be tackled at a thematic level, at a larger level.
But Darshan Desai, I'll give you the final minute.
To add on to what Mr. Arun said,
yes,
the problem
but
today...
Here is my question to you. Now, given what our panelist is saying and given what even the BJP itself will say, the problem is this: you are not seen to be different to the very politics that you claim you are fighting. Naturally, your people who are your workers and even your constituency, your voters will be upset. So, how are you going to deal with that problem?
I was just getting to that.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to tell you is the problem today, or this radicalization that we are facing today, is not something that is coming out, from an external country. The problem is we are looking at a hybrid form of militancy today, where my friend or someone who is known to me has become the insurgent. He is the militant. He is the terrorist who is going to come and murder me the next day. The problem is we are facing, we are at a crux where the people known to us, someone whom we have shared a bond with, has today become a a terrorist.
Darshan, I am not minimizing that problem. Please don't consider me one of those at all. I talk about these issues day in and day out. My question to you is, you are in power. People voted you for exactly these problems, right? Why can't you solve them?
The government has to work in a particular framework. It
Yeah,
is
so
not a
are you
rogue
saying
government,
you are
where
limited
can-
by the framework? That doesn't sound
Yes.
right.
The
You have
sorry,
to work
the-
within the framework.
Our chief minister has ordered an NIA probe.
But
Looking
this
at the pattern
radicalization
in-
problem that you yourself are talking about, talk is not enough. Talk is cheap. Deliver.
that we need a certain time, madam, to solve, to get to a, imagine there is a drastic step that has been taken, and all these torchbearers of democracy will be shouting about human rights and human rights violation on your own channel.
So they will
We
face
need to give
they
the
will face the music from the public if the public doesn't like their stance. But you deliver first. Okay, Aishwarya, I'll give you 30 seconds.
You know, the fact of the matter is, one, he at no point has been able to justify the inability of his government to have rooted out all this evil, which they claim they would have done. Second, now you know what they're doing. They're trying to justify excesses or this entire idea. I'll tell you what, today Mr. Ashwath Narayan made a statement which is embarrassing to his own Home Minister and Chief Minister, where he says this UP model, people from UP come to Karnataka, come to my state for a better future. And now you're talking about a bulldozer sarkar that apparently has to come to Karnataka because Karnataka's BJP model or BJP's Karnataka model was a failure. Your own ministers are talking about it. Let us admit there's a massive inability for you to govern because you are mired in corruption. None of your explanations will hold any measure because you haven't served for the people.
Okay.
And now you're going to run on this emotive communal agenda for your elections. Because
And
that's the
clearly,
only
people are
ploy
not buying
in your
it
playbook.
anymore. Your own workers are not buying it. Darshan, I have 30 seconds left. I want to ask you a very simple, direct question. Your workers are unhappy. Let's begin with your workers and with your internal, revolt. And that will possibly give us a reflection of the public as well. How are you going to deal with it? What are you going to tell them?
The party workers, whatever, the few of them who have resigned out of anger and out of sentiment. They are very much in touch with the party. They are very much in the party's fold. It is a passing phase. Going forward, once justice will definitely be delivered to Praveen, and all these karyakartas are still with the system. They're still with the party.
Okay.
There is no issue at all. It's just a hype that is being created.
Well, I hope it is a wake-up
massive
call for the government, because whichever way it happens, if it's a wake-up call on law and order, I think all of us are very happy on that. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. I do appreciate your time. Time for us to slip into a very short break. On the other side, as always, we'll get you the day's biggest story.
That's when the vigilantes started chasing the smugglers on the Kundli-Manesar Palwal Expressway in Gurugram in the wee hours of Thursday. The cow smugglers sped up their vehicle when the vigilantes signalled to stop them. But the cow vigilantes managed to stop the accused and overpower them. The cow smugglers were handed over to the police, who arrested them.
US President Joe Biden and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping had a 2-hour phone conversation today. This comes amidst mounting concern in Beijing over the US Speaker Nancy Pelosi's upcoming visit to Taiwan. China has warned of severe repercussions should Pelosi visit Taiwan. Russia has cut gas through a major pipeline to Europe. Russia's Gazprom has cut gas flowing from Nord Stream 1 down to just 20%. Russia blames this on technical problems on the halving of the gas amount that Germany requires. Germany, in turn, has called this a political move to sow uncertainty and spike prices. Now, the fear is that Russia could completely cut off gas to Europe. Russia is trying to bolster its storage levels for the upcoming winter. Meanwhile, Russian forces launched a massive missile strike on Ukraine's Kiev and Chernihiv regions, which have not been targeted in weeks. Russia attacked the Kiev region with 6 missiles launched from the Black Sea. Smoke was seen billowing across the sky north of Kiev shortly after the attack. 4-time world champion Sebastian Vettel will retire from Formula One at the end of this season. The German, who made his debut with BMW Sauber in 2007 in the US Grand Prix, announced this news on his newly created Instagram account. Vettel won all 4 of his championships with Red Bull between 2010 and 2013. For the first time ever, India is playing host to the Chess Olympiad. The 44th edition is being held in Chennai.
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, superstar Rajnikant and 5-time world chess champion Vishwanathan Anand were all present for the opening ceremony. From musical performances to dance performances and even sand sculpting. Rich Tamil culture, heritage, traditions and sports were on display at the grand event. Vishwanathan Anand handed over the Chess Olympiad torch to M.K. Stalin. The Chess Olympiad was inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi, who dressed in a traditional white veshti with a chessboard design.
A beautiful moment. It is a chess powerhouse for India. It has produced many of India's chess grandmasters.
Players from 187 countries will take part in the world's biggest team chess championship.
Chilling CCTV footage shows the moments before BJP Yuva Morcha worker Praveen Nettaru was killed. In fact, the bike which the attackers were on waited for 40 minutes before approaching Praveen's shop. At exactly 8:33, the bike is seen moving towards Praveen's shop, and in exactly 7 minutes, people are seen running towards the shop. Cops believe that the attack could have happened between 8:38 p.m. and 8:40 p.m. Meanwhile, 2 people have been arrested in connection with Praveen's murder. Zakir and Shafiq were arrested in Kasaragod in Kerala in a joint operation between the Kerala and Karnataka police. They've been remanded to 14 days judicial custody. According to the police, one of the suspects is said to have ties with the Popular Front of India, the PFI. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai had to cancel events to mark 1 year of his government and visited Praveen's family. He called it an act of terror and vowed strict action against those who were behind the chilling murder. But angry locals surrounded the Chief Minister and demanded justice for Praveen.
Pro-Hindu organizations are up in arms when the CM Basavaraj Bommai along with the other minister had come to visit the family members. In the visuals you can see how the people have all gathered out, the protesters have gathered out here and also been asking about the security that they are demanding to the CM Basavaraj Bommai. So that's the dramatic visuals that we're getting to see from the place here. Here in the Dakshin Kannada district, which is considered to be the most sensitive district. So these are the dramatic scenes that we are getting to see from this place where the whole murder took place in the Putturu.
Meanwhile, the army has been roped in to carry out rescue and relief work in flood-hit Rajasthan.
Low-lying areas in Jodhpur have been waterlogged for the last 3 days. With hundreds marooned due to waist-deep water, teams of NDRF and Army have been rescuing people from their flooded homes and relocating them to safety. Thanks a lot for staying with us. Here's a quick check of the day's biggest stories. Union Ministers Amit Shah and Smriti Irani held respective meetings with President Draupadi Murmu. This a day after Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary called the President Rashtrapatni. The BJP has continued to demand an apology from both Adhir and Congress interim President Sonia Gandhi. This despite, of course, the grand old party initially claiming the remark was not intentional and a mere slip of tongue. Since then, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has issued a written apology to the President.
देखिए, सबसे पहले कोई स्लिप ऑफ टंग नहीं है. आप वीडियो आपके पास होंगे. आप वीडियो देखेंगे, उसमें बहुत ही साफ आपको सुनाई देगी कि अधीर रंजन चौधरी ने कहा कि पहले 2 बार राष्ट्रपति कहा, फिर राष्ट्रपति कहा, फिर करेक्शन करके राष्ट्रपति कहा. इतना सीरियस बातें हैं, इस तरह से हल्का फुल्का लेना ये ठीक बात नहीं है.
Delhi High Court today ordered Congress leaders Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera and Netta D'Souza to delete their Twitter posts accusing Union Minister Smriti Irani's daughter of running an illegal bar in Goa. The leaders have also been issued summons and asked to appear on August 18 over the defamation suit filed by the BJP leader. Jairam Ramesh, though, has remained defiant, saying he's ready to present facts before the court.
What is the court's order today? You could make it out. Ultimately, it was shown to the court how this entire news that has been done by press conference by Pawan Khera and by Jairam Ramesh and by Netta D'Souza was based upon totally wrong allegations. There are millions of people who are following these posts in these social platforms, social media platforms, and we basically had a position where our reputation has been maligned. So all these posts should be taken down and further publications should be displayed.
A police constable in Madhya Pradesh's Jabalpur was suspended after a video went viral of him beating up an elderly man on a railway station. In this 30-second long clip, the cop can be seen landing blows on the old man before dragging him near the track and threatening to throw him on the tracks. A massive fire broke out at around 4:30 p.m. at the Chitrakoot studio in Mumbai's Andheri East. As many as 10 fire tenders were rushed. As per initial information, the fire broke out in one of the shopping areas. No injuries have been reported so far. Incessant rains and cloudburst have triggered a lot of destruction in the state of Himachal Pradesh. In Kullu, a cloudburst triggered a landslide which led to debris entering half a dozen houses. This video, shot by one of the locals, shows slush approaching the houses at high speed. The debris has caused massive damage to fields and roads behind the houses. All houses in the area have been vacated as a precautionary measure. Due to heavy rains in Kullu district, traffic was disrupted at several places and debris from landslides fell on the roads. The Public Works Department began road restoration work, but unending traffic jams were also witnessed. The Met Department has issued an orange alert as rains continue to lash Himachal Pradesh. Meanwhile, Congress Rajya Sabha MP Digvijay Singh clashed with Madhya Pradesh Minister Vishwas Sarang over the Bhopal Zilla Panchayat polls. The Congress alleged police and local administration were working on the behest of the BJP, ensuring 9 bogus votes were cast. The BJP has slammed the Congress leader, though, accusing him of not just manhandling a minister, but as has also been caught on camera, a cop as well. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal held a meeting with LG VK Saxena amid a series of face-offs between the two, first over the excise policy probe and then over Kejriwal's proposed visit to Singapore. The Aam Aadmi Party Supremo had skipped last week's meeting after the LG, on the basis of a letter by Delhi Chief Secretary, recommended a CBI probe into the capital's excise policy.
अभी जैसे हर हफ्ते हमारी मेरी और एलजी साहब की मीटिंग होती है, तो इस हफ्ते भी अभी मैं एलजी साहब से मिल के आ रहा हूँ। बहुत ही अच्छे वातावरण में और बहुत कॉर्डियल एटमॉस्फेयर में हमारी मीटिंग हुई। बहुत सारे मुद्दों पे चर्चा हुई, कई सारे मुद्दों के ऊपर अलग अलग वो हो सकते हैं, पर उन सारे मुद्दों के ऊपर चर्चा करके हम लोग सॉर्ट आउट करेंगे और मिल के काम करेंगे। दिल्ली के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है कि एलजी और सीएम को मिल के काम करना चाहिए।
In yet another setback for former Tamil Nadu Chief Minister O. Paneerselvam, the Supreme Court today asked the Madras High Court to take a decision on the pleas filed by him over the July 11 AIADMK General Council meet, in which EPS was confirmed as party's interim General Secretary and OPS was sacked from the party. A dangerous stunt done purely for the cameras went horribly wrong.
One Amritsar resident tried to perform a stunt while driving recklessly on National Highway 5 in Himachal Pradesh's Solan district. The driver was speeding and had one of the front doors of the car open. But after taking a few dangerous turns, the driver lost control of the vehicle and hit the divider. The car smashed into a railing on the side of the road before coming to a halt. The driver was miraculously unhurt, though the car was quite badly damaged. The whole stunt gone wrong was recorded by another person driving behind the car.
Australia women's team beat Indian women's team by 3 wickets in the campaign opener for the Commonwealth Games. A half-century by Harmanpreet Kaur helped India post 154 for 8 in 20 overs. The Indian captain smacked 8 fours and a 6 for her innings, but Australia chased down that target in 19 overs with the help of Ashley Gardner's half-century. And in today's Scene and Scene, we leave you with a Hyderabadi man speaking to Bengalurians on their famed weather. He raises some pertinent questions. We leave you with that. Thanks a lot for watching.
बेंगलोर अच्छा शहर है, मेरे को पसंद, मेरे बहुत प्यारे दोस्तां भी रहते हैं, मैं आते जाते रहता हूँ। लेकिन एक बात बोलो मेरे को, ये बेंगलोर वालों को हूँ बोले तो वेदर अच्छा है, गुड मॉर्निंग बोले तो वेदर अच्छा है, अरे तुम्हारा पार्सल आया बोले तो देखो वेदर कितना अच्छा है। अरे हाँ यारो, मान रहे हम लोग, हाँ वेदर बेस्ट है तुम लोग का, यूनेस्को भी अवार्ड दे दिया, वर्ल्ड में बेस्ट वेदर बोले तो बेंगलोर। अब क्या करना वेदर का, आधा किलो घर पे पार्सल लेके जाके मलाई ला के चाटना, हाँ वेदर अच्छा है। अरे ट्रैफिक में 3-3 घंटे एक ही जगह अटक के बैठे रहे तो और क्या दिखता, वेदर इज दिखता नहीं। हम लोग को हैदराबाद में उतना टाइम नहीं है, सड़का बड़े बड़े हैं, गाड़ियां जुम जुम करके निकल जाते, इधर से मेट्रो जा रही, उधर से फ्लाईओवर जा रहा, एक एक जगह जाने को 4-4 रास्ते रहते। तुम ना वन वे की जलेबी में अटक के रह जाते, कभी भी जगह दिख रही कहाँ जाने का है, पहुंच रहे नहीं 2-2 साल वहीं घूम लेते बैठ रहे, लेकिन फिर जाके
Namaste and welcome to this very special edition of The Right Stand this Friday evening. I am Anand Narsimhan. Ladies and gentlemen, when we got you the story of Jamtara in Jharkhand, did it surprise you that in certain pockets of our country, there are groups that have decided that it will be their rule that will be followed because they are now in the majority. This is the so-called minority, Muslim groups, where they believe that if they are more than 70%, the rules have to change, despite the fact that they have not yet applied or they don't have the state sanction to do so. The example that we're going to bring to you is from neighboring Bihar. So Bihar and Jharkhand were all together. At one point in time, the state of Jharkhand was carved out. But in this entire Simanchal belt, ladies and gentlemen, the findings are startling. The findings are shocking. Locals for in some cases near many decades have decided that they will follow Jummah or Friday as the official holiday, despite not having the approval or the sanction for the same, not being a government recognized Urdu school. Urdu schools have a rule, just like certain Shiksha Vidyalayas or Sanskrit Vidyalayas can take certain days off based on the Hindu Panchang. But in this case, the numbers are shocking and startling. If I were to tell you that nearly 500 government schools, which are not designated Urdu schools, have already decided to follow Friday off or Jummah off, this is our on-ground investigation. The investigation very clearly says that there are groups and there are pockets where the so-called minority or Muslims have decided that if they are larger in number, it is their rule that has to be followed. Many people, even from the Muslim society, locals are unhappy with this decision. They believe this is being forced. If everybody across the country has a rule or a nation that the weekend is Saturday and Sunday and the full day off is Sunday, then why is it that in these pockets Friday should be imposed? Why should it be imposed on government schools without an official sanction? That's the bigger question. Government schools without state sanction and without being deemed or recognized as an Urdu school. This is being forced upon them, and this is an unwritten law which is being forced and which is meant that it has to be followed. Don't believe it? Have a look at our on-ground investigation.
Bihar's Simanchal region has a significant Muslim population. over 65% in Purnia, Katihar, Kishanganj and Araria. Here, more than 500 government schools have been observing Fridays as their weekly holiday instead of Sunday.
आप क्या चाहते हैं? आपको छुट्टी किस दिन मिले? संडे को?
संडे को। क्यों? मेरा पापा लोग के साथ रहना चाहिए। यहाँ तो जो किशन की छुट्टी जो होती, जो हम लोग पढ़ाई के लिए भेजते हैं, तो शुक्रवार को छुट्टी होती है, क्योंकि आतवार को छुट्टी होता है हर स्कूल में, तो बच्चा सब खेलता है और हमारा बच्चा जो है तो पढ़ने के लिए जाता है।
वो अंदर में रहना चाहिए।
संडे को अंदर, एतवार को अंदर में रहना चाहिए।
एतवार को संडे को ही रहना चाहिए।
Hindu and Muslim primary school teachers here also want Sundays off instead of Friday.
हम लोग बहुत कोशिश किए संडे छुट्टी के लिए, अभी तक हो नहीं पाया है। संडे छुट्टी का बहुत सख्त ज़रूरत है हम लोग को। घर में भी है, रास्ता में आने जाने में बहुत दिक्कत होती है। मदरसा का भवन में चल रहा था, मदरसा से अलग हुआ, जब ज़मीन दिए तो ये अलग हो गया, तो अब तो संडे होना चाहिए।
How far is it justified for a particular community to set its own rule and flout government's rule?
Now, many families are switching schools so that their kids can have Sundays off.
पापा काट दिए उसका नाम? क्यों काटे?
इसलिए वहाँ पे पढ़ाई नहीं होता है।
किस दिन होता था? जुम्मा के दिन होता था छुट्टी, और यहाँ पे नहीं होता है जुम्मा के दिन। यहाँ कब होता है छुट्टी?
यहाँ पे एतवार।
एतवार को होता है।
Hindu students 60% and 40% Muslim students. संडे उसका छुट्टी का दिन बनता है, इसीलिए सब बच्चा भी चाहता है कि नहीं हम लोग संडे वाले स्कूल में ही, जहाँ छुट्टी रहता है संडे को, उसी स्कूल में जाए।
It is unfair for the teachers and children to observe holidays on Friday, because most of the families are free on Sundays, and also the children and their friends are free on Sundays, so that they can play and spend time with their family.
Bihar's education minister says he's taken note of the matter.
हम लोगों ने डीओ से जहाँ जहाँ ऐसी सूचना मिली है अभी तक, हम लोगों ने वहाँ के डीओ से, जिला शिक्षा पदाधिकारी से प्रतिवेदन मांगा है कि वहाँ क्या स्थिति है, कब छुट्टी रहती है और किसके आदेश से छुट्टी रहती है।
But the regional deputy director of education is unaware of any report being sought.
अखबार के द्वारा हमें पता लगा है, अखबार के द्वारा हमारे डीओ भी दे रहे हैं, तो अखबार से सब जानकारी आ रही है, लेकिन डायरेक्ट आरडी स्तर से हमें कोई आधिकारिक पत्र नहीं मिला है।
These 500 plus schools have been observing Fridays as a holiday for years without any government directive to this effect. With video journalists Sahboob Alam and Saurabh from the Simanchal region of Bihar, Vaibhav Verma for CNN News 18.
Well, there you go. That's the story. Let's just briefly summarize it for you. The top lines, ladies and gentlemen. Holiday in 500 government schools in Simanchal region. No official sanction. Nobody knows who's decided this and how is this diktat on. Rule in Muslim areas of Kishanganj, Araria, Katihar and Purnia. Practice in majority of the schools in Jokiat block of Araria. Holiday in 229 out of the 244 government schools in the Jokihat block. Practice in 200 government schools in Purnia and 19 in Kishanganj. Rule in the Muslim majority Jamtara district of Jharkhand. And rule implemented in 25 to 30 schools in Jamtara and Jharkhand. And holiday in 33 government schools in Dumka in Jharkhand. Now this is that entire Simanchal belt, and it curves down like this if you were to plot it in a map. And the question that we are asking straightforward, ladies and gentlemen, who's deciding all of this? Isn't this brazen subversion which is at play? And how is it that there is none the wiser? Who's emboldening this Jumma fever? The Jumma Rao spreads as we dive into the debate. Sanju Verma, national spokesperson of the BJP with us. Mayank Kumar Sinha, leader of the JDU. Chitranjan Gagan, spokesperson and general secretary of the Bihar RJD is with us. And Atikur Rahman, Islamic scholar, also with us. लेट मी स्टार्ट विद चितरंजन गगन। चितरंजन जी, कुछ जगह तो कहा जा रहा है कि 20-30 साल से ऐसा चल रहा है, ऐसा कोई आदेश नहीं है, निर्देश नहीं है, तो क्या कोई रूल है कि जहां जहां मुस्लिम आबादी बढ़ गई तो उनकी ही चलेगी?
देखिए, सबसे पहले बात यह है कि शिक्षा की क्या स्थिति है, शिक्षा का सुदृढ़ीकरण कैसा हो, इस पर कोई डिबेट नहीं हो रहा है। डिबेट किस चीज पर हो रहा है, तो जुम्मा के दिन छुट्टी क्यों हो गया, रविवार को छुट्टी क्यों नहीं हुआ। लेकिन एक बात मैं बताना चाहता हूँ, जिन विद्यालयों में यह चल रहा है, कोई माने आज से चल रहा है सो बात नहीं है, काफी दिनों से वहाँ पर यह चल रहा है, जो वहाँ पर शुक्रवार के दिन छुट्टी दिया जाता है। और केवल यह इस सरकारी विद्यालयों में ही नहीं है, विश्वविद्यालय है, संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय, कामेश्वर सिंह संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय, उसमें एकादशी के दिन और पूर्णिमा के दिन छुट्टी दिया जाता है।
कौन सा विश्वविद्यालय है?
मैं कहना चाहूंगा
नहीं, कौन सा विश्वविद्यालय, क्या बोले आप चितरंजन जी, कौन सा विश्वविद्यालय है?
कामेश्वर सिंह संस्कृत
विश्वविद्यालय है ना, तो संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय की नियमावली अलग होती है कि नहीं होती है?
नहीं, तो मैं वही
उसकी नियमावली अलग होती है कि नहीं? अरे चितरंजन जी, रुकिए, आप तथ्य पे बात कीजिए। संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय यानी कि वो डीम्ड संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय है, तो उसकी नियमावली अलग होती है कि नहीं?
डीम्ड नहीं है।
मैं कह रहा हूँ अगर डीम्ड नहीं, संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय यानी कि वो संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय है ना, संस्कृत के लिए विश्वविद्यालय है, तो संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय की नियमावली अलग होती है कि नहीं? उनको ये सुविधा होती है कि नहीं कि वो अपनी छुट्टियां तय कर सकें? जिस तरह सरकारी नियम में देखा बताया जाता है कि अगर आपका सरकारी स्कूल उर्दू स्कूल डेसिग्नेट होता है, चितरंजन जी मैं पूछ रहा हूं, अगर सरकारी स्कूल को उर्दू स्कूल घोषित किया गया है तो उन उर्दू स्कूल में शुक्रवार को छुट्टी नियमित होती है, वो शुक्रवार को छुट्टी कर सकते हैं?
बता रहा हूं मैं,
बताइए।
सवाल यह है कि कोई आज से नहीं हो रहा है, जब से रविवार को छुट्टी चल रहा है उसी समय से वहाँ पर शुक्रवार को छुट्टी चल रहा है।
कैसे चल रहा है, क्यों चल रहा है? आपने भी सवाल नहीं पूछा, चल रहा है तो चलने दे, कुछ गलत हो रहा है तो होने दे।
आप सुन तो लीजिए, अरे सुन तो लीजिए,
कुछ गलत हो रहा है तो होने दे।
लीजिएगा, सवाल क्रॉस करने लगिएगा। और हर विद्यालय में विद्यालय प्रबंध समिति होती है, जिसको यह अधिकार है,
क्या अधिकार?
स्थानीय स्तर पर निर्णय ले और
कोई आदेश तो होगा ना,
के लिए है,
कोई आदेश तो होगा ना,
पढ़ाई कैसे,
कोई आदेश के लिए कोई आदेश होगा ना, वहाँ के पेरेंट्स की सम्मति है, वहाँ के टीचर्स की सम्मति, अध्यापकों की सम्मति। अध्यापक तो कह रहे हैं कि हम संडे को छुट्टी जाते हैं, हमको संडे काम करना पड़ता है। परिवार कहता है कि नहीं हम तो चाहेंगे कि संडे को बच्चे घर पे रहे, क्योंकि सारे बच्चे घर पे हैं। कुछ ही स्कूल में क्यों हो रहा है? नहीं, तो फिर आप क्या, कोई भी कुछ भी डिसाइड कर लेगा, और डिसाइड करके अगर गलत डिसीजन है तो वो चला जाएगा।
नियम की जानकारी नहीं है, उनको जानकारी नहीं है, मैं बता रहा हूँ।
हाँ, क्या बता रहे हैं?
मदरसे में छुट्टी शुक्रवार को होती है।
कहाँ पे?
दूसरा बात, हर विद्यालय में प्रबंध समिति होती है, जो स्थानीय स्तर पर निर्णय लेती है। यह किसी के कहने पर, किसी मुसलमान के कहने पर हुआ नहीं हो रहा है।
हाँ, तो फिर किसके कहने पे हो रहा है? किसके कहने पे हो रहा है कि देश भर में सारे सरकारी स्कूलों में संडे को छुट्टी होती है, सिर्फ जो उर्दू स्कूल जो डेजिग्नेटेड है वो शुक्रवार को छुट्टी कर सकते हैं? यहाँ पर 500 से ज्यादा स्कूलों ने डिसाइड कर लिया है कि भाई हम शुक्रवार को छुट्टी करेंगे। क्यों करेंगे?
आप हमको जवाब दीजिए ना कि 17 साल से जो भाजपा यहाँ पर सरकार में बैठी हुई थी, उसको आज यह नींद खुली है। आज जब मार्च पर चुनाव,
मैं तो सबसे पूछ रहा हूँ, आप भी तो सरकार में बैठे हुए थे, तब आपकी आंखें बंद थी। जेडीयू जब सरकार में थी तो उसकी आंखें बंद थी, भाजपा जब सरकार में थी तो क्या उसकी आंखें बंद थी? कोई अपनी मनमानी करता चला जाएगा, इन सारे जिलों में करता चला जाएगा, तो क्योंकि वहां पर आबादी मुस्लिम बहुल जगह है, तो वहां पर जो नियम उनके हैं वही चलेंगे। ये भारत है, ये भारत है कि पाकिस्तान है, ये भारत है कि बांग्लादेश है? भारत संविधान से चलता है, नियम से चलता है ना।
नहीं, इसको कोई आप जो है सो उर्दू और अति के नाम पर माने आप अति करने देंगे थोड़े। यहाँ बिहार को टारगेट किया जा रहा है।
बिहार को कोई टारगेट नहीं किया जा रहा है, झारखंड में भी चल रहा है, जामताड़ा में भी चल रहा है। कहीं पर भी आबादी ज्यादा हो गई तो छुट्टी हम तय करेंगे, ये नियम कैसे हो सकता है? संजू वर्मा ऑफ द बीच, संजू वर्मा प्लीज कम इन। नहीं, तो क्या नाउ वील स्टार्ट डिसाइडिंग बेस्ड ऑन पॉपुलेशन एंड मेजॉरिटी हाउ द हॉलीडेज विल बी एंड हाउ थिंग्स विल रन? So tomorrow you will have these petitions coming up in Tamil Nadu. They'll come up in Karnataka. They'll come up in other areas. Nearly 100 districts in our country where Muslims are in majority. So they will all decide that they will have Friday chutti. Sanju Verma. Or there will be radical outfits or groups that will pressurize everybody else despite nobody wanting Friday chutti. I'm not saying all Muslims want it. All Muslims in Jamtara, all Muslims in Katiyar, all Muslims don't want it. In fact, we have got Muslim families, Muslim teachers, children who don't want chutti on Friday, but they have to follow the rule.
Anand, first and foremost, I would like to thank you for breaking this story repeatedly over the last couple of weeks. You've done, quite a few shows where you brought to our attention how this entire narrative pertaining to Ghazwa-e-Hind, how it is being established and trying to bring faith into the domain of institutions, especially education institutions. I think that's a new law. I will say this one thing. To the gentleman who was, speaking in favor of क्या फर्क पड़ जाता है यदि जुम्मे की छुट्टी ले लेते हैं बच्चे संडे की जगह या शनिवार की जगह. पहली बात तो ये, if it is an Urdu school or if it is a minority designated school under Article 29, 30, Article 31 and Article 32 of the Constitution, minorities are already given enough cultural, educational and linguistic right to protect their interest. But एक तरफ आप बोलते हो कि संविधान के तहत आर्टिकल 29, 30, 31, 32 के तहत मुझे जो राइट मिली है, मैं उनके हक के तहत सरकार से I will derive as many benefits and concessions as possible. दूसरी तरफ आप संविधान की धज्जियां उड़ाते हुए कहते हो कि यदि उर्दू स्कूल नहीं भी है तो यदि जुम्मे को छुट्टी दे भी दी गई तो कौन सी बड़ी बात है. विजय कुमार चौधरी जो बिहार के एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर हैं, उन्होंने कहा है कि किशनगंज और कटिहार, पूर्णिया, कई मुस्लिम डोमिनेटेड इलाकों में ऑलरेडी इन्वेस्टिगेशन चालू है और पता लगाया गया है कि ये स्कूल उर्दू नहीं है, पर फिर भी जुम्मे के दिन छुट्टी दी जाती है.
अभी ऐसा नहीं बयान आया, अभी ऐसा बयान नहीं आया, अभी ऐसा बयान नहीं आया, आप गलत इंटरप्रेट कर रही है.
लीजिए, बच्चों को मजबूर किया जा रहा है. तो आई एम सेइंग this is a matter that is now something that has been taken cognizance of by the Bihar state government.
अब मैं आपको एक बात बताऊं संजू जी,
बीजेपी कंबाइंड
स्टेट एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर विजय चौधरी ने कहा है कि हमने डीओ को नोटिस भेजा है, पर वहां के डीओ कहते हैं हमको तो अखबारों से पता लग रहा है. वहां के शिक्षा के जो संस्थापक हैं वो कह रहे हैं हमें तो कोई ऑर्डर नहीं आया, हमको तो अखबार से पता चल रहा है कि जो भी हो रहा है. And what चितरंजन जी is asking is, बिहार में कितने साल से बीजेपी सरकार में है, तो आपको क्यों नहीं पता लगा? Why didn't you know?
आनंद, मैं एक चीज कहना चाहूंगी आपके शो के माध्यम से. This is not just about a छुट्टी और जुम्मा का दिन. There is a larger debate. Earlier also, schools in Jamtara and Dumka.
नहीं, 17 साल के बाद आज नींद क्यों खुली? सवाल यह है,
आप अभी
17 साल से आप सरकार में हैं, आज ही यह नींद क्यों खुली?
दिस इज नॉट फेयर. ठीक है, चलिए आप बोल लीजिए. आप जब बंद हो जाएंगे, आपको जितना मन है बोल लीजिए, उसके बाद मैं अपनी टिप्पणी करूंगी.
नहीं, मेरा यह सवाल है संजू जी कि 17 साल से आप बिहार में सरकार में हैं और आज ही यह मामला क्यों आपको याद आया? यह तो आपका फेलियर है, यह तो आपकी नाकामी मानी जाएगी. फिर ऐसे लोगों को सरकार में बने रहने का क्या आधार है जिनको अभी पता नहीं है? एक दो विद्यालय की बात नहीं है, एक दो विद्यालय की बात रहती तो यह माना जा सकता था. इतनी बड़ी संख्या में विद्यालय में.
You don't allow me to interrupt, but this man is being given a free run. Please, अभी चुप हो जाइए. आपने बहुत कुछ बोला है, सिर्फ बोलने की डिबेट नहीं है, सुना भी कीजिए. आपने इल्जाम लगाया कि 15-17 साल से हमारी सरकार है. अभी जब कोई चीज सरकार के समक्ष आएगी, सरकार उस पर कार्रवाई करेगी. संविधान के तहत, न्यायपालिका के तहत यदि उल्लंघन हुआ है तो जिन लोगों ने उल्लंघन किया है उन पर जो मुकदमा यदि चलाना है, मुकदमा चलाया जाएगा.
संविधान की व्याख्या आप गलत कर रहे हैं.
एक्शन लिया जाएगा.
वही आर्टिकल 29, 30, 31 का आप व्याख्या गलत कर रही हैं. आप
कोई व्याख्या
उसी आर्टिकल, वही आर्टिकल 29, 30, 31 के आधार पर
मुसलमानों को बहुत राइट मिले हैं संविधान में. आर्टिकल 29, 30, 31 के तहत, पर यदि उर्दू स्कूल नहीं है तो
वही मैं कह रहा हूँ. क्या नहीं, उसमें आप जो संविधान की धारा 29, 30, 31 की चर्चा कर रहे हैं, उसी की बात मैं कर रहा हूँ कि उसका उल्लंघन कौन कर रहा है, क्यों, कौन लोग हैं जो उसके खिलाफ जा रहे हैं, मैंडेटरी के अधिकार को छीन रहे हैं.
कार्यवाही कर रहे हैं। कार्यवाही के तहत जो
अभी जांच हुआ नहीं, आप कार्यवाही करिएगा,
करना होगा हम करेंगे।
नहीं, अभी तो आपके मंत्री बोल रहे हैं कि जांच करवा रहे हैं, आप कार्यवाही कर रहे हैं।
तो आप क्या चाहते हैं?
डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम में यह नहीं चलता है मैडम, संजू जी, यह डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम में नहीं चलता है। आपके मंत्री बोल रहे हैं कि मैं जांच करवा रहा हूँ, आप कह रहे हैं कि कार्यवाही करने जा रहे हैं। क्या बना के रख दिया हर मामला में, हर मामला
अच्छा,
में।
अब आप शब्दों में उलझाइएगा, शब्दों में नहीं शब्दावली और शब्दों में उलझाकर आप डिबेट को घुमाने की कोशिश कीजिएगा। चितरंजन जी, मैं ये पूछ रहा हूं, 17 साल से अगर ये चल रहा है और अगर जो चल रहा है वो गलत है, अगर सरकार में भाजपा थी तो फिर विपक्ष में आरजेडी भी तो था, आरजेडी ने मुंह खोला, कहा कि ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है, ये तो संविधान के खिलाफ है, ये होना नहीं चाहिए।
नहीं, वही मैं कह रहा हूँ कि संविधान के खिलाफ।
आप क्या कह रहे हैं? आपने तो कहा नहीं, आपकी पार्टी ने तो 17 साल में कोई शोर नहीं किया। जब इन 17 सालों में और उसके पहले और उसके बाद में और बीच में कभी कभार जब आप सरकार में थे तब आपने कितना शोर मचाया?
देखिए, संजू जी कह रही थी, उदाहरण दे रही थी आर्टिकल 29, 30 और 31 का, उसी के आधार पर यह विरोध कर रही हैं, यह संविधान के खिलाफ जा रही हैं। संविधान के तहत ही माइनॉरिटी को जो अधिकार मिला हुआ है,
संविधान के तहत किसको अधिकार मिला है? संविधान नहीं, संविधान के तहत किसको अधिकार मिला है? अल्पसंख्यक। पर इन जिलों में तो मुसलमान अल्पसंख्यक नहीं है, इन जिलों में तो मुसलमान बहुसंख्यक हैं। तो यहाँ पर अधिकार किसका होना चाहिए? यहाँ पर अधिकार किसका होना चाहिए? यहाँ पर अधिकार किसका होना चाहिए? यहाँ पर अधिकार किसका होना चाहिए फिर? अरे मेरे प्रश्न का जवाब दीजिए अब आप मेरे प्रश्न का जवाब दीजिए। इस सीमांचल के इन जिलों में मुसलमान समुदाय या मुस्लिम समुदाय तो बहुसंख्यक हैं, तो फिर आर्टिकल 29, 30 और 31 के राइट्स उनको कैसे एक्सटेंड हो गए? वहां पर तो हिंदू और जो नॉन मुस्लिम है उनको वो अल्पसंख्यक हुए।
अच्छा, एक चीज का मुझको जवाब दीजिए।
अब अरे आप मेरे सवालों का कब जवाब देंगे? आप मेरे सवालों का कब जवाब देंगे? ना चितरंजन जी, आप मेरे सवालों का कब जवाब देंगे? व्हेन विल यू आंसर माय क्वेश्चन? नहीं, अब मैं आपकी बात नहीं सुनूंगा। अब आप मेरे सवाल का जवाब दीजिए चितरंजन जी, अब आप मेरे सवाल का जवाब दीजिए। अब आप मेरे सवाल का जवाब दीजिए। मैं कह रहा हूं यहाँ पर मुस्लिम समुदाय बहुसंख्यक है, तो मुस्लिम समुदाय की कैसे चलेगी? यहाँ पर तो आर्टिकल 29, 30, 31 के तहत हिंदू समुदाय को देना चाहिए या नॉन मुस्लिम गैर मुस्लिम समुदाय की बात मानी जानी चाहिए। यहाँ पर तो उनके राइट्स का हनन हो रहा है।
नहीं, मैं जवाब दे रहा हूँ।
हाँ बोलिए।
विद्यालय का मकसद है विद्यार्थी को पढ़ाना।
अरे वाह, गोल पोस्ट बदल दिए आप,
मुस्लिम हैं,
बढ़िया से गोल पोस्ट बदल दिए। देख रहे हैं आप कैसे गोल पोस्ट बदल दिए? जैसे ही हिंदू अल्पसंख्यक हो गया तो विद्यालय का काम क्या है ये आप समझा रहे हैं?
क्या मतलब?
ना, अब जैसे ही हिंदू अल्पसंख्यक हो गया तो फिर आप विद्यालय का अर्थ क्या होता है और विद्यालय को क्या करना चाहिए वहां की उसकी व्याख्या करेंगे आप। अब उसकी व्याख्या करेंगे। ना रुकिए, मयंक कुमार जी और अतिकुर रहमान। मयंक कुमार जी बताइए, जेडीयू के एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर कहते हैं आई हैव सेंट अ नोटिस टू द डीओ, मैंने नोटिस भेजा है, लेकिन वहां पर विद्यालय कह रहे हैं हमें कोई नोटिस नहीं मिला है। ये सबकी नोटिस से कैसे रह गया ये? दिस इज अ क्वेश्चन जो मेरे को खाई जा रही है कि भाई इतने सालों से ये चल रहा है, ये किसी के नोटिस में ही नहीं आया।
I will explain it. It is an extremely sensitive matter, and officials of Bihar Education Departments are doing investigation on this part, and the investigation is currently undergoing. मैं एक बात आपको बता देता हूं, जो चितरंजन गगन जी थे, राजद के प्रवक्ता थे, बता रहे थे, संविधान की दुहाई दे रहे थे। अगर इनको इतना ही संविधान पता होता तो इनके जो नेता जो प्रतिपक्ष हैं वो आज बेल पे बाहर नहीं रहते हैं, और लालू जी बेल पे बाहर नहीं रहते हैं, जो उन्होंने किया था 15 साल। एजुकेशन सिस्टम को इन्होंने तो ख़त्म करने का काम किया, और हमारी सरकार ने, जो हमारी बीजेपी की प्रवक्ता बोल रही थी कि हमारी सरकार ने जीरो से उठाने का काम किया है, माइनस में था एजुकेशन सिस्टम। और जो आप ये जो कह रहे हैं छुट्टी की बात है, उस पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो है अभी चल रहा है। और हमारे जो मंगलवार, अब बता देता हूं मैं कि मंगलवार को माननीय जो मंत्री थे उन्होंने नोटिस भेजा है कि इस पे क्या है, मुझे आप भेजिए रिपोर्ट। जो 37 स्कूल हैं उसको लेकर,
37 स्कूल सर, टोटल नंबर ऑफ स्कूल्स आर 500 स्कूल है मयंक। सबसे पहले तो ये होना चाहिए कि देखिए
नहीं,
कोई जुम्मे की छुट्टी नहीं होगी, सब जगह संडे की छुट्टी होगी। इंक्वायरी के बाद उनको सजा दी जाएगी जिन्होंने यहाँ जुम्मे की छुट्टी कराई है बिना ऑफिशियल सैंक्शन के, बिना स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के।
बिल्कुल आवर गवर्नमेंट इज टोटली कमिटेड फॉर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर। हमारा सरकार पूरा कमिटेड है उसको लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को फॉलो करता है। रूल ऑफ लॉ हमारा पहला चीज है।
मयंक जी से मेरा एक सवाल
तो इस प्रकार से आप ये मत बोलिए। नहीं, आप सवाल बहुत पूछते हैं, पहला आप थोड़ा धैर्य रखिए। आप बड़े हैं, आप आदरणीय हैं, थोड़ा बड़े हैं तो थोड़ा धैर्य भी रखिए सुनने के लिए।
नहीं, सवाल है कि आपका जवाब कंट्राडिक्टरी है। आप कह रहे हैं कि कार्रवाई हो रही है, उधर मंत्री कह रहे हैं कि जांच कर रहे हैं।
आप तो सबको
मैंने ये नहीं बोला है कि मैंने ये नहीं बोला आपके राष्ट्रीय संसदीय बोर्ड के अध्यक्ष।
पहले मेरी बात को सुन लीजिए। आप सवाल बहुत पूछते हैं, अभी कभी धैर्य रखिए सुनने का भी। जब कोई व्यक्ति बोलता है उसको सुनिए भी, ठीक है ना। तो जो भी अगर कोई दोषी पाया जाएगा इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने के बाद, मैंने क्या बोला, इट इज अ पार्ट ऑफ द इन्वेस्टिगेशन, ठीक है। और इन्वेस्टिगेशन जैसे ही कंप्लीट होगा, आवर गवर्नमेंट विल टेक द एक्शन ऑन दोज ऑफिशियल्स।
But till then, Mayank Kumar, you have to go back to what is the rule. Till then, Mayank Kumar, the point is the Bihar government has to go back to what is the norm. The norm is that all schools will be closed on Saturday and Sunday, or on Sunday for sure. There will be no Friday offs for non-designated schools. Non-Urdu designated schools, there will be no Friday off. That should be the first order. यहाँ तो अभी 500 स्कूल जब तक इंक्वायरी होगी तब तक वही चलेगा।
नहीं,
एक चीज और सवाल पूछिए मयंक जी से।
जवाब देना है हमारे।
अरे चित्रंजन जी, आप तो ऐसा है कि आपने बोला कि जितने सवाल मैं पूछूंगा वो सब सुनेंगे। आप मेरे से जो सवाल पूछे जाएंगे मैं गोलपोस्ट बदल के ना हंगामा कर दूंगा, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता ना। आपसे मैंने 5 सवाल पूछे, आपने एक का जवाब नहीं दिया। मैंने आपसे क्या पूछा चित्रंजन जी? मैंने आपसे पूछा है इस सारे सीमांचल में हिंदू अल्पसंख्यक है, तो हिंदू के राइट्स का क्या हो रहा है 17 साल में बताइए, 40 साल में क्या हो रहा है बताइए, पिछले 5 साल में क्या हो रहा है मुझे बताइए। इन हिंदू अल्पसंख्यकों की राइट्स के लिए आरजेडी ने क्या आवाज उठाई है मुझे बताइए। हिंदू जुम्मे के दिन छुट्टी क्यों ले मुझे बताइए, जबकि संडे छुट्टी होनी चाहिए।
नहीं, वहाँ पर तो अधिकांश विद्यार्थी जो हैं वह जुम्मे को नमाज में पढ़ते हैं, विद्यालय में आते नहीं है, इसलिए छुट्टी हुआ। और मयंक जी से एक सवाल
जुम्मे को नमाज के लिए आप रिसेस दे रहे हैं, जुम्मे को नहीं तो फिर क्या, जुम्मे को नमाज के लिए आप रिसेस दे, तो फिर आप क्या, एक बात बताइए, तो वो जो हिंदू छात्र है उसके राइट का क्या, वो जो हिंदू छात्र है उसके राइट का क्या, वो जो हिंदू छात्र है उसके राइट का क्या, आर्टिकल 29, 30, 31 क्या सीमांचल में हिंदुओं के लिए नहीं अप्लाई होता है?
मैं कह रहा हूं भूपेंद्र कुशवाहा जी की बात सही मानी जाएगी, जनता दल का बयान माना जाएगा।
मेरी बात सुनिए ना पहले आप, अरे बात सुनिए ना पहले,
फिर आप लाइन बदल रहे हैं।
चित्रंजन जी,
जहां हिंदू अल्पसंख्यक हुआ वहां आपको आपकी पीड़ा कम हो जाती है, आपकी व्यथा कम हो जाती है।
नहीं, ये केवल मुद्दे को भटकाने का काम करते हैं। माननीय मंत्री विजय चौधरी जी ने मंगलवार को सारे प्रेस के सामने बोले हैं।
अरे मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं, विपक्ष
मंत्री जो माननीय मंत्री वो बोलेगा ना, माननीय मंत्री ना बोलेगा,
के लिए खड़े रहिएगा,
माननीय मंत्री ना बोलेगा।
मैं पूछ रहा हूं चित्रंजन जी, सवाल पूछ रहा हूं, सीधा सवाल पूछ रहा हूं कि अरे चित्रंजन जी एक मेरे प्रश्न का जवाब दे दीजिए। चित्रंजन जी एक प्रश्न का जवाब दे दीजिए। मैं पूछ रहा हूं चित्रंजन जी, आप तो विपक्ष में हैं, आप कह रहे हैं सरकार कुछ नहीं कर रही है, सीमांचल के हिंदू अल्पसंख्यकों के लिए आप खड़े हो जाएंगे? आप कहेंगे कि हिंदुओं को उनका अधिकार मिलना चाहिए, जिनसे जिन स्कूलों को कोई
मुसलमान की राजनीति नहीं करते,
तो फिर आप जुम्मे की राजनीति क्यों कर रहे हैं? तो फिर आप जुम्मे की राजनीति क्यों कर रहे हैं? आप बोलिए कि आप संडे को छुट्टी लीजिए, तो आप जुम्मे की राजनीति क्यों कर रहे हैं? जुम्मे की छुट्टी को सही क्यों ठहरा रहे हैं जबकि वो अलाउड नहीं है? जुम्मे की छुट्टी को सही क्यों ठहरा रहे हैं जब आपको अलाउड नहीं है? अगर आप नहीं करते हैं चित्रंजन जी सुनिए, अगर आप हिंदू मुस्लिम की राजनीति नहीं करते हैं तो फिर आपको ये कहना चाहिए कि जो नियम है उसी नियम के अनुसार छुट्टी होनी चाहिए, भले ही उस स्कूल में हिंदू ज्यादा पढ़ते हो या मुसलमान ज्यादा पढ़ते हो। आपने क्या कहा, अगर मुस्लिम ज्यादा है तो जुम्मे की छुट्टी कीजिए। मैंने कहा अगर हिंदू कम है तो उनके राइट्स का क्या, तो आपने कहा कि नहीं विद्यालय है, हम हिंदू मुस्लिम नहीं करते हैं। तो ये तो आपका दोगलापन हो गया। आप किस तरह की राजनीति कर रहे हैं वो दिख रहा है। Now Sanju Verma, please come in. Sanju Verma, my point is, why is there the Bihar government is run in tandem as a coalition between the BJP and the JDU? Let me ask you this: why have the orders not been passed that all schools should immediately revert to the original rule and Sunday format immediately? That order has not been passed on Tuesday.
Anand, even as the debate was going on, I just found out that जो बिहार के उप मुख्यमंत्री हैं ताराकिशोर प्रसाद, वो और विजय कुमार चौधरी जो बिहार के एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर हैं, उन दोनों से लेटेस्ट डेवलपमेंट ये है कि स्कूलों को कहा जाएगा क्लियरली कि बिहार एजुकेशन एक्ट 1961 और बिहार एजुकेशन अमेंडेड एक्ट 1966 के तहत यदि आप उर्दू स्कूल डेजिग्नेटेड नहीं हो तो आपको बकायदा शुक्रवार नहीं पर शनिवार और रविवार को ही छुट्टी मिलेगी। और यदि आपने छात्रों को मजबूर किया कि जुम्मे के दिन छुट्टी लो तो आप पर कड़े से कड़ा नियम अनुसार कार्रवाई ही नहीं, आपको बहुत कुछ झेलना पड़ेगा।
Okay, big news once again. 1 minute. I'm going to come back to you on a two window. And Sanju Verma, please repeat this order just now. This is breaking here on the right stand. This is the latest order that Sanju Verma is saying has been passed by the Deputy Chief Minister in Bihar. Yes, go ahead, please. Please tell us again what is the order that's been passed.
Anand, I will refrain from saying that the order has been passed, but there is a consensus that Tarakishore Prasad and Vijay Kumar Chaudhary, the education minister, are in tandem to come out with an order stating that if there are schools that are not designated as Urdu schools or minority schools, vide Bihar Education Act 1961 or the amended Bihar Education Act of 1966, then not only will a proper probe be conducted against the concerned schools, but due punishment will also be meted out to those authorities who are flouting the State Education Act of 1961-66 and forcing students to take a holiday on Friday rather than Saturday and Sunday.
या तो हम लोग भी कह रहे हैं कि भाई जहां पर छुट्टी हो
ठीक
रही
है,
है
तो मैं ताराकिशोर जी, I'm going to check with our team
उर्दू स्कूल के रूप में
in the next 5-7 minutes through the time of this debate. अरे अभी तक तो आप उनके लिए बैटिंग कर रहे थे, अभी बोल रहे हैं हम तो यही कह रहे थे। सर आप इधर भी बैटिंग कर रहे हैं, उधर भी बैटिंग कर रहे हैं, एक तरफ रुकिए सर, ऐसा मत कीजिए चितरंजन जी। जब मैं आपसे सवाल पूछता हूं जो आपके लिए डिफिकल्ट होते हैं, आप गोल पोस्ट शिफ्ट करते हैं, नहीं तो फिर आप कहते हैं कि बैट्समैन भी मैं हूं, नॉन स्ट्राइक पर भी मैं बैटिंग करूंगा, ऐसा मत कीजिए। आई एम गोइंग टू ट्राई एंड सी इफ आवर टीम कैन गेट इन टच विद चौधरी जी और ताराकिशोर जी, and if we can get them on the phone and get a confirmation of what Sanju Verma has just told us. Atikur Rahman ji, namaste. This should not be allowed, sir. Either you get state sanction, and you act as per permission. Otherwise, bullying your way through and cause through is not a fair thing to do. And if people are allowing it, then this is appeasement and this is not good. This is bad politics.
Anand, candidly speaking, this is a very disturbing factor, at least in education or elsewhere also. Communalization is, rather not accepted, As far as the religion of Islam is concerned, I should say, Anand, there is no concept of a holiday in Islam. The most auspicious day, which is an Eid day, rather than offering 5 times namaz, we offer 6 times namaz. The concept of a Sabbath is a Christian concept. Allah wants His, pious devotees to be performing all the day-to-day routine jobs and then come and offer the prayers and the namaz. Even during the Ramzan times, there is no Sabbath, no holiday, no concessions. A day-to-day affair, schooling, office, regular business, going to the market, coming back with all responsibilities conferred upon you, you then offer namaz or the roza. There is no concept of a holiday or a Sabbath in Islam. So we do not understand. And this was the reason when Mulayam Singh Yadav government offered a Friday holiday in UP some years back, it was the Muslims who said thanks but no thanks. do not communalize these issues. We do not need any holiday. Sunday is better if it is secular.
You know, we have Atikurji, we have had this discussion. Now here is the problem. Now when we did the investigation, what it was found is that Muslim families, Muslim parents, Muslim teachers, all of them are saying we prefer to have Sunday holiday. Clearly there are certain elements in society who are bulldozing and bullying their way. And the other part is they have been allowed to do so. My issue is not with the parents and with the children, because they will obviously comply with the rules. It's those who are actually enforcing this and who are pushing this. They are the ones, and they are obviously getting a certain level of political patronage. Now this is harmful to our society.
That's it.
Because see, I'll tell you what. Today there are certain robust elements in the Muslim society there in Bihar and the Himachal region who are bullying their way through, saying we are 75%. Tomorrow you will have elements who will say we are 75% Hindus, so we should have holidays on Tuesdays. Then they will turn around. There will be certain groups who will say no, we are robust Christian groups will say how dare you have a holiday other than Sunday. This is India, sir. This is not Islamic State of Pakistan or Islamic State of Bangladesh.
But
this is not another. This is not
eliminating such elements. I do not think it's a rocket science.
Absolutely.
Eliminating it is in the hands of the government. You know, it can be easily eliminated. Please, the community as such will not demand anything like this.
No, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. When whoever is fanning or whoever is emboldening these radical elements should also be brought to book, and they clearly have political backing, because political parties are shying clear of taking a clear position. They have allowed this to pass. Yes, Sanju Verma. ये 15-17 सालों से चल रहा है सर. अगर ये ऐसा चल रहा है तो obviously this is being allowed, no? Yes, Sanju Verma.
Yeah, thank you, Anand. Anand, I think, for once I'm completely in, agreement with what Atikur Rahman is saying. The larger point is not merely about communalizing the school curriculum and school environment by bringing faith into the domain. If you recall a few months back, when there was this hijab controversy in Karnataka, whether hijab should be allowed in schools which already have a decided uniform, there were people who said, yes, hijab is fundamental to our faith, until the Karnataka High Court decided against it. So my simple point is this, that in that particular judgment, the Karnataka High Court said, follow the Karnataka State Education Act of 1983-84. And I think taking a cue from that, the Bihar government is now saying that we will follow the State Education Act of 1961-66 and the provisions thereof. So I think nobody should have a problem. If there is already something that is mandated from the beginning, then you cannot suddenly after 10 years or 20 years, 30 years say, मेरा अभी मन कर रहा है कि मैं इसको उर्दू स्कूल डेजिग्नेट करके जुम्मे की छुट्टी लेना शुरू कर दूं. So I think law of the land should prevail, but we should not give intellectual cover fire like some people started doing at the peak of the hijab controversy, when there were elements who started giving intellectual cover fire under the garb of saying that, hijab is fundamental to our faith.
No, fair point made. We've got a confirmation. We are actually trying Tara Kishorji and also Vijay Chaudharyji, but we've not been able to get through to them on the phone line. But I'm going to ask Saurabh, our teammate in down ground in Bihar, and he will follow up on this story. We've been promised action. We've been promised action. That's what we are given to understand, that that action will be taken. But some big questions do arise, ladies and gentlemen. My point is, how is it that this has been allowed to pass? Can government schools change DNA on a whim? Why was the state unaware of this Jummah imposition? And if they were aware of this, then they should not have allowed it. If they have allowed it for so many decades that they thought, okay, this is the norm and this is the rule, then there is an effort, there is an error on part of the state also. So that's the second question. The third question is, did local netas, and I am not going to say one particular party, did local netas connive with the administration? Also, isn't switch without sanction an illegal move? So what are you going to do with these 500 schools and their authorities? Are you going to get down to the bottom of it and see who are the people who are applying pressure and who try to make it a norm? And imposition a reality where minority becomes majority? That's the bigger question. This definition of minority and majority has to be clearly tweaked. Because in these regions, the minority are Hindus or non-Muslim groups. Now, should we look at it from the prism of minority and majority, Sanju Verma? Because there are many within the Muslim community who are against this, who are also doing it under pressure, who are also succumbing to the will and whim of certain people who are using the clout or their robust radical efforts and push. They are also intimidating. So how do you sift the wheat from the chaff?
You raised a very important point. Anand, you know, one thing which through your show, I'm sure, this will be heard by those who frame policies. I think why did the 42nd Amendment of 1976, when we changed education from being a state subject to the concurrent list, there were many grey areas. So I think, now with this hijab controversy in Karnataka, with this Jumma ki chutti in Jharkhand and, Simhanchal area in Bihar, I think what these controversies tell you is that in some areas, the central government should clearly send a notification, and I'm sure that work is being done on that front to ensure there are no grey areas, which clearly states that if a particular state has an education act which prescribes the uniform, which prescribes kab chutti hogi, which prescribes kab exams kiye jayenge, which prescribes pass percentage kya hai, how the recruitment will be done, how hiring of teachers will be done, then that should be followed to the T without any confusion.
Well, let's hope that happens. Right now, the rules are in place for every state, but they've been looked the other way. And netas are guilty of appeasement and giving cover fire. You give cover fire to radicals, they'll come back to bite you. That's the reality. Right now, we're given to understand that the Bihar cabinet and top-level ministers are in a huddle. That's why they're not answering our calls. So we will try, we are tracking this story and we'll get you the updates and the confirmation of what Ms. Sanju Verma has shared with us. I thank all our panelists for joining us on debate number 1. Sanjuji, stay on because we got the Bengal face-off coming up after the break. Stay with us. It's Paisa, Sona, Car. Is it a cut money karobar? And does it stop with Partha Chatterjee? We debate that when we come back. Stay with us.
In the automatic cancellation of his invitation, Kejriwal wrote to the MEA for approval of his visit on the 21st, a day after the Singapore deadline reportedly expired. But the Aam Aadmi Party has accused the LG of sitting on the file for 1.5 months and returned it on the 21st of July. Exactly a year after a judge was run over in Jharkhand, a special CBI court in Ranchi has convicted both of the accused of murder. The quantum of punishment will be announced next week. Additional Sessions Judge Uttam Anand was run over by an auto rickshaw when he was on a morning run. He had been handling many cases of mafia killings in Dhanbad. 4 cattle smugglers were arrested in Gurugram after a dramatic chase.
A group of cow vigilantes got a tip-off that the accused were transporting the cattle to slaughterhouses. The cattle were being smuggled in a truck and a pickup vehicle. 29 cows were being taken to Noor from Sonipat. That's when the vigilantes started chasing the smugglers on the Kundli-Manesar Palwal Expressway in Gurugram in the wee hours of Thursday. The cow smugglers sped up their vehicle when the vigilantes signalled to stop them. But the cow vigilantes managed to stop the accused and overpower them. The cow smugglers were handed over to the police, who arrested them.
US President Joe Biden and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping had a 2-hour phone conversation today. This comes amidst mounting concern in Beijing over the US Speaker Nancy Pelosi's upcoming visit to Taiwan. China has warned of severe repercussions should Pelosi visit Taiwan. Russia has cut gas through a major pipeline to Europe. Russia's Gazprom has cut gas flowing from Nord Stream 1 down to just 20%. Russia blames this on technical problems on the halving of the gas amount that Germany requires. Germany, in turn, has called this a political move to sow uncertainty and spike prices. Now, the fear is that Russia could completely cut off gas to Europe. Russia is trying to bolster its storage levels for the upcoming winter. Meanwhile, Russian forces launched a massive missile strike on Ukraine's Kiev and Chernihiv regions, which have not been targeted in weeks. Russia attacked the Kiev region with 6 missiles launched from the Black Sea. Smoke was seen billowing across the sky north of Kiev shortly after the attack. 4-time world champion Sebastian Vettel will retire from Formula One at the end of this season. The German, who made his debut with BMW Sauber in 2007 in the US Grand Prix, announced this news on his newly created Instagram account. Vettel won all 4 of his championships with Red Bull between 2010 and 2013. For the first time ever, India is playing host to the Chess Olympiad. The 44th edition is being held in Chennai.
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, superstar Rajnikant and 5-time world chess champion Vishwanathan Anand were all present for the opening ceremony. From musical performances to dance performances and even sand sculpting. Rich Tamil culture, heritage, traditions and sports were on display at the grand event. Vishwanathan Anand handed over the Chess Olympiad torch to M.K. Stalin. The Chess Olympiad was inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi, who dressed in a traditional white veshti with a chessboard design.
A beautiful moment. It is a chess powerhouse for India. It has produced many of India's chess grandmasters.
Players from 187 countries will take part in the world's biggest team chess championship.
Chilling CCTV footage shows the moments before BJP Yuva Morcha worker Praveen Nettaru was killed. In fact, the bike which the attackers were on waited for 40 minutes before approaching Praveen's shop. At exactly 8:33, the bike is seen moving towards Praveen's shop, and in exactly 7 minutes, people are seen running towards the shop. Cops believe that the attack could have happened between 8:38 p.m. and 8:40 p.m. Meanwhile, 2 people have been arrested in connection with Praveen's murder. Zakir and Shafiq were arrested in Kasargod in Kerala in a joint operation between the Kerala and Karnataka police. They've been remanded to 14 days judicial custody. According to the police, one of the suspects is said to have ties with the Popular Front of India, the PFI. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai had to cancel events to mark 1 year of his government and visited Praveen's family. He called it an act of terror and vowed
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we welcome you back with the Partha Arpita World of Riches. Just have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's quickly have a look. What all has been unearthed so far? Look at it. And if you look at the amounts and just let's start with the flats. 3 flats in Clubtown Heights, Belgoria, worth 2.4 crore each. That's the total worth of 2.4 crore, not 2.4 crore each, 2.4 crore. One of these flats, fully air conditioned, is only for the dogs that both Arpita and Partha loved so much. Then there are 3 flats again in Diamond City, South Tollygunge. That's where it's worth 3.75 crore. And then you have the flat in Rajdanga Road, Santipalli, that is worth 50 lakhs. So this itself is totaling somewhere close to about 6.5 to 7 crore rupees. Then you have Netaji Colony, Baranagar, 50 lakhs. Jamini Roy, Sarani, Balaganj, again 1.5 crore. Lakeview Road, Baliganj, 1.5. So total estimation worth is about 10.15 crore. It doesn't end there. Then Audi A4, 50 lakhs. Honda City, 15 lakhs. Honda CR-V, 30 lakhs. Mercedes-Benz, 65 lakhs. Total value of these 4 cars itself is about 1.6 crore. Then there is, of course, gold. 6 kilograms of gold worth 2.82 crore. Cash seized, 50 crore. Look at this. They've made 7-8 level of stacks and they've spelled out ED. That's the amount of cash that they've found so far. 52.82 crore. So the estimated worth. So this total amount is 64.57 crore. Property, cars and 52.8 crore. So this is the total amount that's been unearthed. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Even about 10% of that, would we even be in active politics or doing whatever we are? To retire ho jate. But the larger question is this cut money karobar, ladies and gentlemen, does it stop at Partha Chatterjee? Let's get into the straight face-off. We have our guest with us. Does it stop at Partha Chatterjee? Sanju Verma of the BJP is with us, and Dr. Shashi Panja, Cabinet Minister, Government of West Bengal, is with us. The allegation or the charge from the BJP, Dr. Shashi Panja ji, as I say namaste to the two ladies today on this face-off, is that Dilip Ghosh says they have chopped off the hands to save the body.
No, we have always reiterated, and I really didn't wish to begin the show like this or the face-off like this, but BJP, we will not learn governance or ethics from BJP. Now, this is one. The second is that let the ED investigation be on, and whosoever is associated with this corruption is responsible for it and is responsible to defend oneself. This liability, Mamata Banerjee will not take. And whichever political party thinks the ruling dispensation at the center or the ruling party of the center thinks that we will blame Mamata Banerjee for this, I think that will not be successful. And it is not done, then we have many things for which we blame the Prime Minister. There are many things. And I don't want to get into that.
You're saying that the actions of Partha Chatterjee do not reflect on the actions of Mamata Banerjee, and it's got nothing to do with the Trinamool or Miss Mamata Banerjee. But Partha Chatterjee, for the first time, he spoke today, and News 18 team was there. Sanjuji, coming to you, but I'll just get Dr. Panja's response on this, and then I'll come back to you. What he said is the timing of his sacking. He questioned that, and he said it will impact the investigation. One. Second, he said this is a conspiracy, and you will see who's right, who's doing this conspiracy against
me. Really, it will be very difficult for me to answer as to why Partha Chatterjee mentioned these things. He only has to answer regarding the timing or whatever. It is difficult. We cannot answer this question. We have right from the very beginning, the party has kept strict and stern watch on this. Initially, this cash was found at the lady's house, who is not associated with Trinamool Congress. But as it was unfolding, and as was evident from various pictures also, and also because Mamata Banerjee is not tolerant to any kind of corruption, the moment Partha Chatterjee or the lady started to say, as it was coming out from ED sources and otherwise, that it belongs to him, it does not belong to me. I mean, it was, we had initially sat for a disciplinary committee meeting, and that was yesterday reinforced by the second meeting, and it was submitted to the chairperson who took the call. Yesterday, of course, before that itself, she had removed him from the ministerial posts and other such
so you are saying, Dr. Panja,
and the party also
so the Trinamool Congress has said, so one minute, Sanjuji coming, I'll give you your time, please be rest assured. I'm just saying, so the party is saying you were watching as things were unfolding, and as you saw the mountain of loot and the connection with Partha Chatterjee looking more or less direct, you took action against it. Now let me get Sanju Verma. Sanju Verma, is that convincing explanation, because the BJP has carried out
I'm not here to convince the BJP. Make no mistake, we are not here to convince the BJP.
But they are the political opposition in the state, so I'm asking her the question.
You ask me, we will answer you.
Ji. Sanju Verma.
May I please? I did not interrupt this lady. May I please? Thank you. First and foremost, let me make this very, very clear to you that the entire SSC scam unfolded between 2014 and 2021 in various phases. This is what the Enforcement Directorate has said based on statements by both Arpita Mukherjee, Partha Chatterjee, and based on investigation into various other elements involved in this entire scam.
No, there is a mistake. There is a mistake.
Dr. Panja, let her complete. Dr. Panja, let her complete. You correct her once she completes. Please. Request you. No, she is yielding. So let Sanju Verma complete, and then please.
I have not interrupted even once, so please extend me the courtesy. Now, the interesting thing that your audience needs to know is that despite Mamata Banerjee knowing that a big scam in the education sector, which was playing havoc with the lives of our students, with teachers, etc., she removed Partha Chatterjee from the education ministry. But do you know something? She actually gave him a promotion by giving him the commerce ministry, the transport ministry, the information technology ministry, the public enterprises ministry, the industry sector. Where does a chief minister remove somebody accused of corruption and then she says, "Acha bhai, aapko education se hata diya, the media. It is because of relentless investigation by the Enforcement Directorate that Partha Chatterjee was sacked by Mamata Banerjee as a face-saving exercise. I have been on more than 24 debates in the last 2 weeks with various Trinamool Congress spokespersons, and in every debate, till Partha Chatterjee was sacked, they were saying, Partha Chatterjee कौन है? हमको तो पता ही नहीं है. इसका तो TMC से कोई लेना देना नहीं है. Do you know what Dola Sen, a senior leader of TMC, said? She said 75% of the money collected will be given to the party fund. Balance 25% you can keep with yourself. What did Arpita Mukherjee tell the ED? She said there was an instruction from top to bottom. The money should flow. Top to bottom, bottom to top, everybody was hand in glove. Mamata Banerjee, her cabinet and senior leadership. So don't sit here and say by sacking Partha, you've done a great thing. You
Right.
did it under compulsion.
Right.
And
So-
Mamata Banerjee, is she so incompetent?
Where?
Was being piled up
Okay.
and she had no clue.
Let Dr. Panja respond.
Anandji?
Sanjuji, yield and please let Dr. Panja respond. Yeah.
So, Anandji, the interpretation is wrong, and there is also some misleading, because even she joins in various shows, and I also join. Sometimes we do meet virtually, and sometimes she meets the other spokespersons. First, she mentioned about somebody of the TMC saying we don't know who Partha Chatterjee is. I mean, nobody would have said that. They must have meant the lady, Arpita Chatterjee, who she is. Of course,
Arpita Mukherjee, because she's not a
so we
Trinamool
don't know
member.
her.
Yeah.
So we don't know her. So
Okay.
no point discussing that. Secondly, this thing, her narrative of saying that because Mamata Banerjee sacked her as education minister, didn't give her him the portfolio, gave him a promotion. This is all very wrong. You see, it is the prerogative of the chief minister to decide which MLA will be becoming the minister and which portfolio will be allocated.
Okay,
to
now
her.
Sanjuji, let her
So the
complete. Let her
point
complete,
is-
and then you
the
counter.
point is-
Sanjuji,
the point
extend the
is-
same. It's just the two of you. Sanju Verma, please. Sanju Verma, please. Sanju Verma, please. I'll give you time to counter questions, Sanjuji, but please yield. Let's not speak over each other.
See, the point
Please.
is she's got it wrong, because High Court directed CBI to investigate. Now CBI started investigating, and Partha Chatterjee appeared even twice. Now probably during this interrogation, the money trail came in. Unless a money trail comes in, ED will not step in, and that's when ED stepped in. So that is the sequence of
Okay,
events.
wait.
And nobody is defending him. Nobody is defending him. Let everything be unfolded. Who's defending him?
Okay, the
But
counter.
if somebody, I don't know whether BJP is actually
Okay.
concerned about the corruption, because there is so much corruption all over the country.
Dr. Shashi Panja, the allegation on the BJP in just a bit. Sanju Verma wants to counter you on this fact. What Dr. Shashi Panja, the Trinamool Congress is saying is, when the money trail came, when the physical proof of corruption came, the Trinamool Congress distanced itself. Sanju Verma, respond. Wait. Yeah.
Let me make it very clear to you, Anand, that one of the houses from where piles of cash were recovered by the ED in Belgharia, which belongs to Arpita Mukherjee. In the same building, you have an office of Trinamool Congress. So to say Trinamool Congress people were unaware of this huge SSC scam, that is whole lot of hogwash. I have to just end by saying one thing. Trinamool Congress, Mamata Banerjee tried level best that CBI should not probe. They went to the bench of Justice Gangopadhyay. They went to the bench of Justice Harish Tandon. They went to the bench of Justice Rajshekar Mantha. And all these senior judges said nothing doing. CBI will probe this scam. So Mamata Banerjee tried her level best. The CBI probe should not happen. She tried her level best to dissociate herself from Partha Chatterjee, but media exposed her, the ED exposed her. So now in favor, you are saying, oh, we have sacked Partha Chatterjee. Is Mamata Banerjee so incompetent that such a huge scam was happening right under her nose and she was clueless about it? What about the statement of Dola Sen, who says that 75% will go to your party fund? 75% of this ill-tainted cash will go to your party fund is a statement by your senior leader Dola Sen. Madam, are you refuting Dola Sen's remarks?
Okay, let her respond. Fine. I have 90 seconds, so Shashi Panja ji, please respond.
So, yes. So she's talking about the incompetence and indulgence of the Honorable Chief Minister of West Bengal. Well, those fingers are pointing even at the Honorable Prime Minister, who was in pictures with Nirav Modi, who let Nirav Modi
This
go,
is not
Vijay Mallya
about
go,
pride.
Mehul Choksi
This
go,
topic of
and there
debate,
she goes, there she goes.
madam,
Yeah, really, you
stop
cannot.
this
So you have to
business of latkana,
we have to
atkana,
also
bhatkana.
judge the competence of the
Aaj
Honourable
debate
Chief
Partha
of the
Chatterjee
Prime Minister.
par hai,
Okay.
So please, can you tell her to
Okay,
keep
now
quiet
Sanju
or you
Verma,
silence
let her respond to
You
your
have to
allegation
silence
of
her.
what Dola Sen has claimed.
You have to silence her.
Let her
The
please.
point is Sanju Verma is the last person to talk about Chief Minister.
And who exactly
Mamata
are you?
Banerjee. Then she has to talk about the Prime Minister who
No,
is
no.
keeping silent day in and day out.
Let's come back to
Day in
the
and day
let's come
out.
back to the question
So many
asked and the comment
corruptions.
made by Ms.
Okay,
Dola Sen as
Sanju
alleged by
Verma,
Sanju
please
Verma.
answer.
Yeah.
Sanju Verma, please answer. Why are you supporting Subhendu Adhikari, who is associated with so many scams in his home district and who has gone into the BJP washing machine and not even in interrogation or investigation has started against him because he is now in the BJP washing machine.
Well,
Okay, so we are not going to answer Sanju Verma about Dola Sen's
it's not about ladies and gentlemen, I have to wind up this debate. I'm running out of time. Dr. Shashi Panja and Sanju Verma, very, very respectfully. The amount of money that's been unearthed, a stone's throw away or not so far away from where this has been unearthed, ladies and gentlemen, in Bengal, in Kolkata, in Belgaria, you'll find people who find it difficult to make both ends meet and get 1 square meal a day. Imagine this stash of cash that's been found at just one minister's various multiple residences and also of his aides. These questions arise. Does it stop here? Does this cut money karobar stop at Partha Chatterjee, or is there far much more that's been taken away, what is rightfully of the people of Bengal? Thank you for watching Brass Tacks with Zaka right now.
Good evening, this is Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. There were dramatic scenes outside the Joka ESI hospital where Partha Chatterjee and his close aide Arpita Mukherjee were taken to today. Arpita in fact broke down. She made the claim that she has nothing to do with the money, and although the flats were in her name, she never had access to them. She never knew who was going in and going out. Partha Chatterjee, on the other hand, made a direct point to the TMC leadership, taking offense at his sacking. In fact, he said, let's see which all names now tumble out. Has the TMC done enough against Partha Chatterjee? And could all of this, 50 crores in cash recovered in 2 raids at 2 different places, 10 flats in Arpita Mukherjee's name, could all of this have been done by the Higher Secondary Education Minister without his higher-ups knowing about it or looking the other way when they knew about it?
Arpita Mukherjee breaking down. Partha Chatterjee alleging conspiracy. The two faces of the Bengal SSC scam clearly on the back foot. After all, the evidence against them is mind-boggling. Nearly 50 crores in cash found in 2 of Arpita's homes. Nearly 6 kilograms of gold worth 2.8 crores were also recovered. 10 luxury flats in Kolkata worth 10.5 crores. At least 4 cars, including 2 luxury ones, worth 1.6 crores. Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee were questioned jointly by the Enforcement Directorate. ED officials confronted Arpita with pictures of the mountains of cash and gold found in her flats. Arpita broke down after seeing the pictures of the seizures. She denied any knowledge of so much cash being stashed in her homes. Arpita claimed Partha Chatterjee's aides had access to her flats and accused them of stashing the money there. All throughout her interrogation, Partha Chatterjee remained silent. The Trinamool Congress has dropped Partha Chatterjee like a hot potato, sacking him as a minister and removing him from all posts because the party says it has zero tolerance for corruption. But Partha thinks otherwise. The BJP claims that a scam of such magnitude couldn't have happened without Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's nod.
Mamata Banerjee is the kingpin of this scam, and the investigation will soon reach her doorsteps.
So can the Trinamool Congress absolve all responsibility by simply sacking Partha Chatterjee?
All right, joining me on the talking point this evening, Syed Zafar Islam is spokesperson of the BJP, Saket Gokhale, spokesperson of the Trinamool Congress, Professor Gargi Nandi Roy, political analyst, Kabir Shankar Bose, Supreme Court lawyer, and Nilanjan Das, political analyst, will also be joining us. Saket Gokhale, I'll start with you first. So it was 24 crores that was recovered first last weekend, and then subsequently 27 crores. So close to 50 crores have been recovered from two different flats, both in the name of Arpita Mukherjee. She says, rather conveniently, she has nothing to do with this money, though the flats were in her name. She didn't know who was going in and out because it was Partha Chatterjee and his people who had access to the flat. He says he has nothing to do with her. The flats were in her name. He has nothing to do with the cash, and the ED has to prove where the cash came from. It's rather convenient that, it's like left hand saying, I don't know what the right hand is doing.
Look, again, this is an ongoing investigation. And if there is one party making I don't know who it is convenient for. I don't know who's telling the truth out of both of them. But that is for the ED to determine. We are not an investigating agency. Neither are we privy to the probe as you guys seem to be. So, we don't know what Partha Chatterjee said or what Arpita Mukherjee said or who Arpita Mukherjee even is, for that matter, in connection with the party or the government. So, at the end of the day, they will make their own statements. It's for the ED to probe further and figure out who's telling the truth and who's lying.
But Saket, surely Mr. Chatterjee, as the higher secondary education minister in your government, surely couldn't have made these 50 crores in the last 5 days. No, he would have made it when he was minister, when he was in government. That is something you should have known.
Known what? Again, the money has not, let me point out the facts to you. The money has been found at the residence of an Arpita Mukherjee, who is allegedly a close aide of Partha Chatterjee. How are we supposed, first of all, there is no money found at Partha Chatterjee's house. ED did not know about this until 5 days ago. How ED has access to surveillance, investigation tools, everything. Now, if the ED itself did not know, how are we as a party supposed to know? There was nothing at Partha Chatterjee's house.
So you are disassociating Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. You are saying that this money, howsoever it reached Arpita Mukherjee's residence, has everything to do with her, nothing to do with Partha Chatterjee.
I don't know whether it has anything to do with Partha Chatterjee. Again, you don't have to put words in my mouth. I'm clearly saying we do not know. We are not conducting a parallel, we are not doing a trial or a probe here on media. The ED should tell us.
No, because it has to be either of two things, Zafar Islam. Either this money is Partha Chatterjee's money and she's a Benami for it. Of course, they will in court never accept that. Because he was the one who had access to to making this kind of money. And if he did, then he did it when he was minister. He's obviously not done it in the last 5 days. Or if the two of them had nothing to do with each other, then I really want to know, Syed Zafar Islam, how is it that a small-time actress who has not had any great work of any commercial success, how did she end up having 50 crore rupees in cash in two of her flats? There must be something.
Zaka, let the investigation be over. How conveniently the TMC spokesperson is speaking for and against Partha Chatterjee and against that lady. But all I would say at this point in time that let the investigation be over and you will find and you will be shocked who are the people responsible behind it. It is not only Partha Chatterjee, it's not only this lady, but it is the chief minister who is actually responsible for amassing this wealth through unfair practices. And that is something so visible. Whether Partha Chatterjee or Partha, whatever he is speaking to ED or that lady is speaking to ED, it is something which I won't comment at this point in time because the investigation is underway and truth will come out.
No, but on what basis are you saying, Zafar, that the chief minister is the ultimate beneficiary? On what basis are you saying that?
It's amazing how the BJP...
No, one sec. Let him respond. I'll come back to you. Zafar.
You cannot make this... See, the Chappaldhari chief minister cannot and her cabinet cannot make this kind of, cabinet minister cannot make that kind of money unless he or she been supported by the chief minister herself. It is so evident when her nephew, see the palatial building he lives, how much money he has made in coal scam. And likewise, Partha Chatterjee, these are the kingpin. Actually, the main beneficiary is Mamata Banerjee.
No, if you have evidence, Zafar, please by all means go ahead and arrest them. No, if you think that they've made money illegally, go ahead and arrest them. So what I want, I have one legitimate question to ask to Professor Gargi Roy. One second, Professor Gargi Roy.
Let me respond to that.
No, give me 1 second. Professor Gargi
can
Roy,
I just respond to one
there
question,
are,
please?
I believe, I'm told, I don't know.
Zaka.
1 second, Zafar, 1 second. I'll come back to you. Professor Gargi Roy, I've been told there are 40,000 people who have been on a protest for the last, I believe the protest there has crossed 500 days. These are poor people who were asking for jobs, small-time jobs, government, high school teachers, clerks, peons, etc., whose money Partha Chatterjee and his aides were collecting, and some of that money is now lying in Arpita Mukherjee's house, which has been recovered by the Enforcement Directorate. Is that plausible? I mean, because these people have been protesting for almost 2 years now.
Yes, Zaka, and that's the very sad part, The eligible youth of Bengal who passed teachers eligibility test back in 2017 and 14 are protesting, and jobs have been sold for 15 lakhs, 20 lakhs given to those who submitted blank papers. Nothing can be more sad than that. But Zaka, let us note that the buck doesn't stop here. See, in West Bengal, everything, and I reiterate here, everything happens with the inspiration of Didi. You just step into Kolkata, Zaka, just see big hoardings, all projects written Didir Anuprerona. So it is really not believable. And may I tell you, Zaka, why was Partha Chatterjee brought as the education minister in the first place? Do you know that 10 years back, in 2011, when Didi first came into power, it was Mr. Bratto Boshu, who is an actor, director, writer, he was made the education minister. But Bratto Boshu made some radical changes. He made all admissions online. That would have been really difficult because TMC Union collects money by giving admissions. So immediately within a couple of days, Bratto Boshu was removed and Partha Chatterjee was made the education minister. So this is one answer I want to ask the TMC people.
Okay.
Secondly, some days back, some officials of education department, Zaka, this I also have heard, this is alleged. Officials of education departments have alleged that vice chancellors of all universities in West Bengal, barring Calcutta and Jadavpur University, that is except Calcutta and Jadavpur University, all vice chancellors are given a target to collect the money, and that money goes up to the top. If you remember, Dola Shin, the MP, she had famously said, that video was very much popular, that 75% will go up and 25% you can keep. And Didi in a meeting, she was openly heard saying, ভাগ করে খাওয়ার চেষ্টা করো সবকিছু একা খেলে হয় না means মিল বাঁটকে খাও अकेले मत खाओ. It means that whatever the booty you have, distribute among everybody. Don't have it alone.
No, so anyway, look, these are all political, allegations and back and forth. One second, these are all political back and forth. Ultimately, an investigating agency needs to get to the bottom of it. But I want to ask Kabir, Bose. One second, ma'am, 1 second. With your permission, let me ask Kabir Bose. How easy or difficult is it going to be for the Enforcement Directorate to trace this money back to Partha Chatterjee? He can, and he already is, conveniently saying that, look, I have nothing to do with Arpita Mukherjee. These houses are not in my name. I have no knowledge of where this cash came from. How easy or difficult would it be to prove a money trail that leads up to Partha Chatterjee in a court of law?
Easy or difficult, that's very difficult to say, because it's going to take time. The ED, they have their machinery, they have their capabilities. It's one of the premier investigating agencies of the country. We will have to see where this leads to, because in Bengal, we've seen in the past that a lot of ministers of the ruling party, of the current ruling party, they have been involved in a lot of scams. And the agencies, the courts have felt that the Bengal agencies cannot do justice, and therefore they have been given to the central agencies.
Yeah.
And therefore, we'll have to wait and see in the future that where the dots connect to, and whether the highest
what I was trying to ask you was, let's say it's for want of a better example, a murder case, right? You have to find a motive, you have to find a murder weapon, right? These are elementary to be able to prove the crime. In a financial crime, the money trail, I'm assuming, is the most important sort of
Yes.
piece of the puzzle that you need to put together.
Yes.
How can you prove money trail when it's all cash and it's not been recovered in a house that's in his name or belongs to him?
Matter of evidence, Zaka, but till now what we have seen is, we've seen Partha Chatterjee's envelopes, his letterheads, his emblems, maybe rubber stamps, they have all been recovered. So these are all evidences which Mr. Chatterjee has to answer for. So these are prima facie evidence that he is definitely linked to this.
Okay.
We have seen this on your channel, also on TV,
Yeah.
that all these have been recovered from the flat of Arpita.
Let me ask Niranjan Das,
Directly linked to
the political argument that's being put forth by TMC is, look, the moment we got to know of these allegations, we've taken all possible action against him. We've removed him as minister. We've removed him from our party. As far as Arpita Mukherjee is concerned, she's not a member of the TMC. We don't know who she is. That's for Partha Chatterjee to explain. Now, is that a political argument that cuts ice, according to you?
No.
Niranjan Das, please. Thank you.
Absolutely. The party has taken action against the national vice president, the state secretary general. So this is really an example that has been set by All India Trinamool Congress. And of course, the Honorable Chief Minister has said that if anyone does anything wrong, any corruption, the party is not going to stand by that person. And rightly, the party disciplinary committee under the leadership of Abhishek Banerjee, they have taken the decision, they have sacked him from the party.
But
So,
Niranjan,
of
what
course it has-
explains? Niranjan, what explains? I mean, obviously, if this money has been made by Partha Chatterjee, because I'm assuming Arpita Mukherjee, as a small-time TV actor, does not have the resources or the means to make this kind of money. If this money, Niranjan, one second, hear me out. If this money has been allegedly made by Partha Chatterjee, then surely he would have made it when he was a cabinet minister, not in the last 5 days.
Your first argument itself is, has to be investigated, whether the money has any link to Partha Chatterjee or not.
Okay, let them investigate. I'm saying, as a layman, when you watch these pictures, it's got to be either his money or her money. Realistically, whose money do you think it is?
If it is the money, of course, it has been recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's flat.
Yes.
So, of course, the party, the money will be. It has to be investigated whether.
No, I'm asking you a simple question. It has to either be his money or her money. Realistically, whose money do you think it is?
What has Trinamool Congress or the government of West
That
Bengal
is not
got to
my
do with
question.
it?
I'm not asking you any of that. All I'm asking you is a very simple question. This money has been recovered in Arpita Mukherjee's flat, right? In 2 flats. Either it is her money, she has the means and the resources to earn this kind of money, or it is Partha Chatterjee's money. It's one of the two, right? So whose money do you think it is? One second, ma'am. Yeah. Huh?
Question.
What?
The question should be thrown at the ED. They are doing the investigation, so they will be able to tell you whether it is the money has anything to do with.
I'm a layman. I'm not an investigator. I'm very, very clear. So are millions of people who are watching this. If this money, one second. If this money is proceeds of crime, then it certainly has come from somebody who was in power, who was in an influential position. In this case, there's only one person who was in a position of power, in a position of influence. And what I was getting at is this, that if this money was made allegedly by Mr. Chatterjee, surely he was making it while he was Minister for Education. And if he was doing it while he was Minister for Education, how come his bosses did not know about it?
No, not everything can be known by the bosses at all the times, right? So,
okay.
But anyway, let the investigation be completed. Let's first prove that Mr. Partha Chatterjee is guilty, and then we can.
Saket Gokhale. I don't know which one is flattering, that the bosses did not know, or the bosses are not supposed to know. Zafar, I'm coming. Saket, yeah.
You won't even give me a chance to answer your question.
I'm asking you, yeah. I'm waiting for you. I was waiting for your response. Yeah.
Mr. Jacob, because we're talking from a layperson's perspective, please tell me that in Arpita Mukherjee's house, in her life, is there only one person called Partha Chatterjee and nobody else?
Okay, fair enough. There could be other people. Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
As the ED, again, that's why I'm saying, why don't you let the investigation get done? Whose money it is? Why does it have to be one of the two? It could be a third person as well. Who do we know? It's the ED. It's the ED that is investigating this.
What I'm getting at is if the ED if so far the ED is saying that this has been recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's residence and she is saying that this is Partha Chatterjee's money. Okay, I'm asking you, if it is Partha Chatterjee's money, surely he couldn't have made this in the last 5 days, and surely if he was doing this as Minister for Education, then how come his bosses did not know about it? It's a very layman question.
1 minute. You started your question by if this is his money and if he was doing it with the bosses. But on what basis are you drawing that conjecture?
As is being claimed by Arpita Mukherjee, from whose house the money has come.
Today I have come to you and ask you, Mr. Jacob, have you committed a murder? Are you going to say yes, no? You're going to say no, right?
Saket, 1 second. If you are, okay, let's play by your example. You are accusing me of murder. Okay, Zafar can surely ask me, look, Saket Gokhale is saying that Zaka Jacob committed murder. What do you have to say about it? It's legit. It's a legit question.
Again, she's the accused. This is the word of the principal and the only accused until now. Why are we to go on the word of an accused is something I'm not understanding.
So it's the word of one accused versus another. It's a question of who are you going after? Are you going after the small fish or are you going after the big fish?
What should we do? Should we drop the investigation right now and ask Justice Zaka Jacob to give a...
Sir, all I asked you was, if this is, as is being alleged by Arpita Mukherjee, money made by Partha Chatterjee, then surely he did it while he was minister. Yes.
Let me answer that question.
Yeah, okay.
Answer
the question, yeah.
After 2016, Prime Minister Modi said there are safeguards that have been brought in after demonetization. Everything has gone digital. So if you're claiming that if party superiors, if this is Partha Chatterjee's money, would have known about it, then I'm surprised after demonetization, why did the agencies not know about this?
Okay. All right, Zafar, yeah.
Zaka, the TMC spokesperson is targeting an anchor, you. I mean, that will not change the truth. The fact is that this is an illegal money and it has been made through unfair practices, all the bribe they have collected. And can you collect these kind of bribes? It's not a small amount. 10 trucks full of money, only with the blessing of the Chief Minister. Partha and this lady, they are all working for Mamata Banerjee. And without her support and blessing, you cannot make this kind of money. It's so evident. And of course, the investigation is on. The investigation will eventually lead to her door clearly, because we have very clearly seen that she claims something else, but in private she is a very different person. And here also, Partha will open up. I'm sure that he will open up and tell the truth to the world that it is not only his money, but it is the money of Mamata Banerjee and other leaders as well.
No, but Zafar, the question that Saket also asked, one second. Zafar, also the question that he asked, the question that he asked is, after demonetization, we were supposed to put an end to cash. How is 50 crores in cash, and God knows how much more is going to be recovered, is being recovered from the house of a small-time actor? We were supposed to have ended cash, right?
What does that mean? Demonetization. What demonetization got to do with? See, you have money in circulation. Don't we have money in circulation?
Yeah.
We have money in circulation. That's why these people are able to accept bribe, and that's why Mamata Banerjee is accepting bribe through Partha and this lady, and the ED got the lead. They have enough evidence.
Again, I'm saying if there is evidence connecting the former education minister to the chief minister, by all means the ED should go after the chief minister and arrest her. But if they have that evidence, but otherwise, as of right now, as of today, this is an allegation. Anyway, let me go back to Professor Gargi Nandi Roy. Let me ask Professor Gargi Nandi Roy that, again, one critical aspect that is being brought forth is the almost speed with which the Trinamool Congress, just cut off Mr. Chatterjee. I mean, he was, for whatever it is worth, I don't know how powerful he was within the scheme of things of the TMC. He was Education Minister. He was Secretary General of the party. Reportedly, no calls were taken. In 5 days, he's been sacked. Surely, either the party must have realized he is a persona non grata now, or something else is at play here.
No, I feel that Partha Chatterjee and Arpita have been made scapegoats. See, TMC is trying to digress the topic by bringing in demonetization. It is not the topic today. Demonetization does not mean that there is no money in circulation. Please, this doesn't work, this logic. Secondly, I'll precisely make 2-3 points. They are trying to dezone Arpita, which they cannot do, because Mamata Banerjee has been heard on stage praising her. And even on 21st July, the famous Martyrs' Day, just one day before the ED searches happened, she was on the same stage with Mamata Banerjee on the second row, sitting next to Shobhandev Chattopadhyay. So please kindly do not dezone her, okay? In her house, envelopes were found, where money was found in envelopes with the Board of Education envelopes. Admit card of students were found. So please, you cannot deny it. And now, just tell me, Zaka, suppose in an institution or organization, say a bank, a corruption has been happening for 10 years and it has been done by an assistant manager or a deputy manager. When the forces come to inquire it, will not they ask the manager, will not they question the manager, the head of the organization, if the second person or third person is involved in corruption? So in Bengal, there has been a corporatization of corruption. And let me tell you, Zaka, the buck surely does not stop at Partha Chatterjee. And in Bengali, there is famously said, Kantanle matha ashe, Kantanle matha ashe. Means if the ear is pulled, the head comes. So I'm quite sure that the ear has been pulled, so wait for the head to come.
Okay.
That's what I want to mean.
Nilanjan wants to come in. Nilanjan wants to come in. Yes, Nilanjan.
Whatever this lady has said just now, that Miss Arpita Mukherjee was on the stage on 21 July, is absolutely baseless. It's a false statement and she must apologize for it, number one. Number two, the BJP spokesperson just said that Mamata Banerjee is responsible for all this, whatever has been collected or recovered by the ED. May I ask, what is the turnover of Mr. Jaishah's company? And by whose blessings he has grown his company by 16,000 times? Will the BJP spokesperson be able to say? And I want this professor.
No, but that's not the topic of discussion, is it? That's not the topic of discussion tonight.
Yeah, we're discussing that.
No, I want to go back specifically. I want to go back specifically to 2 or 3 things that Professor Roy said. And Nilanjan, if you want to, one second. If you want to dispute it, you can dispute it. Number one, she said that Arpita Mukherjee was on stage for the July 21 Martyrs rally. She said that there are video clips of Mamata Banerjee praising Arpita Mukherjee. And this attempt to cut off Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee will not work because there were, letters of the Board of Education, envelopes of the Board of Education that have been recovered from a flat.
So what?
What do you mean, so what? Letters of Board of Education, envelopes and letters in an actor's house. What do you think the link is?
Oh my God! You have just you have got an envelope. There are stacks of money within it, and that means that Partha Chatterjee is linked to it.
No, so she was forging these letters. She was forging these envelopes.
For the investigators to decide.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. I mean, you are saying that these envelopes and letters were forged. No, of course.
Unlike you and the media, I'm not the investigator.
Fair enough. All I'm asking you is, if such letters and envelopes have been recovered from her place, which has the official stamp of the Board of Education, and she's supposedly a close aide of Partha Chatterjee, again, layman question I'm asking as a layman, wouldn't you put 2 and 2 together, or would you think that, she's forging these letters and documents?
No, if everything can be sorted on national television, then let's, do away with all this ED and CBI.
I'm just asking a question. I'm not saying that I'm replacing ED, no. I'm just asking a question.
Can I answer? Nothing to hide.
Well, Kabir.
If he had nothing to hide, if Partha Chatterjee had nothing to hide, why did he try to take umbrage in a state-run hospital, which today the Honorable Calcutta High Court has affirmed in its order and sent him to AIMS, and now he's being treated at ESI? Why did he try to hide? My question to the TMC panelists.
Okay. Saket Gokhale.
Question. Let me answer that question.
Saket Gokhale,
Okay. When Mr. Amit Shah was being investigated by CBI in the Sohrabuddin encounter, he had also gone underground for 12 days. So if he was not guilty, then why did he go underground for 12 days? Number one. Number two, as far as being seen with Arpita Mukherjee goes, I have a video, I have multiple videos we all have seen of Prime Minister talking about Mehul Choksi, Mehul Bhai, Nirav Modi at the World Economic Forum with him. Now then, by that logic, the buck stops at the Prime Minister. So are we trying to say that
Calcutta High Court,
the crores of
Mr. Gokhale, the Calcutta High Court has affirmed in its order that the state
but
50
50 crores were recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's house.
These kind of politicians
50 crores.
The Calcutta High Court has gone on record on this.
Yeah.
On what?
On the admission to skims.
I have one question.
On the admission to skims, they've said something today.
I have one question for the TMC people.
One second, Professor Roy. One second. Yeah, Saket, yeah.
One or the other, okay? One way or the other, you have to decide. Either Partha Chatterjee was a complete mastermind who managed to get crores of cash, or he's a man stupid enough to keep education department envelopes and cash in the house of the woman who's supposedly close to him. You have to decide whether he's an idiot or whether he's a genius and a mastermind.
No, but it also, you know how arrogance works. I mean, some people think they can get away with it.
So
Well,
we see that in the Prime Minister.
maybe
You know,
it's that. Maybe he thought he would get
Minister.
away with it forever. Anyway, Professor Roy has a question, and I'm going to wrap up with that. Yeah, Professor Roy, yeah.
Yeah, I have a question.
Quickly
I
though,
have
please.
a small question to my TMC counterpart. Yes.
Yeah.
See, we know that Chandan Mondal sold the jobs for money. And today, the ED has found out a black diary and red chart. You know, primary teacher's job was sold for 10 lakhs, upper primary for 18 to 20 lakhs, and for class 9-10 teachers 25 lakhs. Now my question is, people who paid, and many people have lost their jobs because by High Court order 269 people have already lost jobs, more heads to roll, more people will lose their jobs. Will the TMC party pay back this money to the people who paid to get the jobs, and now they will be losing, or they have already lost their jobs?
Saket Gokhale.
Please, my TMC co-panelists.
Saket Gokhale.
Today, Mr. Abhishek Banerjee met the protesters, number one. Number two, Mamata Di has also met protesters earlier before that. We have also said that until now, because of the court orders, there was a freeze on... If you have to, listen, first of all, this person not my counterpart. She's not a spokesperson officially. Please ask her not to interrupt me. Otherwise, you don't want me to speak, I won't speak.
No, go on. I want you to finish the answer. I want to move on to debate 2. Yeah, please, quickly. Quickly,
I'm a
quickly,
daughter
yeah.
of Bengal. Saket Gokhale, I'm a daughter of Bengal who is hurt.
Okay, ma'am. You've asked your question. Let him respond, and then I want to close this debate. Yeah, Saket, quickly, please.
Whatever, you're not my counterpart. You don't represent
30
the party.
seconds. 30 seconds, Saket, quickly, please. Thank you.
So we have met the protesters today. Mr. Abhishek Banerjee met them. Didi has also met them in the past. And what we have assured the protesters is that within the confines of the restrictions imposed by the High Court, we are going to do whatever we can to try and absorb as many of them, anyone who has faced injustice, to try and right the wrong. Of course, we'll have to do that within the confines of the orders of the High Court, but we are going to try and do our best. See, Mr. Jacob, let me also end by saying that we are equally shocked seeing these recoveries on TV and seeing all of that is happening. But at the end of the day, if ED is an unbiased agency, let them do their job. Here, the BJP spokesperson knows what the ED is going to do next. That's not how an independent agency works, not on leaks. We saw what happened in the Aryan Khan case. So let's wait for the charge sheet to be filed.
Okay.
Let it go to
All right, Zafar, 10 seconds. I got to really wrap up. I got to go to debate 2. 10 seconds, Zafar, please.
No, Radhaka, all I said that let the investigation get over.
Yeah.
We will know the truth. But what is so apparent, I said what is so apparent, that Partha cannot make this kind of money without the blessing of the Chief Minister of West Bengal.
Okay, let the ED investigate. Let the ED investigate, and then we'll see who knew and who didn't
she
know.
Supports all this kind of corruption.
I got to wrap up. Thank you very much.
It
Zafar, I'm completely out of time. I would request Zafar to stay on for our second debate. It's a Congress versus BJP debate. But the rest of the guests, I want to thank them right now. Meanwhile, let's move on to our second story. It's been 2 weeks of the monsoon session of Parliament, and there's been virtually no business of any worth that's been transacted in either house. We've seen the opposition protesting on price rise. At least 27 opposition MPs have gotten suspended. Things went a notch up when Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary referred to President Murmu as Rashtra Patni. The BJP was ballistic. They've been demanding an apology. And 48 hours later, Mr. Chaudhary has written to the president and expressed regret. He has apologized for the phrase that he used. So, will Parliament now be allowed to function starting Monday?
मैं द्रौपदी मुर्मू
एक बार राष्ट्रपति निकल गई चूक हुई विशेषतः अधीर रंजन का देखते हुए सोनिया गांधी जी माफी मांगना चाहिए।
अगर एक चूक हो गई वो भी मैं मान लिया कि मेरा चूक हो गई।
All right, we're still in conversation on the debate tonight. Aside Zafar Islam of the BJP and Mahima Singh of the Congress are joining us. Zafar, let's start with the latest, which is Mr. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has now written to the President and said that he's apologizing for the remarks. Will now Parliament work from Monday?
See, first, Parliament should function, and it is the responsibility of the opposition as well to let the Parliament function, let that business be transacted. But let me tell you very candidly that this apology from Mr. Adhir Ranjan will not work. The party acting chief, Sonia Gandhi ji, must apologize to the President, because at the end of the day, he is part of her team. He is LOP, and the entire Congress under Sonia Gandhi ji has supported him, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary initially, and he made derogatory remarks against a women president, especially because she comes from a marginalized section of the society, from the Adivasi community, and something which actually has not gone down well with the Congress party, and that's why they are making this kind of remarks. It's not only Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, but then all Congress parties are unhappy with her elevation as
Okay, so Mahima saying the point that the BJP is making is it's not just not just Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. It's also Sonia Gandhi who has to apologize. A, because she's a woman who heads the principal opposition party, and she is the one who appointed Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary as leader of the opposition in the lower house. Therefore, she is the one who should apologize.
Well, it was only earlier this year that our Prime Minister said Beti Bachao, Beti Patao, and I feel, one did not see a speck of a regret on his face or in his tone, let alone coming out tendering an apology to the daughters of India, of which Ms. Murmu is also a part. Our Honorable President today is also a daughter of the country. I, as a daughter of the country, feel utterly offended, feel utterly disturbed that my Prime Minister on a national platform comes out and says, Beti Bachao, Beti Patao, such outrageous words, and let alone an apology. I already said, there's not even a speck of regret. There's not even a
But
speck
ma'am,
of disappointment.
let's talk about what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary said. Do you or do you not believe that it was an insult to the President of this country, especially that she is the first ever tribal woman president?
As I said earlier, Congress party and entire Congress leadership is supporting Adhir Ranjan
Okay,
Chaudhary.
one second. Let her answer the question. Let her answer the question that I asked. Let Mahima Singh answer the question I asked. Do you or do you not believe, ma'am, it's a straight up question, that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary was wrong? He should not have referred to the President in the words that he used.
Mr. Jacob, is my question also not straight up? That should the Prime Minister have apologized?
Ma'am, the response to my question cannot be another question.
My leader, I already started with a question, Mr. Jacob. I already questioned whether the Prime Minister should have regretted.
Ma'am, I asked you a question. Do you have a response to my question? Your response to my question cannot be another question.
I will say what my opinion is, how I feel about the situation. However, as I was already saying, my leader, Mr. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, has already come out and regretted the slip of tongue. Has the Prime Minister regretted the slip of tongue? And I've only mentioned the slip of tongue right now. I have not even come to the Congress ki Vidva, the Shul Panaka ka Atahas, and all the other outrageous remarks that the Prime Minister has ever made on women politicians.
Zafar, I don't know if it was a slip of the tongue. I don't know if it was deliberate. Fact is that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary said what he said, and now he has apologized. He has apologized on TV. He's apologized in that letter to the President. Can we now move on? And the people of India are asking, will Parliament function? Why are we paying for this dysfunction?
Zakaf, there are two things. First, that whether it was a deliberate attempt or it was a slip of tongue. Anybody who has seen the video will clearly tell you that it was a deliberate attempt. Not once, repeatedly he said, first he said Rashtrapati, and then of course he was as his best in making these kind of wrong remarks. Secondly, it was a derogatory, and Sonia Gandhi ji should have come out and made the statement that it was a wrong statement made by her LOP, and the party apologizes the Honorable President. But she didn't do that. Everybody, including Mahima here, supporting Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, and they're saying it's a slip of tongue. Say very candidly, no, it was not a slip of tongue. It was a deliberate attempt. It was intentionally made this kind of a statement, because if you have seen the video, only fool will say that it was a slip of tongue. It was not.
No, so what is the point you're making? No, Zafar, what I want to know, what I want to know is, okay, it was deliberate. Let's buy your argument. But he's now apologized, right? Can we move on?
No, his apology will not work, because he has been asked. When it is deliberate, then he is speaking at the behest of someone else, and who can be someone else?
No, Mahima saying, can't the Congress party take a slightly, elevated view of this and say, okay, whether it was deliberate, whether it was slip of the tongue, let's leave that aside. He has said what he has said. By virtue of the fact that your party is headed by a woman, she's taking a bigger view, a bigger picture, and saying, okay, on behalf of the Congress party, I'm apologizing to the president. Let's collectively then move on.
Why is all the generosity expected out of the Congress party in this country? I want to, let's just talk point to point, Mr. Jacob. Let me just ask you, is Beti Bachao, Beti Patao...
We are not expecting...
No, you made that point, ma'am. You made that point.
We are not expecting civility.
One second. You made that point.
Mahima, we are not expecting generosity. We are expecting civility from you.
If a boy would say Beti Bachao, Beti Patao...
No, you made that point. You made that point in your previous answer. I'm asking you a simple question.
Can I just come in?
One second, Zafar. One second. I'm asking, ma'am. The reason why. No, ma'am.
No, I haven't made my point, and the point has not been allowed to be made.
Okay, make your point.
I just wish to ask you a simple question. We have seen Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary come out and say that mujhse chook ho gayi, it was a slip of tongue. Did we? Yes, we did. Now there's an apology also, and there is an appointment also that he'll seek with the president. But did we ever see the Prime Minister, regret to the slightest of the extent that, so sorry, this was a slip of tongue, that I did not mean to disappoint the daughters of my country.
Ma'am, okay, you made that point. Now can I ask you a question? No, can I ask you a question? No, 1 second, Zafar, 1 second. Ma'am, for the last 1 week, the opposition, no, 1 second. The opposition has been asking, Mahima Singh, 1 second. For the last 1 week, opposition has been asking for a discussion on price rise and GST. You have both in Rajya Sabha and in Lok Sabha, you've been asking for a discussion on price rise and GST. Last 2 days, this issue has held up that discussion. For the interests of your own, for your own interest, which is to have this discussion on price rise and GST, can Sonia Gandhi apologize to the president, and can we all get a move on? So that on Monday we have a debate on the issue that you want to have a debate on for the last 1 week.
My leader has been heckled in the parliament, on the floor of the parliament, by the Women and Child Development Minister. It is the Women and Child Development Minister who blatantly lies to the country. Ms. Smriti Irani, who should come upfront and apologize to my leader. Ms. Jaya Bachchan has made a statement today. Ms. Mahua Moitra has made a statement. We had dozens of witnesses who testified that my leader, one of the senior most members of the parliament in the country, was heckled by Smriti Irani, the Women and Child Development Minister of the country.
Zafar, respond.
I, as a woman...
Okay, let him respond. Let him respond, please. Yeah, Zafar.
First of all, the Honorable President had been insulted by her senior colleague, the LOP, in Lok Sabha. Secondly, she is saying that why everyone is expecting generosity from Congress party. We are not expecting any generosity from you. What we are expecting is civility, and civility demands that when somebody, a senior colleague of yours, have committed this kind of sin, the party president or acting president must come out and say, on behalf of the party and unruly party members, we apologize to the party, to the president of this great country, and it is unfair.
Okay, now answer the question she asked you, please. Zafar, please answer the question. One sec, ma'am. You asked a question. Let him respond. Yeah, Zafar, now respond to the question that she asked you.
See, as far as senior member is concerned, nobody, we have always respected, and that's why I say we have always respected. Nobody heckled her. No, by talking to her, if somebody feels that they are heckled, it's unfair. People, if you are asking something, or if she is asking something, it doesn't mean that somebody is heckling her. It is deliberate again on her part, or it was purposely done by Sonia Gandhi to divert the attention from this issue where her own team member has insulted the honorable president.
Maima Singh, final word, 30 seconds.
So it was a deliberate attempt on part of
30 seconds. I'm going to wrap up after that. All
well.
right, Zafar, yield, please. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Maima Singh.
I just wish to say that he's talking about civility. Owing to the civility, the Prime Minister should apologize to the nation for the brothel that their Vice President has been running in Meghalaya. The Prime Minister should apologize for the explosives that have been found. The Prime Minister should apologize for the heckling by the Women and Child Development Minister. The Prime Minister should have apologized for Nupur Sharma's remarks that set the country ablaze internationally.
Okay, I'm completely out of time. I want to thank Zafar Islam, Maima Singh for joining us. Our only hope, and this is the bare minimum that common citizens of India are asking, is now that the apology has happened, can we at least have Parliament functioning from Monday so that issues of substance are discussed and debated in the temple of democracy? I'm going to take a quick break, but as we take a break, India's commitment to achieving net zero emissions by 2070 is poised to lead the nation onto a path of green and sustainable economic development. The transition to clean energy requires equal amounts of commitment, awareness and action, and that's why News 18 Network, in partnership with Tata Power, is launching a very special initiative, Tata Power Sustainable is Attainable. The initiative aims to raise awareness and build conversations into how businesses, governments and we the people can create a sustainable and low-carbon future.
Tata Power is going big into the renewable area. We right now have 32% of our portfolio, which is renewable energy. And we are also looking at that how we enhance it in the coming years. Tata Power has also taken a call that from 32% will become nearly 60% in next 5 years and nearly 70% by 2030. And that's a big step forward. We've been working very closely with all the OEMs. So if you go and buy electric vehicle, Tata Motors electric vehicle, the first thing that they will give you is the charger for your home. And Tata Power is the biggest in that. We do hope that we will have large penetration of EV chargers right across the country. The challenge is the cost of batteries have to come down, the cost of hydrogen has to come down.
Moving towards Praveen's shop, and in exactly 7 minutes, people are seen running towards the shop. Cops believe that the attack could have happened between 8:38 p.m. and 8:40 p.m. Meanwhile, 2 people have been arrested in connection with Praveen's murder. Zakir and Shafiq were arrested in Kasaragod in Kerala in a joint operation between the Kerala and Karnataka police. They've been remanded to 14 days judicial custody. According to the police, one of the suspects is said to have ties with the Popular Front of India, the PFI. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai had to cancel events to mark 1 year of his government and visited Praveen's family. He called it an act of terror and vowed strict action against those who were behind the chilling murder. But angry locals surrounded the Chief Minister and demanded justice for Praveen.
Pro-Hindu organizations are up in arms when the CM Basavaraj Bommai along with the other minister had come to visit the family members. In the visuals you can see how the people have all gathered out, the protesters have gathered out here and also been asking about the security that they are demanding to the CM Basavaraj Bommai. So that's the dramatic visuals that we're getting to see from the place here. Here in the Dakshin Kannada district, which is considered to be the most sensitive district. So these are the dramatic scenes that we are getting to see from this place where the whole murder took place in the Putturu.
Meanwhile, the army has been roped in to carry out rescue and relief work in flood-hit Rajasthan.
Low-lying areas in Jodhpur have been waterlogged for the last 3 days. With hundreds marooned due to waist-deep water, teams of NDRF and army have been rescuing people from their flooded homes and relocating them to safety.
जल भराव का स्तर लगातार बढ़ता जा रहा है। सेना यहाँ पर पहुंची है, रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है लोगों को यहाँ पर।
With roads turning into rivers, The army is using boats to reach those stuck in floodwaters or cut off.
खाने पीने का सामान, दूध, जो भी necessary चीजें हैं, वो लेके आ रहे हैं.
The administration used mud pumps to drain the water out, but there is no adequate drainage system to route this water out.
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal missed the deadline for accepting the invitation to Singapore on the 20th of July, resulting in the automatic cancellation of his invitation. Kejriwal wrote to the MEA for approval of his visit on the 21st, a day after the Singapore deadline reportedly expired. But the Aam Aadmi Party has accused the LG of sitting on the file for 1.5 months and returned it on the 21st of July. Exactly a year after a judge was run over in Jharkhand, a special CBI court in Ranchi has convicted both of the accused of murder. The quantum of punishment will be announced next week. Additional Sessions Judge Uttam Anand was run over by an auto rickshaw when he was on a morning run. He had been handling many cases of mafia killings in Dhanbad. 4 cattle smugglers were arrested in Gurugram after a dramatic chase.
A group of cow vigilantes got a tip-off that the accused were transporting the cattle to slaughterhouses. The cattle were being smuggled in a truck and a pickup vehicle. 29 cows were being taken to Noor from Sonipat. That's when the vigilantes started chasing the smugglers on the Kundli-Manesar Palwal Expressway in Gurugram in the wee hours of Thursday. The cow smugglers sped up their vehicle when the vigilantes signalled to stop them. But the cow vigilantes managed to stop the accused and overpower them. The cow smugglers were handed over to the police, who arrested them.
US President Joe Biden and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping had a 2-hour phone. Welcome back. A police constable has been suspended after he did this at the Jabalpur railway station today.
The constable is seen mercilessly kicking and punching an old man. He then drags the old man by his legs and holds him above the train tracks. He then continues to stomp on the helpless victim. What's even more shocking is that people in the station stopped to see the brutal assault, but no one stopped and intervened. Even this video appears to have taken from inside a train. While it's unclear what triggered the cop to assault the elderly man like this, after this video went viral, he has been suspended.
Former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Digvijay Singh got into a scuffle with policemen and even grabbed the collar of a cop. As elections were being held for the president of the Bhopal District Panchayat, Singh got into a physical altercation with BJP MLA Vishwas Sarang, as well as the police. He alleged that the police and the administration were working under pressure from the ruling BJP. A massive fire broke out at a film set in Mumbai's Andheri. Huge plumes of smoke could be seen billowing out from the building. Firefighters are trying to contain the blaze as soon as possible because the complex is surrounded by several high-rises. No casualties have been reported so far. Incessant rains and cloudbursts have triggered a lot of destruction in Himachal Pradesh.
In Kullu, a cloudburst triggered a landslide which led to debris entering half a dozen houses. This video, shot by one of the locals, shows slush approaching the houses at high speed. The debris has caused massive damage to fields and roads behind the houses. All houses in the area have been vacated as a precautionary measure. Due to heavy rains in Kullu district, traffic was disrupted at several places and debris from landslides fell on the roads. The Public Works Department began road restoration work, but unending traffic jams were also witnessed. The Met Department has issued an orange alert as rains continue to lash Himachal Pradesh.
India is gearing up for its own hypersonic ballistic missile. In fact, India is readying for this. This is a hypersonic missile that can travel at least at the speed of Mach 5, which is 5 times the speed of sound, following a defined trajectory. It is highly maneuverable even in mid-air. The BrahMos 2 will be the hypersonic version of the missile in India. Trials have already been started. It's put its speed at almost Mach 8, which would make it the fastest in the world. It is likely to enter the prototype stage in the next 3 years. The Karnataka government will be handing over the probe on BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Nettaru's murder to the National Investigation Agency. This after Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai said that the crime appears to be an organized one with interstate links. Meanwhile, 3 to 4 more accused have been identified and a hunt is on to nab them. Youth Congress workers protested in front of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's office in Hyderabad, objecting to 5 minors getting bail in the Jubilee Hills gang rape case. Police filed a charge sheet in the case. They have also sought permission from the Juvenile Justice Board to treat the minors as adults in view of the seriousness of the crime. A woman was assaulted and molested at a toll plaza on the Gurugram-Sona road.
The woman was traveling in a car with her family. They stopped at the toll plaza, where the women asked the employees to remove the barriers so they could pass. When nothing was done, the woman got out of the car and started removing the barrier herself. Suddenly, one of the toll plaza bouncers came running and jumped on the bonnet of the car, badly denting it. The bouncer then started violently punching the woman. When her husband got out of the car to intervene, he was assaulted as well. Others tried to stop the brutal assault, but the toll plaza worker continued to manhandle the woman. After this video went viral, the Gurugram police arrested 3 bouncers in connection with the incident.
It's a big win for Union Minister Smriti Irani. The Delhi High Court today ordered Congress leaders Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Khera to delete their tweets, videos and retweets accusing Smriti Irani's daughter of running an illegal bar in Goa. They've also been ordered to appear in court on the 18th of August in a 2 crore defamation suit that's been filed by Smriti Irani. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar attended the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting, the ministerial meeting that happened in Tashkent. He's come face-to-face with Pakistan's Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto for the first time. The meeting assumes significance as the foreign ministers are holding discussions and preparing for the upcoming meeting of the Council of Heads of State, which is slated to be held in September. According to reports, Indian cab aggregator Ola and Uber are considering a potential merger. Both companies have been squaring off in the competitive Indian market and have spent billions in incentives and discounts trying to woo passengers. Both companies have also launched other services like food delivery. In Jammu, a group of school children got stranded in floodwaters following incessant rains.
Heavy rains triggered waterlogging in many parts of Jammu. The floodwaters entered this government school in Udewala and caused panic. The students were trapped in their classrooms for hours as the water levels continued to rise due to non-stop rains. Finally, after an agonizing wait, the children were pulled out of the flooded classrooms by some locals.
Minister Rajnath Singh has cleared a proposal which will be a big boost for the armed forces. The centre has cleared the arms procurement proposal worth 28,732 crores. Induction of 4 lakh modern close-quarter battle carbines. The procurement of surveillance and armed drone swarms has also been approved. The purchasing of bulletproof jackets with BIS 6-level protection. The proposal also bolsters the overall combat prowess of the Indian Armed Forces. A shocking video has surfaced from Yavatmal in Maharashtra, where one person got stuck in dangerously strong floodwaters.
Despite heavy rains, some people risked their lives and tried to cross this submerged road. But one person lost his balance, fell and got swept away by the fast-flowing floodwaters. One bystander saw the stranded man, jumped into the waters and swam towards him. He finally reached the man stuck in the floodwaters and managed to pull him to safety. The locals heaved a huge sigh of relief after the man was saved from the jaws of death.
At least 4 people were injured in an explosion inside Kabul's main cricket stadium during a domestic league match. The bomb went off among the fans who were sitting inside the stands. Spectators were seen rushing to safety as chaos ensued after the explosion. Players from both sides were rushed into a bunker. Now, this is quite a rare occurrence. The UAE was left flooded after heavy rains. Viral videos show parked cars submerged and water, in fact, entering shops. The downpour resulted in flash floods in parts of the UAE, damaging houses and washing away vehicles. Military vehicles were deployed to rescue people from the affected areas. Nearly 4,000 people have been moved to shelters. A rare thunderstorm hit Las Vegas, triggering flash floods. Videos on social media show water pouring into Vegas's biggest attraction, the casinos. The iconic Caesars Palace was badly hit. The ceiling was not able to contain the water, which was pouring onto the carpets. Several parking lots in the airport was flooded as well. A dangerous stunt done purely for the cameras has gone horribly wrong.
One Amritsar resident tried to perform a stunt while driving recklessly on National Highway 5 in Himachal Pradesh's Solan district. The driver was speeding and had one of the front doors of the car open. But after taking a few dangerous turns, the driver lost control of the vehicle and hit the divider. The car smashed into a railing on the side of the road before coming to a halt. The driver was miraculously unhurt, though the car was quite badly damaged. The whole stunt gone wrong was recorded by another person driving behind the car.
Now, there was a big crash at the Tour de France farm. One of the cyclists, Mavi Garcia, was hit by her own team car late in stage 4 of the competition. The Spaniard had already suffered 2 punctures and was chasing back to the main bunch when her own UAE team ADQ car stuck her from behind. In fact, Garcia managed to remount and finish this particular stage. That's a wrap. In a moment, Maria Shakil will be joining you with News Epicenter.
Hello everyone, you're watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. We keep our focus on the great Bengal loot that continues to sting the Trinamool Congress. Now, for the first time since being arrested, Partha Chatterjee has broken his silence. Speaking exclusively to CNN News 18, he has alleged that he is a victim of a conspiracy. He also questioned the party's move to sack him and said that it will affect the investigation. On the other hand, there has been big revelations by Arpita Mukherjee, who was jointly questioned with Partha yesterday. She broke down before the Enforcement Directorate on seeing the pictures of cash recovered from her residence. She has alleged that Partha Chatterjee's men had access to her apartment and they might have put the cash there without her knowing about it, something which is almost unbelievable. Partha Chatterjee, meanwhile, who was present in the same chamber, remained silent. The Enforcement Directorate has discovered a list of 10 luxury apartments owned by Arpita Mukherjee in Kolkata, and 4 of her cars have now gone missing. All, very expensive cars, Mercedes and SUVs. The ED has also discovered a real estate company registered under Arpita's Belgarchia flat. The agency is trying to ascertain whether this was a shell company through which the money was laundered. The TMC, meanwhile, maintains it has walked the talk by sacking Partha Chatterjee, adding that the law should take its course. The big question is, does the scam stop at Partha Chatterjee, or is this just the tip of the iceberg? Or is he just the scapegoat? We'll get you an overview of the entire scam in just a bit, but first, how the drama unfolded today.
Arpita Mukherjee breaking down. Partha Chatterjee alleging conspiracy. The two faces of the Bengal SSC scam clearly on the back foot. After all, the evidence against them is mind-boggling. Nearly 50 crores in cash found in 2 of Arpita's homes. Nearly 6 kilograms of gold worth 2.8 crores were also recovered. 10 luxury flats in Kolkata worth 10.5 crores. At least 4 cars, including 2 luxury ones, worth 1.6 crores. Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee were questioned jointly by the Enforcement Directorate. ED officials confronted Arpita with pictures of the mountains of cash and gold found in her flats. Arpita broke down after seeing the pictures of the seizures. She denied any knowledge of so much cash being stashed in her homes. Arpita claimed Partha Chatterjee's aides had access to her flats and accused them of stashing the money there. All throughout her interrogation, Partha Chatterjee remained silent. The Trinamool Congress has dropped Partha Chatterjee like a hot potato, sacking him as a minister and removing him from all posts because the party says it has zero tolerance for corruption. But Partha thinks otherwise. The BJP claims that a scam of such magnitude couldn't have happened without Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's nod.
Mamata Banerjee is the kingpin of this scam, and the investigation will soon reach her doorsteps.
So can the Trinamool Congress absolve all responsibility by simply sacking Partha Chatterjee?
Let me give you a sense of where did it all begin. It starts in 2016. School Service Commission of West Bengal releases notification for selection of candidates. So there is a job which is put on the block. Please come take the job, because there are applicants who then apply for it. 2017 is when the exams are conducted, but results are not declared as a merit list. Each candidate is given access to the check to check his or her individual score. Why was the merit list not disclosed is the second question. 2019, that is after 2 years, 2019 is when petitions are filed before the Calcutta High Court for the release of this merit list, because the SSC has failed clearly to comply with the HC's order, that is High Court's order, that petitioners had filed, saying clearly that this cannot be an argument that there is COVID pandemic and everything doesn't seem to be working. 2021, again 2 years later, School Service Commission agrees to release the merit list. Candidates in wait list now then move the Calcutta High Court, because this is a job scam that we are looking at. And the magnitude, the sheer magnitude of this scam talks about how dysfunctional the government has been. If you keep the aspirants on the wait list without releasing the merit list, because there are deals being worked behind the scenes, that is the reason why those who are on the wait list are essentially those who have not really paid the allegedly paid the minister, because there is a cash for each and every role. Now these candidates who are on the wait list move the Calcutta High Court, and they claim that the low scorers have been given the recommendations. So they have got the job, while those who are high on that list, they have not got the job. Then 2022 May, the Calcutta High Court is the one that ordered CBI probe over insufficient answers, saying why is the state government, state's education department, West Bengal education department not really able to explain as to on what basis first the merit list is not disclosed or put out in the public domain, and on what basis are these aspirants put on the wait list. From SSC, Calcutta High Court in fact observed that there is illegal recommendations to select candidates. Partha Chatterjee also appeared twice before the Central Bureau of Investigation for questioning. In June this year, the Enforcement Directorate then enters this entire investigation, because there is a visible PMLA, money laundering, which has happened here. ED launches investigation into alleged money laundering. July 22nd is when Partha Chatterjee is questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. Then we see mounds of cash, lot of money being seized, cash, gold from Partha Chatterjee's aide, Arpita Mukherjee's home. July 23rd is when the ED arrests both Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. July 25th, Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee are told clearly that their custody is extended till August 3rd. July 27th, there is another round of raids that happen at a set of apartments which are owned by Arpita Mukherjee, in which more cash is seized, gold, property deeds, total seizure, in fact, goes up to over 50 crores. So it begins in 2016, and can the Chief Minister continue to say that she has walked the talk and that there is nothing more for the Trinamool Congress to do? Let's bring the guests now. Bharti Ghosh, spokesperson of the BJP, Babul Supriyo, spokesperson of the TMC, Balwinder Singh is former additional director of the CBI, Loknath Chatterjee is lawyer. I'm going to take that question first to Babul Supriyo of the TMC. Babul, for 6 years this scam was happening and Chief Minister did not know what her cabinet minister was up to?
See, we are all very shocked, and as has been said several times by not only Mamata Banerjee but also senior leaders, spokesperson, including a National General Secretary, Abhishek Banerjee. This is something which is definitely something that has embarrassed the party. We all believe that it is only Mr. Partha Chatterjee who has to explain what is the source and how we could, how such amounts could get accumulated in his flats and flats that were held by his so-called alleged accomplice Arpita ji. So yes, the party has acted in our terms swiftly in getting him removed from not only the cabinet posts from the government but also from all party posts. Yes, these are troubled waters, but I think that it should not become. It has already become. I can't really blame the opposition. But as our Honourable Chief Minister has very correctly said, we have been hearing about Narda, Sharda, Rose Valley and all these scams for more than 8-9 years now, and almost 10 years now. Nothing really has been, it has not reached a closure, and this is about public money. Obviously, this is public money.
This one is public money as well. These are job aspirants that we are looking at. Babul Supriyo, I'm going to come back to you because let me get a word from Balwinder Singh.
Maria, one second. I'm just saying this, that this also is public money. So what our Honourable Chief Minister said, that there has to be a closure. Let there be fast-track courts and let the truth prevail. Let it come out as soon as possible without letting just, the political circus going on. And
okay, Balwinder Singh, as someone who understands how the investigation happens and given the nature of evidence that is now for everyone to see, crores of cash, gold, land deeds, apartments, lots in terms of evidence that has been recovered by the Enforcement Directorate. Both the sides are clearly distancing his or herself from the other. We have seen Arpita Mukherjee saying, I have nothing to do with it because Partha Chatterjee's men had access to her apartment. The TMC has said clearly that as far as they are concerned, they do not even know who Arpita Mukherjee is. I'm trying to understand, as an investigating officer yourself, sir, do you think such a scam would have unfolded without the Chief Minister knowing about it?
You see, I would not comment whether Chief Minister would know or not, but I would only say that there is need for linking evidence. If the proceeds of crime are found to be at Arpita's residence, then she says she is not aware of it, then the burden of proving that the money belongs to somebody else and those are proceeds of crime lies on Arpita and the prosecution. Once prima facie case is made out by prosecution, then the burden will shift to the accused of SSC scam.
So you are saying that prima facie, it looks like that they were hand in glove.
What I am trying to say is that Arpita Mukherjee, some amount is found there, the cash is found there. Now, how do you link it with the other accused? The linking evidence has to be found. It can be call detail records, it can be some other emails, it can be any other evidence which links the two. Once that linking evidence is there, then you can say these are proceeds of crime which are being laundered. The concept of laundering is that a person who may not be involved even in the original crime, but participates in the process of converting dirty money into clean money is also an accused under PMLA. That is the very concept of Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So in this case, money is found at Arpita's place. Now first, a link has to be established with Partha, and then with whomsoever else the link is found. So the linking evidence has to be found by the prosecution, by the investigating agency, which is ED in this case. Or a case can be built if they are public servants under Prevention of Corruption Act for disproportionate assets.
Okay. Okay. But purely on the basis of these recoveries, what does it mean? It's for Arpita to explain how did this money come in our apartments?
It is for her to explain, and then it has to be linked as proceeds of crime. Otherwise, it becomes a matter of unexplained cash, which is in the jurisdiction of Income Tax Department.
Okay, okay. Let me bring in Bharti Ghosh now. Bharti Ghosh, here is Babul Supriyo now of the TMC saying that they have taken action and it is an embarrassment. There is acceptance, a candid one coming in from the TMC that they have, that there is a problem there. But as far as they are concerned, they have taken action. Then why is the BJP on this war path in the state going against the Chief Minister? She has walked the talk.
You see, this is not a very simple solution. This is a problem. Actually, it is going on for the last 5 to 6 years, where more than thousands of meritorious students, they are sitting on the road, they are crying, they are expressing their grievances publicly that they have been denied justice, their future has been sold off to the less meritorious or people with the circus has been going on for more than 500 days. And the state education department is quiet. The Honorable Chief Minister is quiet. Nobody bothered to conduct an inquiry even after, in April 2022, the Honorable High Court, by express observation, said that there are irregularities and the money trail, I expressed very specifically, the money trail has to be established because there is a money trail. And also express observation that Partha Chatterjee cannot be kept out of the dragnet of CBI. When the Honorable High Court, after looking into the Bach Committee report and other fact-finding papers, make such express observation, and then also the entire government stays quiet, the Chief Minister stays quiet, and finally, when the ED
the point that was made by, yes, Bharti Ghosh, she is actually quoting this court observation, and I'm going to read it from that. This is an order. It says that serious illegalities in giving recommendations to ineligible candidates and the tip of the corruption iceberg in issuing illegal recommendations is seen, which is getting gradually bigger. At the root of the illegal recommendations were the activities of 5-member so-called super committee appointed by the order of the School Education Department dated 1st November 2019 and approved by the then minister in charge under the advisorship of one SP Sinha. So clearly there is enough order of the court which is clearly saying, telling the investigating agency to go ahead. If your government was indeed serious about looking into the merits of the case, looking at it from the point of view that there are thousands of aspirants who have been wronged, then what did your government do? What did Mamata Banerjee do in all these months?
Well, I think Honorable Chief Minister said earlier that the matter was lying with the court. As you correctly read out in the order, the court has directed the ED to do the investigations and find the culprits, and that's exactly what is being done. What if BJP has a point? They have a reason to create a political noise. So you cannot deny that. But what are they trying to do? Are they just by this is from where the judiciary takes over. The BJP rather should be happy that this is something which is so unexpected. We cannot even think of such amount of cash being found from a individual or his so-called alleged accomplice's house. So that what needed to be done by the government, by the Chief Minister, what needed to be done by the party has been done. Abhishek Banerjee has met the protesting SSC aspirants today, and they expressed clear Siddiqullah. He has expressed absolute, he has expressed happiness in the manner the meeting went. And Abhishek Banerjee has promised that 100% of the job aspirants who are jobs are pending will be given jobs, and they are going to be looked into. So it's not too late. See, the ED has been directed by the court to investigate the case. That's what they're doing.
The
And
ED has not been directed by the court. No. The ED has not been directed by the court. Actually, the court directed the CBI to investigate, and during the course of investigation, serious financial irregularities were detected, and so ED was called in as per the rules and regulations. So court did not order ED, court ordered CBI. But I'm asking you that you are saying that everything has been done, but wasn't it the responsibility of the Trinamool government to inquire and do fact-finding exercises and detect the crime and the proceeds of the crime? You are happy that the enforcement, frustrated and depressed that
I just want to
take the correct steps at the right time. 6 years is a long time. 6 years is a long time.
See, the case is going on. The court has instructed the CBI to get to the crux of the bottom of the case. CBI finds they find their own own findings about what they think has been the corruption angle and what has been done, and that's how they engage ED into it. It's all part of a procedure.
Why did not the state government take up the case before the CBI came in? I mean,
the state government
crying every day that we have been denied justice and money has exchanged hands. I mean, the state has a social responsibility. The state has a moral responsibility.
I have two more panelists on the show, Loknath Chatterjee and also Jaideep Majumdar. I'm going to come back to both of you, Babul and Bharti. But a quick word from you, Jaideep. We are looking at the charge and counter charge. One point that is repeatedly made by the Trinamool Congress is that what about all those from the TMC who were facing charge against them, like Shubhendu Adhikari and also Mukul Roy? What happened to their cases all of a sudden? Why does it disappear? Then I went through the details and the timeline that there has been a letter that has been written to the Lok Sabha Speaker. It was written by the CBI on April 6, 2019, that they should be allowed to prosecute them. But why hasn't it happened? Why wasn't permission given? Yes.
See, I obviously cannot reply on behalf of the Lok Sabha Speaker or anyone, or on behalf of the BJP, but I was just hearing Mr. Babul Supriyo speaking and saying that the Chief Minister has done what needed to be done. I disagree out there very strongly. The Chief Minister has not done what had to be done. The Chief Minister, if I may take you down, when these teachers who had not got their appointments, when they were agitating, in front of the press club at a certain point in time, the Chief Minister went down, acknowledged that there were irregularities and told them exactly what Abhishek Banerjee has told them today. She told them a few years ago that I will give you the appointments, I will make good all these anomalies and irregularities which has happened, and I'll do whatever is necessary. Not only she has not done given them appointments, she has also not taken any action against the people who had committed the irregularities. It is only now, and it is only now.
Only one person.
After.
What about Krishna Kalyani? That will be asked as well. Babul Supriyo, if indeed you are serious about going to the bottom of the issue, as you just said, going to what really happened, then action should be taken against all those who are being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate.
When you see a SIT was formed, which was headed by Partha Chatterjee himself, And now we find that all the irregularities and everything that is being found is associated with Partha himself. So, there was, Partha Chatterjee was a very senior member of the cabinet, a very senior member of the Trinamool Congress, and therefore he's expected to be a responsible person who would get to the crux. But then you find everything that we see puts Partha Chatterjee in the dock. If you corroborate everything, then it is the person who was heading this SIT who seems to be the person who has actually made this grow and has been at the helm of
I'm just trying to understand for how long can the Trinamool Congress continue to say that the Chief Minister did not know about it. There is a state IB. You keep a tab on each and every minister and his or her functioning. If the CBI and ED knows about Arpita Mukherjee and her multiple flats, then why? I mean, what kind of government is running in West Bengal then?
Well, it has not been found, and that's the. I think it was written all over the face of everyone who spoke after that. We are startled, we are embarrassed by what has transpired, what has happened. And let me tell you, you cannot always hold the Chief Minister responsible for it. But what is happening with Lakhimpur Kheri? See, two wrongs doesn't make one right. Let me be clear about that. But see, in Lakhimpur Kheri, the son has actually not been given bail by the court, and his father, who's actually has been, there is allegations that he has helped his child in that particular manner. His son is still part of this cabinet. Why doesn't he's made to resign by the Prime Minister?
Okay.
Because the court has. So now
Jaideep, if it is a problem, if it is about propriety,
a father cannot be.
Then what about?
A father cannot be held responsible.
Okay.
A father cannot be held responsible for the son's misgivings. So here, Partha Chatterjee you cannot point fingers at the Chief Minister just because one person has faltered in this manner.
That's really not the right analogy, or it's a very false equivalence that you have drawn. But before I bring in Joydeep, a quick word from you, Loknath Chatterjee. When you look at the nature of evidence, the bundles of 2,000 and 500 rupee notes that are suspected to be the proceeds of sale of teaching posts for government schools, this is a job scam that has unfolded 6 years. It starts in 2016, and a year later when the exams are held, the High Court makes observation. At multiple steps, there are enough and more signals. This is a state which has the culture of cut money. Where is this some kind of almost institutionalization of corruption that's happening there?
No, absolutely. I completely agree with you there, and in fact, would support your proposition. In fact, even if you look at the trajectory that the matters have covered, say right from Sandeep Prasad Shaw, where the Honorable High Court at Calcutta directed CBI to investigate, that was in November 21. The last order was of Ramesh Malik, that was in June 22. So it's spanning over 7 months where the state governments went on appeal. It was all over the newspapers. There were protesters on the streets. So therefore, to say that the government was unaware of it, to say that the government did not, was really no one, it's only that person, the then education minister himself, who was responsible, would be really foolish to say. There are reports, media reports are there of Chief Minister, in fact, even praising that lady of Partha Chatterjee in open meetings. There, in fact, from raids in that lady's house, notebooks have been recovered where it reads school education, the education department, government of West Bengal. There are it is written in the handwriting of a third person, not even in the handwriting of Mr. Partha Chatterjee or of Arpita Mukherjee. So whose handwriting is it? So definitely there is a third hand in it. There is the Chief Minister coming on and praising that lady.
Sources are telling us, ED sources are telling us, Loknath ji, that Arpita Mukherjee during her interrogation has said, "Unse पूछो पैसा कहाँ से आया?"
No, absolutely.
So she has clearly said, "I have nothing to do with it," but that will really not absolve her because the recovery has happened from her apartment.
No, it also links Partha Chatterjee. In fact, where did Arpita Mukherjee's name come? When did the ED really get to realize who Arpita Mukherjee is? It was from property documents which have been jointly purchased by Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. Arpita Mukherjee is a director in several companies. Arpita Mukherjee holds joint assets with Partha Chatterjee. There are envelopes of the education department found during raids at a place. money notwithstanding, there is an international angle to it. There, the question of Saha Textiles came to the fore. There is an international angle where Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's, you see the photo on a bag which was there, in fact, in the underneath the bundle of notes. So, where these monies traveled, how these monies traveled. So therefore, there is a definite linkage between these women and Partha Chatterjee. And to say that the government was unaware, and to say that the government, it would be foolish to say, the government did not merely turn a blind eye, but it is evident that the government was complicit in it.
So you're
Where did the money
saying...
travel? Where did the money go?
Yes.
So absolutely, it is foolish and unwise to say that the government was completely unaware of it. These are government appointments. These are fundamental rights of citizens. And to say that, Abhishek Banerjee is saying that these people would be given appointments later on, they are living in a fool's paradise. Many people have lost their age of government jobs. How will they be able to save the age of these people retrospectively without
if
court
he
orders?
was indeed serious about it, why is this not an afterthought? You make these promises only after you realize that his position had become untenable. He had to be forced to quit, and then he was sacked from his party. So my question is, did the Chief Minister turn a blind eye? Because he is not just any other minister in West Bengal government. He was number 2, an extremely powerful man. Before I give the final words to Babul Supriya, quick word from you, Joydeep. When you look at the points being made here, there is always, political point scoring that's happening. But I'm just trying to understand, if these are young people who are looking for jobs, if the state government is not able to provide them jobs, and in turn there is a racket that is unfolding, then the buck stops with whom?
The buck stops with the Chief Minister. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, the Chief Minister, that's exactly what I say, why I say that Mr. Mazumdar, the Chief Minister, on day one said that, if one particular person has been found to be, neck deep in such kind of,
I'm sorry, Mr. Babul Supriya, I'm sorry to interject, but she found out, she realized it, she was told about it many years ago, and she did nothing about it.
Well, see, this is a political slugfest. I cannot stop anyone from making any kind of allegations. Let me tell you that on the day itself, on the 23rd, when an award function was taking place, she did say on stage that the person who has indulged in corruption, he needs to can get a life imprisonment if that is proved in court. But as things transpired over that, it went beyond someone's belief. We could not even digest. The party leaders, as you have seen them tweet and all that, immediate action was taken because this was going beyond anyone's imagination. And how can no one is defending Partha? No one is doing that. The party has suspended him. He has been let go of his duties in the cabinet. The Chief Minister has clearly said, but it is very unfair. The political structures will continue. To connect everything to the Chief Minister, yes, there is collective responsibility and all of that we can keep on arguing about. But I think that as we stand today, the action, we have reached a certain point from where we can only hope that the future is going to be good.
For the longest time, the Trinamool Congress kept on defending him by saying that this is vendetta, misuse of agencies. That was also a charge that was leveled.
I'm saying that is absolutely. How can the center, all the opposition parties in India, all the opposition parties, all the opposition leaders, they're all corrupt, and only people named in the
this is the court giving directions. These are under the directions of the court.
I can give you.
One has to realize.
No. Why?
One has to realize these are under directions of court. There are 8 orders directing CBI to do.
Mr. Chatterjee, so the court has said do not go and investigate Suvendu Chatterjee. The court has said do not go and investigate the people who are sitting inside BJP. Are you not aware of the people who came to Kolkata to campaign for BJP?
Where does this campaigning and all go to? Let's face it. There are 8 orders of the Calcutta High Court directing CBI to investigate.
It says prima facie apparent from the facts on record that a public scam. Public scam in recruiting assistant teachers for class 9th and 10th Group C and Group D posts has taken place under the aegis of SSC. This is what the court has said.
The government could not have been quiet on this. The government was jolly well aware for 7 months. It was a huge battle going on in the courts. There were people who tried to blockade the judge. The judge, Justice Abhijit Gangopadhyay, his courtroom was been physically blocked by people for preventing lawyers to appear. So this was all over the place. Everyone was aware of it. And now when the WhatsApp notes and the all of this come out, then you start distancing yourself. This distancing should have happened in November 21.
It's an
afterthought. The court was very strict. That
it's evidently an afterthought. You realize that his position had become untenable. The buck stops with the Chief Minister. There is much more that has to be explained now because the ED has come out with details. There is more evidence that is there. The investigation is on. This is perhaps the tip of the iceberg is what we are being told. Thank you so much for joining us, Babul Supriyo, Bharti Ghosh, Balwinder Singh, Loknath Chatterjee and also Jaideep Majumdar. Shifting focus to debate 2. The deadlock continued in Parliament a day after the Rashtrapati controversy sparked by Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Along with that controversy, the Congress has accused the BJP of heckling Sonia Gandhi. The Congress protested in front of Parliament and sought an apology from the BJP, while the Saffron Party wants an apology from the Congress President for Chaudhary's remarks against the President. Union Ministers Smriti Irani and Nirmala Sitharaman led the charge against the Congress, calling the party Mahila, Dalit and Adivasi Virodhi, adding that the statement exposes a sexist mindset against a self-made woman. Meanwhile, Congress MPs wrote to the Lok Sabha Speaker accusing BJP MPs of misbehaving with Sonia Gandhi, demanding that the matter be referred to the Committee of Privileges. This comes after the suspension storm of 24 opposition MPs. But in the middle of this political firestorm, the biggest loser is us, the Aam Aadmi, as there is no movement on legislation and 2.5 lakh of taxpayers' money is wasted every minute the Parliament is in session, and that is as per 2012 records. So whose responsibility is it to break the deadlock now? And joining me now, Shehzad Poonawala, spokesperson of the BJP. Dhirendra Pratap Singh is a spokesperson of the Congress. Reena Gupta representing the Aam Aadmi Party. Shehzad, the government also doesn't seem too keen on letting the House function, is evident now.
Yesterday, Prahlad Joshi, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, stood up in Parliament and said, we are always ready for a debate. In fact, if you are ready, the opposition is ready, forget tomorrow, forget today, come right now, let's start the debate. But unfortunately, in the name of opposition, some people have decided that Parliament should become a forum for Vivad, not Samvad. It should become a forum for Dharna, not debate. It should become a forum for confrontation, not consensus. And this is because they oppose everything. Now look at the Aam Aadmi Party. They talk about price rise and Mehngai. Here is an order of Arvind Kejriwal. He signed it and gave it to LG, saying that please raise the fees of young, poor children in private institutions. The LG said, no, nothing doing. I will not do this anyay with the young children of Delhi. So this is their double speak. The Congress party talks about
suspension of 24 MPs is also disproportionate.
Is it the first time, Maria, you've been covering Parliament for at least 10 years now or more than that? Let me tell you, 2013, 9 MPs suspended, 2010, 7 MPs suspended, 2012, 8 MPs suspended. I can go on. There is a history of suspensions. Parliament is a place which we consider and everyone should consider as a temple of democracy. There are rules, procedures, protocols that are set.
But onus of running the Parliament is always on the Treasury benches. Well, has any effort been made by the government to break this deadlock? Have your ministers walked across the aisle to meet opposition leaders to break this deadlock?
Maria, first of all, this is a tweet by Jairam Ramesh. Jairam Ramesh says, opposition led by Congress got the Rajya Sabha adjourned for the day. He in fact is proud of the fact that Parliament did not discuss issues of importance, but rather he got the entire discussion adjourned for the day. This is because they are interested in television, disruption and obstruction,
Reena
whereas
Gupta,
we are saying let's have conversation.
I'm looking at those images
Just one last
of MPs of Aam Aadmi Party, that is Sanjay Singh. They have spent 50 hours in Parliament, even protesting in front of gate number 1 of Parliament and sleeping on the floor as well.
Very elaborate menu also.
Well, so those are the visuals that are coming in, Reena Gupta. But Reena, there has to be efforts that have to be made by both the sides. Opposition also seems to be too adamant on perhaps disruption. We are seeing MPs, stand with those placards, storm the well of the house, even tear papers and throw on the chair. So this kind of disruption is also something that will not be acceptable.
Maria, before the start of the Parliament, there's a meeting of the Business Advisory Committee, and it was agreed in the meeting of the Business Advisory Committee that there should be a discussion on GST and price rise. The government agreed and then they refused to hold that discussion. That is the reason why the opposition MPs, including the MPs of Aam Aadmi Party, raised this issue. Maria, right now, economy is in doldrums, unemployment is on a 45-year high, inflation is the highest, and the whole country is going through a really tough time. Those parliamentarians represent the country, and the main issue facing the country right now is inflation and mehengai. And if the government of the day is not ready to discuss this issue, also, Maria, they don't believe in taking any suggestions either from specialists or from the opposition. They did the same thing during the farm bill. They unconstitutionally passed those farm bills by a voice vote, and then we saw that the whole, the whole farmers movement happened, and so many farmers lost their lives, and in the end, they had to cancel the farmers.
10 days have passed, Shehzad Poonawalla, and in these 10 days, there has been absolutely no work because the opposition keeps on demanding discussion on price rise and GST. Why is the government running away from these discussions?
Maria, in fact, they say one thing in the BAC and then when they come on the floor of the house, the real issue becomes lion के दांत क्यों दिख रहे हैं, सोनिया गांधी पे ईडी क्यों हावी हो चुकी है और क्यों आप जो है हमें जो है मनमानी करने नहीं दे रहे.
लाइन के दांत तो सेशन से पहले
का. No, I tell you, last time they raised this issue कि भाई Mr. Kharge was not given proper seat. Then they removed an issue that bhai word ban ho gaya. So now I'm asking you, Maria, if they are serious about unemployment, we are saying come let's discuss unemployment. 29% in Rajasthan, and Arvind Kejriwal said 10 lakhs jobs dunga, 3,246 have been given. We are saying let's go discuss price rise. I just told you about how they were trying to increase the price of education in Delhi. These people, in Rajasthan is the highest price of petrol. In Uttar Pradesh is 95, it's in Rajasthan is 106 rupees. In Maharashtra, when they were in power, they did not cut 1 rupee of VAT in petrol. We are ready to have discussion because they will get exposed. They come to parliament, they say outside on television, hame charcha price par karni hai, and inside they come and they have a completely different approach. Let me give you one example. Let me give you one example, just one example.
Quickly,
she spoke about farm laws. The first government to notify those farm laws was Delhi government.
Okay.
The first government.
Okay, Reena, is this double speak?
Maria, in the whole country, 18 states are managed by BJP or their coalition. If economy is in bad shape, unemployment is highest, inflation is highest, it is not the 2 or 3 opposition ruled states that are responsible. For God's sakes, they're running the country and they keep talking about Arvind Kejriwal. We are managing 2 small states. The country is in bad shape because they don't know how to run the economy. They don't know how to manage inflation. All they know is to how give money to the crony capitalists. They've written off 11 lakh crores of NPAs. That is the reason why now GST is so high, because they have to make
Reena,
up for the...
will you also not accept that opposition is also not sincere about raising issues? The fact is that on one day the Congress party talks about GST, on the other they are on the streets protesting against why is ED questioning Sonia Gandhi. Isn't that an issue as well? That opposition is not raising issues in a joint manner. Where is the index of opposition unity?
Maria, in the parliament, we are using parliamentary procedures. Mr. Sanjay Singh asked the questions under 267. He was not allowed to ask any questions. this is the first time in the history that you have so many MPs being suspended. I mean, this is really a sad day for democracy. I don't remember ever in the history of India that you have so many leaders suspended, leaders of opposition suspended, who are sitting outside there on their dharna. If the government wants to conduct the affair in a proper way, they should have taken everybody on board and they should have had a decent discussion. And
139.5 crore wasted in 10 days. That is how parliamentarians have disappointed this entire country. And this is taxpayers' money, my money, and the money of each and every Aam Aadmi. Perhaps the MPs have to be held accountable, and they have to be held accountable for all the disruptions that may be happening, and also the treasury benches, which is perhaps not even making enough effort to reach out to the opposition MPs to run the house. Shehzad, for whatever you may say, the government, because it has the numbers, comes across as the numerical strength is almost making it a government which doesn't really have that respect towards the opposition MP.
Maria, Parliament is essentially a platform where the mandate of the people and the minority both have to balance their interests. The mandate is also important. The minority can't say that I will sit like it is Shaheen Bagh and I will get my way or the highway. So mandate also has to be respected. And I am not saying this. Dr. Manmohan Singh said this. Opposition has equal responsibility to run the house. अब मनमोहन सिंह को क्या आपने त्याग दिया है क्या? दूसरी बात, let me tell you, Rule 267 is put to the vote to the House. The House mandate decides that whether somebody's 267 should be accepted or not. So it's not BJP. It is the House that is deciding कि संजय सिंह का 267 नहीं लेना है. Third point, she is saying parliamentary procedure. Parliamentary procedure is taking a ball of paper and throwing it at the Sabhapati. Have you seen that in parliamentary procedure? Which rule under which Sanjay Singh can throw paper at people? And fourthly, she is saying economy manage नहीं किया. Madam, Bloomberg पढ़ा करो. आपको तो ये सब विदेशी अच्छा लगता है ना? ब्लूमबर्ग में लिखा है इंडियाज प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ रिसेशन 0, अमेरिका इज एट 40%, वी आर द थर्ड लार्जेस्ट ग्रोइंग फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी इन द वर्ल्ड, वी हैव मैनेज इन्फ्लेशन टू एन एक्सटेंट दैट इवन दो देयर आर टू चैलेंजेस वर्ल्ड वाइड, वी हैव केप्ट इन्फ्लेशन एट 6.5 to 7%, whereas under UPA government of which you were once a part because you formed alliance with them in 2013, it was above 10%, and at that time it was above 10% when you formed the alliance. You used to sell dal, tur dal, 1 kg tur dal at 180 rupees because Congress was your sati. And today it is at 100 rupees. And you're telling us, madam, we can't manage inflation. अच्छा, आपको इतना inflation आता है, तो why were you trying to increase the price of education in Delhi? You tell us that. दारू मुफ्त करा रहे हो, दारू सस्ती करा रहे हो, पर education आप 7% बढ़ा रहे हो. क्या गजब दिन आए.
Yes, Reena Gupta, respond.
Maria, I don't know which country Shehzad lives in, because he definitely does not live in India. Right now, the price of
I don't go to Singapore, madam.
Can I finish, please? Can you have some decency?
Okay, yes.
Okay, ji, please continue, ma'am.
Price of LPG is the highest in the whole of South Asia. You compare it to any other country in South Asia. We are our figures on the World Hunger Index, World Inequality Index, World Happiness Index, any index you take. We are doing the worst under
down
Modi
to happiness index. Okay.
We are on to we are doing the worst under Modi ji, but सब कुछ चंगा है क्योंकि मोदी जी और उनके दोस्त जो हैं वो मिल बांट के खा रहे हैं देश का पैसा. नीरव मोदी, मेहुल चोस्की have all run away with our our money from this country. So obviously they have to raise taxes. Obviously they have to raise GST. They've raised GST on atta, dal, chawal, essential medicines. And they're saying that everything is happening really well in this country. So I'm very sorry to say that I don't know which world they're living in, because they're definitely not living in India.
Okay,
not...
Reena, just, as someone who covers the parliament, I've seen how opposition has functioned as a united bloc in the past. But that is not visible this time. On 6th of August is when the vice presidential elections will be taking place. And TMC is not voting for Margaret Alva. And instead they are abstaining. There is enough indication of how divided the opposition is. You are also not standing with the Congress on a number of issues because you are taking on the BJP in a state such as Gujarat, also in Himachal. These are, terrains that you see as occupying the opposition space, which is presently of the Congress party. If the opposition is a divided house, you don't have a joint floor strategy, then what are we seeing in parliament? आप लोग साथ में मिलकर बात तक नहीं करते हैं.
Maria, you can see that all the opposition is united on their dharna right now outside the parliament also. As far as inflation and GST are concerned, the opposition, the traders, the whole country is united on these two issues. That these are the two biggest issues facing the country right now. And those parliamentarians who represent us, it is their responsibility to represent these two issues in the parliament.
Okay.
Whenever the central government wants to pass a bill, they extend the hours of the parliament well into the night. These two issues, such serious issues facing the country, why can't they extend
Shehzad
the time?
Poonawala, 139.5 crore wasted in 10 days. The point that I began this discussion with, the onus to run parliament is always with the treasury benches. What efforts will be made so that the parliament functions next week?
Maria, the onus to run parliament is on every parliamentarian who wants to raise people's issues and not want to do tamasha in the name of raising people's issues. And therefore, let me quote and correct Reena ji. First of all, the prices of LPG, 1,053 for a 14.2 cylinder in India. In Pakistan, 1,133. Sri Lanka 1243, Australia 1764, US 1754, Canada 2411.
What exactly are you
No,
reading?
I am talking about a 14.2 kg cylinder. By the way, a 14.2 kg cylinder during UPA cost to taxpayer was 1241. Today it is 1053. So please let's talk on facts. And secondly, opposition unity. Let me put one question to Reena ji. Reena ji, the ED action on Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, is it correct or incorrect? I think it's answered.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Shehzad Poonawala and Reena Gupta of the Aam Aadmi Party. But ladies and gentlemen, let's think about it. 10 days, the parliament has not functioned and close to 140 crores of taxpayers' money, yours and my money, has been wasted. We are slipping into a short break. After that, we'll be traveling to Bihar, where there are some developments that are taking place, particularly to do with holidays on Fridays. Is it justified? Completely not. But what exactly is happening? Which part of Bihar, which districts of Bihar, in which schools are these applied? Let's take a look on that after a very short break.
Strong floodwaters.
Despite heavy rains, some people risked their lives and tried to cross this submerged road. But one person lost his balance, fell and got swept away by the fast-flowing floodwaters. One bystander saw the stranded man, jumped into the waters and swam towards him. He finally reached the man stuck in the floodwaters and managed to pull him to safety. The locals heaved a huge sigh of relief after the man was saved from the jaws of death.
At least 4 people were injured in an explosion inside Kabul's main cricket stadium during a domestic league match. The bomb went off among the fans who were sitting inside the stands. Spectators were seen rushing to safety as chaos ensued after the explosion. Players from both sides were rushed into a bunker. Now, this is quite a rare occurrence. The UAE was left flooded after heavy rains. Viral videos show parked cars submerged and water, in fact, entering shops. The downpour resulted in flash floods in parts of the UAE, damaging houses and washing away vehicles. Military vehicles were deployed to rescue people from the affected areas. Nearly 4,000 people have been moved to shelters. A rare thunderstorm hit Las Vegas, triggering flash floods. Videos on social media show water pouring into Vegas's biggest attraction, the casinos. The iconic Caesars Palace was badly hit. The ceiling was not able to contain the water, which was pouring onto the carpets. Several parking lots in the airport was flooded as well. A dangerous stunt done purely for the cameras has gone horribly wrong.
One Amritsar resident tried to perform a stunt while driving recklessly on National Highway 5 in Himachal Pradesh's Solan district. The driver was speeding and had one of the front doors of the car open. But after taking a few dangerous turns, the driver lost control of the vehicle and hit the divider. The car smashed into a railing on the side of the road before coming to a halt. The driver was miraculously unhurt, though the car was quite badly damaged. The whole stunt gone wrong was recorded by another person driving behind the car.
Now, there was a big crash at the Tour de France farm one of the cyclists, Mavi Garcia, was hit by her own team car late in stage 4 of the competition. The Spaniard had already suffered 2 punctures and was chasing back to the main bunch when her own UAE team ADQ car stuck her from behind. In fact, Garcia managed to remount and finish this particular stage. A police constable has been suspended after he did this at the Jabalpur railway station today.
The constable is seen mercilessly kicking and punching an old man. He then drags the old man by his legs and holds him above the train tracks. He then continues to stomp on the helpless victim. What's even more shocking is that people in the station stopped to see the brutal assault, but no one stopped and intervened. Even this video appears to have taken from inside a train. While it's unclear what triggered the cop to assault the elderly man like this, after this video went viral, he has been suspended.
Former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Digvijay Singh got into a scuffle with policemen and even grabbed the collar of a cop. As elections were being held for the president of the Bhopal district panchayat, Singh got into a physical altercation with BJP MLA Vishwas Sarang, as well as the police. He alleged that the police and the administration were working under pressure from the ruling BJP. A massive fire broke out at a film set in Mumbai's Andheri. Huge plumes of smoke could be seen billowing out from the building. Firefighters are trying to contain the blaze as soon as possible because the complex is surrounded by several high-rises. No casualties have been reported so far. Incessant rains and cloudbursts have triggered a lot of destruction in Himachal Pradesh.
In Kullu, a cloudburst triggered a landslide which led to debris entering half a dozen houses. This video, shot by one of the locals, shows slush approaching the houses at high speed. The debris has caused massive damage to fields and roads behind the houses. All houses in the area have been vacated as a precautionary measure. Due to heavy rains in Kullu district, traffic was disrupted at several places and debris from landslides fell on the roads. The Public Works Department began road restoration work, but unending traffic jams were also witnessed. The Met Department has issued an orange alert as rains continue to lash Himachal Pradesh.
India is gearing up for its own hypersonic ballistic missile. In fact, India is readying for this. This is a hypersonic missile that can travel at least at the speed of Mach 5, which is 5 times the speed of sound, following a defined trajectory. It is highly maneuverable even in mid-air. The BrahMos 2 will be the hypersonic version of the missile in India. Trials have already been started. It's put its speed at almost Mach 8, which would make it the fastest in the world. It is likely to enter the prototype stage in the next 3 years. The Karnataka government will be handing over the probe on BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Nettaru's murder to the National Investigation Agency. This after Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai said that the crime appears to be an organized one with interstate links. Meanwhile, 3 to 4 more accused have been identified and a hunt is on to nab them. Youth Congress workers protested in front of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's office in Hyderabad, objecting to 5 minors getting bail in the Jubilee Hills gang rape case. Police filed a charge sheet in the case. They have also sought permission from the Juvenile Justice Board to treat the minors as adults in view of the seriousness of the crime. A woman was assaulted and molested at a toll plaza on the Gurugram-Sona road.
The woman was traveling in a car with her family. They stopped at the toll plaza, where the women asked the employees to remove the barriers so they could pass. When nothing was done, the woman got out of the car and started removing the barrier herself. Suddenly, one of the toll plaza bouncers came running and jumped on the bonnet of the car, badly denting it. The bouncer then started violently punching the woman. When her husband got out of the car to intervene, he was assaulted as well. Others tried to stop the brutal assault, but the toll plaza worker continued to manhandle the woman. After this video went viral, the Gurugram police arrested 3 bouncers in connection with the incident.
It's a big win for Union Minister Smriti Irani. The Delhi High Court today ordered Congress leaders Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Khera to delete their tweets, videos and retweets accusing Smriti Irani's daughter of running an illegal bar in Goa. They've also been ordered to appear in court on the 18th of August in a 2 crore defamation suit that's been filed by Smriti Irani. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar attended the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting, the ministerial meeting that happened in Tashkent. He's come face-to-face with Pakistan's Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto for the first time. The meeting assumes significance as the foreign ministers are holding discussions and preparing for the upcoming meeting of the Council of Heads of
Welcome back. This is a CNN News 18 special report. More than 500 schools in Muslim majority areas in Bihar's Simanchal region observe Fridays as their weekly offs instead of Sundays. Although there is no directive that has been passed by the state government for Jummah or Friday holidays, this has been almost like a practice for years now. Many locals have decided that they will be now raising their voice against it. Students, parents, school teachers have flagged this issue, demanding Sunday offs like ordinary schools. The Bihar government has now promised action. I'm leaving you with the story. I'll be seeing you tomorrow with a special episode of A Billion Ideas.
Bihar's Simanchal region has a significant Muslim population. Over 65% in Purnia, Katihar, Kishanganj and Araria. Here, more than 500 government schools have been observing Fridays as their weekly holiday instead of Sunday.
आप क्या चाहते हैं? आपको छुट्टी किस दिन मिले? संडे को?
संडे को।
क्यों?
मेरा पापा लोग के साथ रहना चाहिए।
यहाँ तो जो किशन की छुट्टी जो होती, जो हम लोग पढ़ाई के लिए भेजते हैं, तो शुक्रवार को छुट्टी होती है, क्योंकि आतवार को छुट्टी होता है हर स्कूल में, तो बच्चा सब खेलता है और हमारा बच्चा जो है तो पढ़ने के लिए जाता है।
वो अंदर में रहना चाहिए।
रहना चाहिए संडे को अंदर, एतवार को अंदर में रहना चाहिए।
एतवार को संडे को ही रहना चाहिए।
Hindu and Muslim primary school teachers here also want Sundays off instead of Friday.
हम लोग बहुत कोशिश किए संडे छुट्टी के लिए, अभी तक हो नहीं पाया है। संडे छुट्टी का बहुत सख्त ज़रूरत है हम लोग को। घर में भी है, रास्ता में आने जाने में बहुत दिक्कत होती है। मदरसा का भवन में चल रहा था, मदरसा से अलग हुआ, जब ज़मीन दिए तो ये अलग हो गया, तो अब तो संडे होना चाहिए।
How far is it justified for a particular community to set its own rule and flout government's rule?
Now, many families are switching schools so that their kids can have Sundays off.
पापा काट दिए उसका नाम? क्यों काटे?
इसलिए वहाँ पे पढ़ाई नहीं होता है।
किस दिन होता था? जुम्मा के दिन होता था छुट्टी, और यहाँ पे नहीं होता है जुम्मा के दिन। यहाँ कब होता है छुट्टी?
यहाँ पे एतवार।
एतवार को होता है।
हिंदू स्टूडेंट्स 60% एंड 40% मुस्लिम स्टूडेंट्स। संडे उसका छुट्टी का दिन बनता है, इसीलिए सब बच्चा भी चाहता है कि नहीं हम लोग संडे वाले स्कूल में ही, जहाँ छुट्टी रहता है संडे को, उसी स्कूल में जाए।
It is unfair for the teachers and children to observe holidays on Friday, because most of the families are free on Sundays, and also the children and their friends are free on Sundays, so that they can play and spend time with their family.
Bihar's education minister says he's taken note of the matter.
हम लोगों ने डीओ से जहाँ ऐसी सूचना मिली है अभी तक, हम लोगों ने वहाँ के डीओ से, जिला शिक्षा पदाधिकारी से प्रतिवेदन मांगा है कि वहाँ क्या स्थिति है, कब छुट्टी रहती है और किसके आदेश से छुट्टी रहती है।
But the regional deputy director of education is unaware of any report being sought.
अखबार के द्वारा हमें पता लगा है, अखबार के द्वारा हमारे डीओ भी दे रहे हैं, तो अखबार से सब जानकारी आ रही है, लेकिन डायरेक्ट आरडीडी स्तर से हमें कोई आधिकारिक पत्र नहीं मिला है।
These 500 plus schools have been observing Fridays as a holiday for years without any government directive to this effect. With video journalists Sahboob Alam and Saurabh from the Simanchal region of Bihar, Vaibhav Verma for CNN News 18.
And hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Breaking news coming in at the top of the bulletin. This is coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where the crackdown on the terror infrastructure continues. But more and more details are coming to light when it comes to the entire modus operandi of the terror infrastructure in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, the police have recovered a balloon fitted with a sophisticated GPS chip in the Domana area of Jammu. The police have sent the suspected chip for analysis. The balloon also has an antenna companion module, which is used for integration with a GPS receiver to collect data. So it seems advanced tech is being used when it comes to these supply drops which are taking in from across the line of control. We have seen drones which are being used to drop arms and ammunition as well as rifles. And now it seems that balloons fitted with GPS chips as well as antenna modules are being dropped from one side of the LOC into India, and those GPS coordinates help the terrorists track down where the supply is taking place. So that is a big piece of news that's coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Those visuals on your screen is what the Jammu and Kashmir police have been able to recover. It seems that balloons which are fitted with GPS modules as well as antennas are dispatched from the Pakistan side of the line of control and then shifted into India, and they are carrying, we have to see that at the end of the day we've seen drones which have been carrying arms and drugs. Now these balloons have also been put into use. Clearly these GPS units are being used to identify where the supplies are being dropped. So let's get more details from the Jammu and Kashmir police with our reporters who are tracking each and every angle of this story. I'm joined by Tejinder Singh Sodhi on the broadcast. Tejinder, so it seems high-tech gear is being used by the terrorists to support the infrastructure, the terror infrastructure in Jammu and Kashmir.
Yes, Ayushman, you see what is more like the police is investigating this issue. If you remember, just a few weeks ago in this very same Domana area, a drone from the Pakistan side, it dropped several tiffin bombs that were recovered by the Jammu police, and later those tiffin bombs were safely defused by the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police. Last evening, we are told that this balloon fitted with sophisticated GPS integration chip was recovered from the same Domana area. Police had sent this suspected chip for analysis. First, initially, it was sent to the bomb disposal squad to find out if there is any explosives attached to this balloon. But then it was found that this GPS module, it has a battery attached to it. And after that, it has now been sent to the forensic science laboratory for further analysis and also to check the data which this GPS device has collected. We are told that this device is an antenna companion module, ACM, which was recovered from this balloon. ACMs are used for integration with GPS receiver to collect GPS data of the area. So the police is not ruling out anything. This module is from the a company called Trimble, which is based out in California. So this also raises the suspicion of the security agencies who are investigating this case, because in the recent past, as you rightly pointed out, that these places where this recovery has been made is used by the Pakistan side to send in arms, ammunition and narcotics into the Indian side, and it again seems to be a ploy of the enemy forces to gain the data of the area so as to send the arms, ammunition and narcotics in future also. Yes, Ayushman.
Right. Thank you, Tejinder, for joining us on the broadcast. We're also joined by MJ Augustine Vinod, aviation expert on the broadcast. Mr. Vinod, take us through how easy is it to set up this unit to attach these GPS chips and these antenna modules to these balloons? How accessible is this technology and how readily available is it to use in such operations?
It's a wonderful question, and I'll take your intelligence since it is a late night show. I'll take your intelligence to explain the technology, so that it is demystified for the viewers. Some of us may be aware, but 90% of the people are not aware of a GPS or a GNSS technology works. GPS is American, GLONASS is Russian, Bedu is Chinese, Navik is Indian. I'll talk about Navik when we go along. And many other, Galileo is Europe. European. So all this put together is called GNSS, Global Navigation Satellite System. Now this thing works. If I simply, I'll take 5 seconds to explain it to you. It is that simple how it works. Suppose I have 3 friends. Okay, I'm on this side of the river, and I tell my 3 friends. Okay, we all synchronize our watch exactly to the second we synchronize, and I tell my 3 friends every 1 minute, give out a shout. Your name, that is my friend's name. Okay, you go to so and so village, you go to so and so's house, you want to go to so and so police station. Every 1 minute, give me a shout. But I am this side of the river. From the other side, when they shout out, I will not hear it simultaneously. I will hear it with a delay because somebody is far away, somebody is close, somebody is really close. So I know at exactly 10 o'clock they shouted out. But I am receiving this fellow 1 second later, this fellow 3 seconds later, this fellow say 6 seconds later. So I know he's 300 meters away. I know he's 900 meters away. I know he's 1.8 kilometers away. I have got a fix of my own position, even though I didn't know my position. This is exactly how the GNSS system works.
Right.
But the problem is it works on open spectrum, which means you, I, anybody can utilize this technology for good as well as for bad. And in this case, apparently, as we are seeing it, it is being used for nefarious purposes. And this is not the first time. On your channel with Anand, we've come and discussed this aspect quite often, sometimes during prime time, etc.
Right.
Now, the moment, if you take me on a full screen, you will notice, the moment I have a small receiver, I can get all this frequency, and with a homemade receiver.
Right.
So I got this receiver right here to show it to you. An antenna put together like this, and a receiver board put together, and an antenna put together like this, and the GPS receiver, the Trimble receiver that your person was talking about.
Right.
It is this big. This is the cheaper version of Trimble called 3DR. This is from America. It is this big. This particular chip gathers all data of not only GPS, GLONASS, Bedu, Galileo, and all surface-based systems.
Right.
And the surface-based system is what is the problem. Like your Samadata covered from on the ground. You can start snooping data because it is passive receiver. So anyone who is actively transmitting, you will be able to snoop it beautifully.
Right.
That is the essential problem. And I'll show you one more image. You're sitting in Delhi, with the Lime SDR. You see this?
Yeah.
Receiver on my left?
Yeah.
So something similar to this. Okay. With a Lime SDR, I can move you to Mount Everest in a matter of seconds. It is possible. So this is called GPS spoofing. If I can spoof, I can jam. That means I can deny you, and I can move you from one place to another. I can move aeroplanes. If you remember, US drone was stolen by Iran.
Right.
याद है 5-6 साल पहले.
Right.
They spoofed the GPS receiver of the US drone. There was a ship which was pulled off at night, and it went and docked somewhere else, few hundred nautical miles away. When they woke up in the morning, they found themselves somewhere else. So that is what is this technology all about. I thought I'll take some time to explain it to the viewers. It is a double-edged sword. It is for good and it is also for bad.
Right.
The reason is it is open frequency. In the sense, there is no encrypted frequency except Navik military. So our Indian system which has come up, and there say I durust aaya kehte hain Hindi mein. The Indian system which is coming up, the Navik which has come up, has got an open for civilians and there is an encrypted one for military.
Right.
Which means military operations using Navik, which is going to be the great push from government of India in 1-2 years. You will not be able to jam, you will not be able to spoof. It is similar to the GPS P code, that is precision code, which Americans use only for American military.
Right.
Over to you.
So there is a clash of technology also where India is also stepping up its game as more and more terror groups are using this advanced tech for their drug and arms runs. Thank you, Mr. Vinod, for joining us on the broadcast and breaking down this entire modus operandi for us. Now, shifting focus to some more breaking news now. In the wake of this terror threat that is coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, now Home Minister Amit Shah will be in Chandigarh on Saturday to address the National Conference on Drug Trafficking and National Security. The event will be attended by the Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, as well as top security officials and administrators. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in. I'm joined by Arun Dhanta on the phone line to get more details on this high-level meeting which will take place on Saturday. Arun, we have just been discussing with Tejinder about how high-tech gear is being used by terrorists for their drug and arms supply runs around the line of control. So this meeting of the chief ministers and top security officials chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah is seriously essential when it comes to tackling the cross-border threat.
Well, that's right. This conference, which will be chaired by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, is going to be very, very significant because the states which will be part of this meeting are those states or union territories, of course, including Chandigarh and Jammu and Kashmir, which has recently seen a lot of growth in the drug menace. And that is something which the Modi government has been talking about, that how they want to curtail this drug menace in the country. And therefore, this conference, which will be addressed and chaired by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, we are also given to understand that more than 30,000 kg of drugs, which has been seized by the Narcotics Control Bureau, will be toshed on this day in 4 different cities, which will be seen or witnessed by Union Home Minister Amit Shah via video conferencing, to fulfill the pledge which the government has taken, regarding the disposal of the 75,000 kgs of drugs coinciding with the 75 years of independence. So this is very, very significant, and Amit Shah will be sitting with the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, Punjab, Haryana, and the administrator of Chandigarh and Jammu and Kashmir, along with the senior officials of BSF, NIA, and other agencies, NCB, Anti-Narcotics Task Force. These people will be part of this conference. So this is going to be very, very significant. The messaging which will come from none other than the Union Home Minister Amit Shah is going to be very important. So therefore, the focus will be in Chandigarh, because this is the new way which the terrorists have devised to actually penetrate into the various parts of the country.
Right. Thank you, Arun, for joining us on the broadcast. So a high-level security meet on Saturday chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah. Getting you a wrap of all the other news, the Karnataka government will be handing over the probe into BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Netaru's murder to the National Investigation Agency. This after Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai said the crime appears to be an organized one with interstate links. Meanwhile, 3 to 4 more accused have been identified and a hunt is on to nab them. Youth Congress workers protested in front of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's office in Hyderabad, objecting to 5 minors getting bail in the Jubilee Hills gang rape case. Police filed a charge sheet in the case and sought permission from the Juvenile Justice Board to treat the minors as adults in view of the seriousness of the crime. It's a big win for Union Minister Smriti Irani. The Delhi High Court has ordered Congress leaders Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Kheda to delete their tweets, videos and retweets accusing Irani's daughter of running an illegal bar in Goa. They have also been ordered to appear in court on the 18th of August in a 2 crore defamation suit filed by Smriti Irani. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar attended the Shanghai Cooperation Organization ministerial meeting in Tashkent. He came face-to-face with Pakistan's Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto for the first time. The meeting assumes significance as the foreign ministers are holding discussions and preparing for the upcoming meeting of the Council of Heads of State, which is slated to be held in September. More breaking news coming in. One person has been reported dead in the fire that broke out on a film set in Mumbai's Andheri. The fire broke out at around 4 p.m. today and was extinguished at around 10:35 p.m. That's almost half an hour back. I'm joined by Mihir Trivedi on the broadcast. Mihir, are cooling operations now underway?
Absolutely, cooling operations are underway, but unfortunately, one person has lost his life in this massive fire that took place in Mumbai's Andheri area. this was a vacant ground where a temporary structure was created, where a lot of film equipment we are hearing was kept. Now that's where the fire broke out, and people could see smoke billowing from that particular area in massive amounts. What was important for the authorities and agencies that were on the ground, including the Mumbai Fire Brigade, was to ensure that the fire doesn't spread across, because there were several high rises around that particular locality, and that was one of the risks. But it took 6 long hours for the fire department and other agencies to ensure that they could contain the fire and completely douse it after 6 hours. But unfortunately, yes, one person has lost his life. In fact, there were several ambulances stationed in case of any eventualities. This gentleman, who was 32 years old, was rushed to the hospital but was pronounced dead on arrival, is what we know at this point.
Right. Thank you, Meher, for joining us on the broadcast. We're going to take a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Emerged and water in fact entering shops. The downpour resulted in flash floods in parts of the UAE, damaging houses and washing away vehicles. Military vehicles were deployed to rescue people from the affected areas. Nearly 4,000 people have been moved to shelters. A rare thunderstorm hit Las Vegas, triggering flash floods. Videos on social media show water pouring into Vegas's biggest attraction, the casinos. The iconic Caesars Palace was badly hit. The ceiling was not able to contain the water, which was pouring onto the carpets. Several parking lots in the airport was flooded as well. A dangerous stunt done purely for the cameras has gone horribly wrong.
One Amritsar resident tried to perform a stunt while driving recklessly on National Highway 5 in Himachal Pradesh's Solan district. The driver was speeding and had one of the front doors of the car open. But after taking a few dangerous turns, the driver lost control of the vehicle and hit the divider. The car smashed into a railing on the side of the road before coming to a halt. The driver was miraculously unhurt, though the car was quite badly damaged. The whole stunt gone wrong was recorded by another person driving behind the car.
There was a big crash at the Tour de France Farm. One of the cyclists, Mavi Garcia, was hit by her own team car late in stage 4 of the competition. The Spaniard had already suffered 2 punctures and was chasing back to the main bunch when her own UAE team ADQ car stuck her from behind. In fact, Garcia managed to remount and finish this particular stage. A police constable has been suspended after he did this at the Jabalpur railway station today.
The constable is seen mercilessly kicking and punching an old man. He then drags the old man by his legs and holds him above the train tracks. He then continues to stomp on the helpless victim. What's even more shocking is that people in the station stopped to see the brutal assault, but no one stopped and intervened. Even this video appears to have taken from inside a train. While it's unclear what triggered the cop to assault the elderly man like this, after this video went viral, he has been suspended.
Former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Digvijay Singh got into a scuffle with policemen and even grabbed the collar of a cop. As elections were being held for the president of the Bhopal District Panchayat, Singh got into a physical altercation with BJP MLA Vishwas Sarang, as well as the police. He alleged that the police and the administration were working under pressure from the ruling BJP. A massive fire broke out at a film set in Mumbai's Andheri. Huge plumes of smoke could be seen billowing out from the building. Firefighters are trying to contain the blaze as soon as possible because the complex is surrounded by several high rises. No casualties have been reported so far. Incessant rains and cloudbursts have triggered a lot of destruction in Himachal Pradesh.
In Kullu, a cloudburst triggered a landslide which led to debris entering half a dozen houses. This video, shot by one of the locals, shows slush approaching the houses at high speed. The debris has caused massive damage to fields and roads behind the houses. All houses in the area have been vacated as a precautionary measure. Due to heavy rains in Kullu district, traffic was disrupted at several places and debris from landslides fell on the roads. The Public Works Department began road restoration work, but unending traffic jams were also witnessed. The Met Department has issued an orange alert as rains continue to lash Himachal Pradesh.
India is gearing up for its own hypersonic ballistic missile. In fact, India is readying for this. This is a hypersonic missile that can travel at least at the speed of Mach 5, which is 5 times the speed of sound, following a defined trajectory. It is highly maneuverable even in mid-air. The BrahMos 2 will be the hypersonic version of the missile in India. Trials have already been started. It's put its speed at almost Mach 8, which would make it the fastest in the world. It is likely to enter the prototype stage in the next 3 years. The Karnataka government will be handing over the probe on BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Nettaru's murder to the National Investigation Agency. This after Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai said that the crime appears to be an organized one with interstate links. Meanwhile, 3 to 4 more accused have been identified and a hunt is on to nab them. Youth Congress workers protested in front of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's office in Hyderabad, objecting to 5 minors getting bail in the Jubilee Hills gang rape case. Police filed a charge sheet in the case. They have also sought permission from the Juvenile Justice Board to treat the minors as adults in view of the seriousness of the crime. A woman was assaulted and molested at a toll plaza on the Gurugram-Sona road.
The woman was traveling in a car with her family. They stopped at the toll plaza, where the women asked the employees to remove the barriers so they could pass. When nothing was done, the women got out of the car.
And welcome back, getting you a wrap of all the international news. At least 4 people were injured in an explosion inside Kabul's main cricket stadium during a domestic league match. Spectators were seen rushing to safety as chaos ensued. After the explosion, players from both sides were rushed inside a bunker. This is quite a rare occurrence. UAE was left flooded after heavy rains. Viral videos show parked cars submerged and water entering shops. The downpour resulted in flash floods damaging houses and washing away vehicles. Military vehicles were deployed to rescue people from the affected areas. Nearly 4,000 people have been moved to shelters. A rare thunderstorm hit Las Vegas, triggering flash floods. Videos on social media show water pouring into Vegas casinos. The iconic Caesars Palace was badly hit. The ceiling was not able to contain the water, which was pouring onto the carpets. Several parking lots and the airport was also flooded. And there was a big crash at the Tour de France. One of the cyclists, Mavi Garcia, was hit by her own team car in stage 4 of the competition. The Spaniard had already suffered 2 punctures and was chasing back to the main group when her own team car struck her from behind. Garcia managed to remount and finish the stage. That's all we have to pack in on the show. Good night and take care. Have a nice weekend.
Billions in incentives and discounts trying to woo passengers. Both companies have also launched other services like food delivery. In Jammu, a group of school children got stranded in floodwaters following incessant rains.
Heavy rains triggered waterlogging in many parts of Jammu. The floodwaters entered this government school in Udayawala and caused panic. The students were trapped in their classrooms for hours as the water levels continued to rise due to non-stop rains. Finally, after an agonizing wait, the children were pulled out of the flooded classrooms by some locals.
Minister Rajnath Singh has cleared a proposal which will be a big boost for the armed forces. The centre has cleared the arms procurement proposal worth 28,732 crores. Induction of 4 lakh modern close-quarter battle carbines. The procurement of surveillance and armed drone swarms has also been approved. The purchasing of bulletproof jackets with BIS 6-level protection. The proposal also bolsters the overall combat prowess of the Indian Armed Forces. A shocking video surfaced from Yavatmal in Maharashtra, where one person got stuck in dangerously strong floodwaters.
Despite heavy rains, some people risked their lives and tried to cross this submerged road. But one person lost his balance, fell and got swept away by the fast-flowing floodwaters. One bystander saw the stranded man, jumped into the waters and swam towards him. He finally reached the man stuck in the floodwaters and managed to pull him to safety. The locals heaved a huge sigh of relief after the man was saved from the jaws of death.
At least 4 people were injured in an explosion inside Kabul's main cricket stadium during a domestic league match. The bomb went off among the fans who were sitting inside the stands. Spectators were seen rushing to safety as chaos ensued after the explosion. Players from both sides were rushed into a bunker. Now, this is quite a rare occurrence. The UAE was left flooded after heavy rains. Viral videos show parked cars submerged and water, in fact, entering shops. The downpour resulted in flash floods in parts of the UAE, damaging houses and washing away vehicles. Military vehicles were deployed to rescue people from the affected areas. Nearly 4,000 people have been moved to shelters. A rare thunderstorm hit Las Vegas, triggering flash floods. Videos on social media show water pouring into Vegas's biggest attraction, the casinos. The iconic Caesars Palace was badly hit. The ceiling was not able to contain the water, which was pouring onto the carpets. Several parking lots in the airport was flooded as well. A dangerous stunt done purely for the cameras has gone horribly wrong.
One Amritsar resident tried to perform a stunt while driving recklessly on National Highway 5 in Himachal Pradesh's Solan district. The driver was speeding and had one of the front doors of the car open. But after taking a few dangerous turns, the driver lost control of the vehicle and hit the divider. The car smashed into a railing on the side of the road before coming to a halt. The driver was miraculously unhurt, though the car was quite badly damaged. The whole stunt gone wrong was recorded by another person driving behind the car.
Now, there was a big crash at the Tour de France farm. One of the cyclists, Mavi Garcia, was hit by her own team car late in stage 4 of the competition. The Spaniard had already suffered 2 punctures and was chasing back to the main bunch when her own UAE team ADQ car stuck her from behind. In fact, Garcia managed to remount and finish this particular stage. A police constable has been suspended after he did this at the Jabalpur railway station today.
The constable is seen mercilessly kicking and punching an old man. He then drags the old man by his legs and holds him above the train tracks. He then continues to stomp on the helpless victim. What's even more shocking is that people in the station stopped to see the brutal assault, but no one stopped and intervened. Even this video appears to have taken from inside a train. While it's unclear what triggered the cop to assault the elderly man like this, after this video went viral, he has been suspended.
Former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Digvijay Singh got into a scuffle with policemen and even grabbed the collar of a cop. As elections were being held for the president of the Bhopal District Panchayat, Singh got into a physical altercation with BJP MLA Vishwas Sarang as well as the police. He alleged that the police and the administration Good evening, this is Viewpoint. I'm Zakir Jacob. There were dramatic scenes today as Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, the 2 main accused in the SSC scam, were taken from the ED hospital to a local ED office to a local hospital for further medical checkups. These were the scenes that ensued. Arpita Mukherjee completely breaking down, completely wailing there. She had to be dragged to the hospital for the routine checkup. Partha Chatterjee, on the other hand, saying that he has nothing to do with this. This was all done by Arpita. He's in fact training his guns on his party supremo, Mamata Banerjee. But one after another, more skeletons are tumbling out of the closet. As it were, it turns out that Arpita Mukherjee was the owner of at least 10 flats in some of the poshest areas in Kolkata. But first, the story of the day so far.
Arpita Mukherjee breaking down. Partha Chatterjee alleging conspiracy. The 2 faces of the Bengal SSC scam clearly on the back foot. After all, the evidence against them is mind-boggling. Nearly 50 crores in cash found in 2 of Arpita's homes. Nearly 6 kilograms of gold worth 2.8 crores were also recovered. 10 luxury flats in Kolkata worth 10.5 crores. At least 4 cars, including 2 luxury ones, worth 1.6 crores. Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee were questioned jointly by the Enforcement Directorate. ED officials confronted Arpita with pictures of the mountains of cash and gold found in her flats. Arpita broke down after seeing the pictures of the seizures. She denied any knowledge of so much cash being stashed in her homes. Arpita claimed Partha Chatterjee's aides had access to her flats and accused them of stashing the money there. All throughout her interrogation, Partha Chatterjee remained silent. The Trinamool Congress has dropped Partha Chatterjee like a hot potato, sacking him as a minister and removing him from all posts because the party says it has zero tolerance for corruption. But Partha thinks otherwise. The BJP claims that a scam of such magnitude couldn't have happened without Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's nod.
Mamata Banerjee is the kingpin of this scam, and the investigation will soon reach her doorsteps.
So can the Trinamool Congress absolve all responsibility by simply sacking Partha Chatterjee?
All right, I want to go across to our guests who are joining us on Viewpoint this evening. Shishir Bajoria is the Media Relations Department in charge of the West Bengal BJP. Jaideep Majumdar, Associate Editor with Swarajya Magazine. Manojit Mandal, our political analyst and member of the TMC. And Gautam Lahiri, Senior Journalist. Shishir Bajoria, Arpita Mukherjee in her questioning completely washing her hands of this cash, saying that while she may be the owner of these flats, she had no clue what was happening in these flats, and it was Partha Chatterjee's associates who were going in and out of these flats, and she had no idea that so much cash was stashed in these flats. Do you believe her?
Well, it's not a question whether I believe her or I don't believe her. The fact is, when the first day it happened, none of them had this view that we don't know. How is it possible that in your home there's a mound of cash? I mean, like a hill of cash, and you don't know. And you say, I didn't know this. I had no clue where it came from and who came in and who went out. All of a sudden, even Partha Chatterjee says, I didn't know about this. They can say what they want. The main point I would like to draw everybody's attention, 2016 onwards, what happened to the teachers who did not get appointed? What happened to the students who suffered? It's like it's 6 years. 6 years in a student's life, because it all affects the student, whether the teacher is appointed or not. It's gone. A normal student's life is about 13, 14 years. Half of it is gone. And look, and these numbers that I was watching when you were giving the numbers of how much cash has been recovered, how much gold, jewelry, flats, cars. One thing I'm sure you have noted, that every day the score keeps increasing. So I would say, whatever you have said as a score, it's this plus counting. In fact, between hour to hour, it keeps changing.
I want to ask Manojit Mandal, how can, I mean, this seems very convenient. Arpita Mukherjee says, oh, the flats were in my name, but I had no clue what was going on inside those flats. Mr. Partha Chatterjee says, the flats were not in my name. Why am I being held accountable for this? I mean, it seems to be a very convenient he said, she said that's been going on between these two. The fact is, here was the Minister for Higher Education, 50 crores. Not 1 or 2, 50 crores in cash has been recovered from a close aide of his, and he doesn't have a damn clue? Really?
We don't have anything to say on this. I think we are absolutely clear on this. We have been clear on this. The party has got no connection with the money. The party has got no connection with the property seized by the ED or whatever. Now the party has got no connection with that particular individual either. He is in custody of ED. Let the ED come out with the actual truth. We also want to know the truth.
But Manojit, this is a man who was your Minister for Higher Education. He was the General Secretary of your party for a number of years. He was considered to be in the closest circle of Mamata Banerjee. And you are saying you have nothing to do with him?
Can I reply?
Yes.
So one person now today is charged of rape and confining a woman in Gujarat. He's in the cabinet by the name of Arjan Singh. Do you mean to say that Mr. Modi or the Chief Minister they have picked up for Gujarat, they are responsible for this? Do you mean to say that Nitish Adhikari is getting the plum post in the central cabinet, becoming the deputy of Home Minister, despite the fact that he is having 12 cases of murder, rape, dacoity, and whatnot?
Manojit, somebody has 10 luxury flats, 4 luxury cars, 50 crores in their homes, and that person is supposed to be a close aide of the higher education minister, and you are saying, oh, we don't know, we don't know.
We have got no connection with either higher education minister now, and never we had any connection with this woman. Now it's ED, they have to come up with the truth. But the logic that you are picking up, because Partha Chatterjee was in the cabinet close to Mamata, by the same logic, I am picking up.
No, but please tell me. No, Manojit, please tell me. You are saying you have nothing to do with Partha Chatterjee right now, okay, in the last 5 days. Are you telling me this money was made in the last 5 days? Obviously, this money was made when he was minister. How come the chief minister did not know about it?
Similarly, when the banks were looted by 3 persons, did Mr. Modi know about everything? The banks were getting looted? 25,000 crores by 3 persons?
Can I?
Shishir Bajoria. Yes, Shishir Bajoria respond. Okay, Manojit, I've heard you. I've heard you, Manojit. I've heard you. Let Shishir Bajoria respond. Yeah. And then I'll go to Jaideep. He's been putting his hand up. Yes, please. Thank you.
Very clearly.
Yeah.
What he is saying, Manojit Babu, either he doesn't know what he's talking about, or he does not want to know. On day one, when this was unearthed, when ED unearthed, the first was 20 crores. What was the reaction of Trinamool? They did not get rid of him. They did nothing. They held on to him. Even today, I want a categorical answer. Has he been removed from the cabinet? No. The notification of the government in the order of the governor very clearly relieves him of his portfolios. That means he has become a minister without portfolio. Clarify this. This does not say that he's removed from the Council of Ministers.
Our understanding is, and I want to say this on record, our understanding is Abhishek Banerjee yesterday in the press conference said that Mr. Partha Chatterjee is being removed both as cabinet minister as well as all the positions that he is holding in the TMC.
Mr. Abhishek
this is what he said.
Nobody there to remove him. The only person who can remove him from the Council of Ministers is the governor. Has the chief minister recommended it to the governor?
Okay. All right. Manojit, quick response, and then Jaideep Majumdar. Quickly, please. Thank you.
I mean, how can I respond to such patent lie spread by such a senior person? But
I've only asked for a clarification.
Don't disturb me.
At least temper your words, Manojit
Have
Babu.
some courtesy. Have some courtesy on TV, sir. You are a very
You
senior
call me a
person.
liar and you want me to have
You've been there in a
courtesy?
different party.
Manojit Babu, you call me a liar and you want me to have courtesy?
You have been traveling through political parties from CPM to BJP. Have some courtesy. I've been with only one single party.
Yes, I have changed my party once.
I'm asking
so what? I changed my party 8 years back.
Manojit, answer on the issue, please. Manojit, please answer on the issue. No personal attacks. No personal attacks. Answer on the issue.
I have done it and I've done it.
Sir, Shishir ji, 1 second. You asked him a question. Let him respond. Manojit, please answer on merit. Answer on the question that's asked.
Everyone in this country can understand that this person has been removed. This is a way of saying that he is relieved. The senior person worked with the party for nearly 20 years. He was relieved of his duties as the minister. As minister, why need to talk about the legality of this? No means the new challenge. No means the new challenge that he's not duty. He says that he is a minister. That's your problem. We have no problem. We have got nothing to do with it.
Hunt is on to nap. Youth Congress workers protested in front of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's office in Hyderabad, objecting to 5 minors getting bail in the Jubilee Hills gang rape case. Police filed a charge sheet in the case. They have also sought permission from the Juvenile Justice Board to treat the minors as adults in view of the seriousness of the crime. A woman was assaulted and molested at a toll plaza on the Gurugram-Sona road.
The woman was traveling in a car with her family. They stopped at the toll plaza, where the women asked the employees to remove the barriers so they could pass. When nothing was done, the woman got out of the car and started removing the barrier herself. Suddenly, one of the toll plaza bouncers came running and jumped on the bonnet of the car, badly denting it. The bouncer then started violently punching the woman. When her husband got out of the car to intervene, he was assaulted as well. Others tried to stop the brutal assault, but the toll plaza worker continued to manhandle the woman. After this video went viral, the Gurugram police arrested 3 bouncers in connection with the incident.
It's a big win for Union Minister Smriti Irani. The Delhi High Court today ordered Congress leaders Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Khera to delete their tweets, videos and retweets accusing Smriti Irani's daughter of running an illegal bar in Goa. They've also been ordered to appear in court on the 18th of August in a 2 crore defamation suit that's been filed by Smriti. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar attended the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting, the ministerial meeting that happened in Tashkent. He's come face-to-face with Pakistan's Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto for the first time. The meeting assumes significance as the foreign ministers are holding discussions and preparing for the upcoming meeting of the Council of Heads of State, which is slated to be held in September. According to reports, Indian cab aggregator Ola and Uber are considering a potential merger. Both companies have been squaring off in the competitive Indian market and have spent billions in incentives and discounts trying to woo passengers. Both companies have also launched other services like food delivery. In Jammu, a group of school children got stranded in floodwaters following incessant rains.
Heavy rains triggered waterlogging in many parts of Jammu. The floodwaters entered this government school in Udayawala and caused panic. The students were trapped in their classrooms for hours as the water levels continued to rise due to non-stop rains. Finally, after an agonizing wait, the children were pulled out of the flooded classrooms by some locals.
Minister Rajnath Singh has cleared a proposal which will be a big boost for the armed forces. The centre has cleared the arms procurement proposal worth 28,732 crores. Induction of 4 lakh modern close-quarter battle carbines. The procurement of surveillance and armed drone swarms has also been approved. The purchasing of bulletproof jackets with BIS 6 level protection. The proposal also bolsters the overall combat prowess of the Indian Armed Forces. I think what is so repulsive, Jaideep Majumdar, is ordinary Bengalis, ordinary Indians are watching these pictures of wads of cash, one after another, first last weekend and then again earlier this week. I mean, 20 crores and 25 crores and final count is close to 50 crores. And this was found at the home of supposedly someone who was a small-time actor, right? I mean, and this is the money of poor people. This is the money that, you know, somebody who wanted to become a teacher in a high school was paying somebody in the higher education department. This is the money of somebody who wanted to be a clerk, somebody who wanted to be a peon, somebody who wanted to be a sweeper in a government school. And it is this money that has been accumulated and found in Arpita Mukherjee's house. That is what is so repulsive.
Absolutely. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Now, there are 2 possibilities out here. Either Mamata Banerjee did not know about this, or the Honorable Chief Minister knew about it. If she did not know about it, that means she's extremely incompetent, that she does not know such a huge loot which has taken place under her very nose, okay, under her very eyes. Now, it is not limited to 50 crore. No one believes that it is limited to 50 crore. 50 crore is what was recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's house. And it would have been many, many times this 50 crore. Let me also, there's a rule in the Trinamool that whatever you make, you have to give a major part of it to the party. I am not making this up. Dola Sen, the Rajya Sabha MP, is on record in a video stating that asking workers, you make money, give 75% to the party coffers. Assuming that Partha Chatterjee had also done this, a huge lot of money would also have gone to the party coffers. Number 2, where is everyone wants the investigations to be completed very fast. That is absolutely, I agree with the Trinamool. And this whole question of digressing from the whole thing. Okay, what about Nirav Modi? What about so and so? Is all fine. I mean, like Nirav Modi fled away. What about then in that case Vinay Mishra, who was a senior functionary of the Trinamool And he not only fled the country after all this coal smuggling scam came out, in which he was a close associate of Abhishek Banerjee, he also gave up his Indian citizenship and took up citizenship of some godforsaken island called Vanuatu or something like that. Well, how about that? How do you compare that to Nirav Modi and all that? But the point here is that this has been a huge loot. It is not Partha Chatterjee himself who is involved. He couldn't have made the money and kept it all on his own. He had to distribute it. That's the culture of the Tribunal.
Okay, Gautam Lahari, I think that's a fair point that Jaideep Majumdar is raising, that either the Chief Minister knew about it and looked the other way, or she was unaware of it, which makes her look not particularly nice. The larger question that's being asked is, how was one minister in a state government able to amass so much wealth and no one in the senior leadership or in the government had a damn clue about it? I mean, that's unbelievable.
That's true, Jacob. It is unbelievable, and people of Bengal or of the country, they are first time perhaps seeing in the television media what the 50 crores looks like. It never we have seen in such a kind of huge cash in a particular somebody's house. But the point, but politically, I would say that this is definitely a huge political setback for Trinamool Congress. Whatever people were alleging against Trinamool Congress, now there is a certain proof has come out. But I would not jump the gun whether on where the buck stops, because the case is being monitored by High Court, and the enforcement directors are doing their best to find out the truth. So if they find that some higher-ups of the Trinamool Congress are involved, definitely I think they will not allow them to go away. I think they will also reach to their houses. So where from sitting here as an observer, I cannot jump the gun that yes, somebody X, a CM or somebody other cabinet ministers are involved in it. Not. I think the inquiry should be, as it is going on, should be allowed to go on freely and just easily. I think that they are doing their job and they are trying to find out every day. New news are coming from where these connections are going. So I think if there is anything, and firstly, whatever it is proved that the prima facie, Trinamool Congress has admitted there is some guilt.
Okay.
Because otherwise, whatever, whether relieved or sacked, I don't know exact technical term, but point is he has been removed and removed from the political party position. So there is definitely to respond with the public pressure, respond within the public view. So Mamata Banerjee government has to take a view on Partha Chatterjee, which actually proves the charges against Mr. Chatterjee.
No, they have already taken a view, and the view is they've cut him loose. Now the point is, what is going to be the fallout of it? But I want to ask Shishir Bajoria, you know, for all the nakedness of these pictures that we are seeing, 50 crores, almost the vulgarity of it, the fact still remains that it is going to be extremely difficult for the Enforcement Directorate to pin this cash on Partha Chatterjee. Partha Chatterjee can turn around and say, look, none of these houses are in my name. It's in Arpita Mukherjee's name. I don't know who she is. You've recovered this money from her house. How am I supposed to, explain where this money has come from? This money has nothing to do with me.
Mr. Jacob, you've perfectly hit the nail on the head. From day one, I've been asking one question every time I get an opportunity to ask this question. Why is Partha Chatterjee not saying that I've got nothing to do with it? Today, I think is day 4 or day 5. I've lost count of the days.
Yeah.
And he's never, maybe the amount of money is so dear to him that he still can't say. He's now, today I heard in some one of your TV channels where he's saying the party will, only time will tell who will suffer. I thought that was a direct threat. But this question is, he has never said it. TMC spokespersons, their leaders can come on TV and say what they want. They're saying, and each time, my dear friend Manojit Babu keeps saying, now we have nothing to do with him. अरे भाई, जब खून हो गया उसके बाद कोई थोड़े ना बोलता है कि कातिल मेरा दोस्त है.
Manojit Mandal, the point is, today, as he was coming out of the hospital, Partha Chatterjee also said the decision to remove him will have an impact on the investigation. Basically, many would say that he was questioning the rationale of the decision to remove him. In a sense, he's questioning the leadership of your party.
Yeah, of course. I mean, before that, I used to talk about the vulgarity of those scenes, obscenity. Of course, we are very shocked. That doesn't mean that 25,000 crores I had seen invisibly transferred between hands that were not money. The banks were dismantled because of these people. Does it because of the fact that Mr.
What is he
Modi was
talking about?
incompetent? Whatever this man is saying, till date, he has not said that he is innocent. Okay? He should have said that he is innocent. He has got nothing to do with them. The party was also closely watching all of us, all the spokesperson, whether here or elsewhere, all of us, including me, I have been telling this for the last 7 days. The party will take a call. The party is watching. The party has met. Party met on 22nd, 23rd of July. Party took a preliminary decision. It was sent to the Supremo, and then yesterday the final decision was communicated.
You know, when Shuvendu Adhikari was in the TMC, there was Sharda Narda against him. When Mukul Roy was in the TMC, there was Sharda Narda against him. But suddenly when they joined the BJP, it's like this Behti Ganga, their sins get washed away. Please respond. Jaideep.
Yeah, see, this is a point that the Trinamool and many other parties, of course, raised. I am not a spokesperson of the BJP that I'll reply to this. The BJP would be better placed to answer this. But I will agree, as I have always said, I'll agree with the Trinamool that the probes should not, drag on indefinitely. Unfortunately, the probes into Sarada and Narada, they're dragging on indefinitely, and that reduces the confidence of the public on these central agencies
who are probing Sarda and Narada?
Who are carrying out these probes. Having said that, I forgot to mention one point. This attempt to dissociate the party from what Partha Chatterjee has done doesn't hold water. You know, when Mamata Banerjee, she went to the agitating teachers who were outside, staging a dharna, long dharna outside the press club. Their dharna has entered the 502nd day today, unbelievably, and nothing has been anyway. But she went there. She acknowledged that I know that there were irregularities in the whole appointment process, and I assure you that all of you let the elections be over. And we will, all of you will be appointed. She acknowledged that there were irregularities. So how come the party now says that she doesn't know anything about it?
Can I get 10 seconds?
Okay, Manuji, 10 seconds to respond specifically to what Jaideep Majumdar said. Yes.
I think this person seems to be in media. He doesn't know that Sharda and Narda both are being investigated by the CBI under the directive of the Supreme Court. So the CBI and ED, I tell you, they will drag this to the election.
No, but what about the question he asked? The Chief Minister herself, Manuji, the Chief Minister herself met with these striking teachers and said, your grievances will be addressed.
Even today, Mr. Abhishek Banerjee, along with the government representative, the current education minister, they are meeting, and we hope that there would be some solution in sight very, very soon.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. I want to thank Shishir Bajoria, Mr. Manojit Mondol, of course, Jaideep Majumdar and Gautam Lahiri for joining us. We'll see how this story plays out, both for Partha Chatterjee and more importantly for the Trinamool Congress. Stunt done purely for the cameras has gone horribly wrong.
One Amritsar resident tried to perform a stunt while driving recklessly on National Highway 5 in Himachal Pradesh's Solan district. The driver was speeding and had one of the front doors of the car open. But after taking a few dangerous turns, the driver lost control of the vehicle and hit the divider. The car smashed into a railing on the side of the road before coming to a halt. The driver was miraculously unhurt, though the car was quite badly damaged. The whole stunt gone wrong was recorded by another person driving behind the car.
Now, there was a big crash at the Tour de France Form. One of the cyclists, Mavi Garcia, was hit by her own team car late in stage 4 of the competition. The Spaniard had already suffered 2 punctures and was chasing back to the main bunch when her own UAE team ADQ car stuck her from behind. In fact, Garcia managed to remount and finish this particular stage. A police constable has been suspended after he did this at the Jabalpur railway station today.
The constable is seen mercilessly kicking and punching an old man. He then drags the old man by his legs and holds him above the train tracks. He then continues to stomp on the helpless victim. What's even more shocking is that people in the station stopped to see the brutal assault, but no one stopped and intervened. Even this video appears to have taken from inside a train. While it's unclear what triggered the cop to assault the elderly man like this, after this video went viral, he has been suspended.
Former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Digvijay Singh got into a scuffle with policemen and even grabbed the collar of a cop. As elections were being held for the president of the Bhopal District Panchayat, Singh got into a physical altercation with BJP MLA Vishwas Sarang, as well as the police. He alleged that the police and the administration were working under pressure from the ruling BJP. A massive fire broke out at a film set in Mumbai's Andheri. Huge plumes of smoke could be seen billowing out from the building. Firefighters are trying to contain the blaze as soon as possible because the complex is surrounded by several high-rises. No casualties have been reported so far. Incessant rains and cloudbursts have triggered a lot of destruction in Himachal Pradesh.
In Kullu, a cloudburst triggered a landslide which led to debris entering half a dozen houses. This video, shot by one of the locals, shows slush approaching the houses at high speed. The debris has caused massive damage to fields and roads behind the houses. All houses in the area have been vacated as a precautionary measure. Due to heavy rains in Kullu district, traffic was disrupted at several places and debris from landslides fell on the roads. The Public Works Department began road restoration work, but unending traffic jams were also witnessed. The Met Department has issued an orange alert as rains continue to lash Himachal Pradesh.
India is gearing up for its own hypersonic ballistic missile. In fact, India is readying for this. This is a hypersonic missile that can travel at least at the speed of Mach 5, which is 5 times the speed of sound, following a defined trajectory. It is highly maneuverable even in mid-air. The BrahMos 2 will be the hypersonic version of the missile in India. Trials have already been started. It's put its speed at almost Mach 8, which would make it the fastest in the world. It is likely to enter the prototype stage in the next 3 years. The Karnataka government will be handing over the probe on BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Nettaru's murder to the National Investigation Agency. This after Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai said that the crime appears to be an organized one with interstate links. Meanwhile, 3 to 4 more accused have been identified and a hunt is on to nab them. Youth Congress workers protested in front of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's office in Hyderabad, objecting to 5 minors getting bail in the Jubilee Hills gang rape case. Police filed a charge sheet in the case. They have also sought permission from the Juvenile Justice Board to treat the minors as adults in view of the seriousness of the crime. A woman was assaulted and molested at a toll plaza on the Gurugram-Sona road.
The woman was traveling in a car with her family. They stopped at the toll plaza, where the women asked the employees to remove the barriers so they could pass. When nothing was done, the woman got out of the car and started removing the barrier herself. Suddenly, one of the toll plaza bouncers came running and jumped on the bonnet of the car, badly denting it. The bouncer then started violently punching the woman. When her husband got out of the car to intervene, he was assaulted as well. Others tried to stop the brutal assault.
Namaste and welcome to this very special edition of The Right Stand this Friday evening. I am Anand Narsimhan. Ladies and gentlemen, when we got you the story of Jamtara in Jharkhand, did it surprise you that in certain pockets of our country, there are groups that have decided that it will be their rule that will be followed because they are now in the majority. This is the so-called minority, Muslim groups, where they believe that if they are more than 70%, the rules have to change, despite the fact that they have not yet applied or they don't have the state sanction to do so. The example that we're going to bring to you is from neighboring Bihar. So Bihar and Jharkhand were all together. At one point in time, the state of Jharkhand was carved out. But in this entire Simanchal belt, ladies and gentlemen, the findings are startling. The findings are shocking. Locals for in some cases near many decades have decided that they will follow Jummah or Friday as the official holiday despite not having the approval or the sanction for the same, not being a government recognized Urdu school. Urdu schools have a rule, just like certain Shiksha Vidyalayas or Sanskrit Vidyalayas can take certain days off based on the Hindu Panchang. But in this case, the numbers are shocking and startling. If I were to tell you that nearly 500 government schools, which are not designated Urdu schools, have already decided to follow Friday off or Jummah off. This is our on-ground investigation. The investigation very clearly says that there are groups and there are pockets where the so-called minority or Muslims have decided that if they are larger in number, it is their rule that has to be followed. Many people, even from the Muslim society, locals are unhappy with this decision. They believe this is being forced. If everybody across the country has a rule or a nation that the weekend is Saturday and Sunday and the full day off is Sunday, then why is it that in these pockets Friday should be imposed? Why should it be imposed on government schools without an official sanction? That's the bigger question. Government schools without state sanction and without being deemed or recognized as an Urdu school.